Tonight we're diving into a part of history that's often overlooked but deeply important: the story of American prisons. From the rough wooden jails of the colonies to the massive institutions of today, this is a journey through justice, punishment, and the people caught in between. It's a story that's messy, complicated, and very human. Before we get started, feel free to like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. It really helps out. And just for fun, drop a comment with where you're tuning in from and what time it is there. I always love seeing how far these stories travel. In the early days of American history, the concept of incarceration as a formal punishment did not yet exist in the way it does today. Colonial America, particularly during the 1600s to the eve of the Revolutionary War in 1776, was deeply influenced by English common law and carried over many of the punitive traditions from the Old World. Justice was public, swift, and aimed primarily at deterrence, community order, and moral conformity rather than rehabilitation or long-term confinement. Public shaming was a foundational element of early colonial justice. The use of stocks and pillories was common across the colonies. These devices restrained the accused in a central location, often in town squares, where community members could witness the punishment, scorn the offender, and reinforce communal norms. For example, the pillory held a person's head and hands in place, while onlookers hurled insults, rotten food, or worse. Stocks confined the legs, making the punished individual a stationary public spectacle. Such punishments were not only meant to humiliate, but to serve as a moral lesson for all. Debtors' prisons also played a notable role during this era. Individuals who failed to repay loans or debts could be imprisoned indefinitely until they repaid what they owed, or until a third party intervened on their behalf. These facilities were not designed for hardened criminals, but rather for those entangled in financial misfortune, further reinforcing a societal hierarchy that privileged wealth and punished poverty. Imprisonment for debt was particularly prevalent in larger colonial cities such as Boston, Philadelphia, and New York. Early jails, when they existed, were rudimentary holding facilities. They were not designed for long-term sentences, but rather to detain individuals awaiting trial, punishment, or execution. Often built with wooden logs and iron bars, these structures were insecure, unhygienic, and sometimes even shared with animals. There were no standardized construction practices or centralized systems of management. Local communities were responsible for building and maintaining their jails, leading to a wide variance in conditions. In New England, particularly in the Puritan-dominated colonies such as Massachusetts Bay, justice was closely linked to religious doctrine. Puritans believed that maintaining a godly community required vigilance against sin and heresy. Crimes such as blasphemy, idleness, drunkenness, and Sabbath violations were prosecuted with seriousness. Punishment served both legal and spiritual purposes. In many cases, church and state were intertwined, with ministers and magistrates reinforcing the same values and goals. Punishments for moral crimes often included public whipping, branding, or being forced to wear shame-inducing garments, such as the infamous scarlet letter. Community involvement was central to law enforcement. The role of the local sheriff was crucial, not only in arresting and supervising prisoners, but also in carrying out corporal and public punishments. Sheriffs, constables, and watchmen were often unpaid or poorly compensated, and their work depended heavily on the cooperation of townspeople. For example, citizens might be called upon to assist in pursuing fugitives, guarding detainees, or administering punishments. Law enforcement was not a professional institution, but rather a communal responsibility. Punishments in colonial America were often tailored to the nature of the crime and the offender's social status. Enslaved people and indentured servants, for example, received harsher and more degrading punishments than free citizens. Whippings, mutilations, and extended indentures were common for those at the bottom of the social hierarchy. Native Americans and African Americans, whether enslaved or free, were subjected to severe punishments with little recourse. Justice was neither blind nor equal. It was a tool for maintaining social order and the prevailing power structures. Despite its harshness, colonial punishment did operate under a moral code, however narrow and exclusionary. The legal system was deeply embedded in local culture and governed by a sense of communal morality and order. Crime was seen not only as an offense against the individual, but against the community and God. Trials were typically swift and involved minimal legal formalities. Juries were composed of local men, and judges were often clergy or landowners with significant influence. In summary, the period from the early 1600s to 1776 was characterized by a penal philosophy that emphasized shame, deterrence, and public participation. The lack of formal prisons as places for punishment reflected the belief that criminals needed to be corrected in view of their peers, not hidden away. Justice was local, moralistic, and steeped in the religious and cultural values of the day. This era laid the foundation for the American penal tradition, though it bore little resemblance to the institutionalized systems that would emerge in the 19th and 20th centuries. Following the American Revolution in 1776, the newly independent United States began to reimagine many aspects of government and society, including the criminal justice system. The revolutionary spirit, infused with Enlightenment thinking, spurred a growing belief in human perfectibility, rational governance, and the possibility of moral reform. These ideals gave rise to a dramatic shift in penal philosophy, from one focused on retributive justice and public shaming to one centered on penitence, reflection, and personal transformation. This shift marked the birth of the American penitentiary. Prior to the Revolution, colonial punishment relied heavily on corporal and public methods, with few dedicated facilities for long-term incarceration. But as the new republic developed, many leaders, reformers, and intellectuals began questioning the morality and effectiveness of such punishments. Enlightenment thinkers like Cesar Beccaria and John Howard had criticized the cruelty and inefficacy of traditional punishment. Their writings spread throughout the Western world, influencing lawmakers and reformers in the United States. Beccaria's emphasis on proportionality and deterrence and Howard's concern with humane treatment found fertile ground in the post-revolutionary atmosphere. Philadelphia, one of the cultural and political centers of the new nation, became a key site of penal innovation. There, a group of Quaker reformers, guided by their religious principles and Enlightenment values, led the movement to develop more humane forms of punishment. The Quakers emphasized the possibility of redemption through introspection, silence, and repentance. They believed that isolating offenders from corrupting influences and allowing them time for personal reflection would encourage moral reform. In 1790, the Walnut Street Jail in Philadelphia was transformed into the first true penitentiary in the United States. Originally built in 1773, the jail had functioned much like other colonial-era facilities, primarily as a holding place for those awaiting trial or punishment. But under the influence of the Pennsylvania Prison Society and Quaker reformers, Walnut Street was renovated and reorganized to reflect the new ideals of penitence and rehabilitation. It featured individual cells where prisoners were isolated from one another and encouraged to engage in silent contemplation and religious study. The goal was not merely to punish but to reform the soul. This marked a revolutionary moment in American criminal justice. For the first time, incarceration itself became the punishment, rather than a temporary measure leading to corporal punishment or execution. The term penitentiary reflected the intended outcome of the institution to inspire penitence, moral awakening, and eventual reintegration into society. The architecture and routines of Walnut Street were designed to support this transformation, with strict discipline, regulated silence, and regular visits from religious and moral instructors. The Walnut Street model attracted widespread attention and became the foundation for later prison reform efforts. It influenced the construction of other facilities and sparked debates about the most effective ways to reform criminals. Notably, it set the stage for the development of two major penal systems in the following decades: the Pennsylvania system, which continued the solitary model, and the Auburn system in New York, which allowed for communal labor under strict silence. However, the early penitentiaries also faced significant challenges. Overcrowding quickly became a problem, as the number of inmates outpaced the available space. Maintaining strict isolation proved difficult, and the psychological effects of solitary confinement began to draw criticism. Despite its noble intentions, the system often fell short in practice, as limited funding, inconsistent administration, and a lack of trained personnel undermined reform efforts. Still, the period from 1776 to the 1820s represented a foundational era in American penal history. It was a time when the nation experimented with a new model of justice, grounded in ideals of personal responsibility, redemption, and moral improvement. The Quaker influence, combined with Enlightenment rationalism, laid the intellectual and institutional groundwork for the modern American prison system. Even as later developments would complicate and in some cases contradict these early ideals, the creation of the penitentiary signaled a profound transformation in how society responded to crime and criminals. In summary, the post-revolutionary era was defined by an ideological shift from punishment to reform. The transformation of the Walnut Street Jail into a penitentiary marked the beginning of incarceration as a deliberate moral intervention. This experiment, driven by Enlightenment values and Quaker beliefs, reflected the optimism and complexity of a new nation grappling with the challenge of justice in a free and rational society. During the first half of the 19th century, two competing models of incarceration emerged in the United States, both attempting to institutionalize the ideals of reform, order, and control introduced in the post-revolutionary era. These were the Pennsylvania system and the Auburn system. Though both were grounded in the belief that criminal behavior could be corrected through structured environments and moral discipline, they diverged significantly in methodology. The debate between these two systems not only defined American penal policy for decades, but also influenced prison design and penal philosophy worldwide. The Pennsylvania system, also known as the separate system, was pioneered by the Eastern State Penitentiary in Philadelphia, which opened in 1829. This model extended the principles first experimented with at the Walnut Street Jail, emphasizing complete solitary confinement. Inmates were housed in individual cells for the entirety of their sentence, where they lived, worked, ate, and reflected in isolation. The underlying belief was that solitude would prevent corruption from other inmates, encourage introspection, and lead to genuine penitence. Cells were equipped with skylights, symbolically referred to as the Eye of God, reinforcing the religious underpinnings of reform through surveillance and reflection. Silence was strictly enforced, and prisoners were denied contact with one another. Guards wore soft shoes to muffle their footsteps, and meals were delivered through small openings to minimize interaction. Even when prisoners were taken outside for exercise, they wore hoods to prevent them from seeing or being seen. The Pennsylvania system was rooted in Quaker ideology and Enlightenment rationalism, suggesting that moral and spiritual solitude could reform the criminal mind. The architecture of Eastern State reflected this belief with its radial design and centralized surveillance, allowing guards to monitor inmates from a single point. However, the Pennsylvania model faced several significant problems. The effects of prolonged solitary confinement became increasingly apparent. Prisoners suffered from mental illness, hallucinations, and extreme depression due to the total lack of human contact. Critics, including foreign observers like Charles Dickens, condemned the system as inhumane, arguing that such isolation amounted to psychological torture. Over time, these criticisms began to erode support for the model, even as it continued to influence prison construction in Europe and beyond. In contrast, the Auburn system, developed at Auburn Prison in New York in the 1820s, offered a different approach. While it also emphasized silence and discipline, it introduced the concept of congregate labor. Inmates worked together in workshops during the day, but were required to remain completely silent. At night, they were confined individually in small cells. This system aimed to instill habits of industry, obedience, and moral reform through structured labor and rigid control. Punishments for breaking silence were severe, often involving corporal discipline. The Auburn model was seen as more practical and economically beneficial. By utilizing inmate labor to produce goods for the state or for sale, prisons could offset operating costs and even generate revenue. This industrial approach made the Auburn system appealing to many state governments, especially those with limited budgets. It also aligned with broader American values of productivity and self-discipline. As a result, the Auburn model quickly spread and became the dominant prison system in the United States by the mid-19th century. The design of Auburn-style prisons typically included multi-tiered cell blocks, mess halls, and large workshops. Unlike the solitary and sprawling design of Pennsylvania facilities, Auburn prisons were more compact and built to accommodate the logistics of group labor. The architecture supported constant supervision and discipline, reinforcing the idea of the prison as a machine for moral and behavioral correction. The philosophical differences between the two systems were profound. The Pennsylvania model focused on the internal reform of the individual through silence and solitude, trusting in the power of conscience and divine oversight. The Auburn model emphasized external conformity, obedience, and the moral value of work, with reform seen as a result of discipline and habit rather than introspection. Internationally, both systems gained attention. European countries studied American prisons and adopted elements of each model. The Pennsylvania system found favor in places like Germany and Russia, where solitary confinement aligned with certain moral and disciplinary traditions. The Auburn model, meanwhile, influenced prison systems in France and the United Kingdom, particularly in its emphasis on labor and order. The rivalry between these two approaches reflected broader tensions in penal theory, between reform and deterrence, between individual reflection and social control. By the 1850s, the Auburn system had largely eclipsed the Pennsylvania model in the United States. Its economic advantages and relative manageability made it more adaptable for growing prison populations. However, the legacy of both systems endured. Elements of solitary confinement, religious instruction, and prison labor remained foundational in American corrections. The architectural and operational innovations from this period continued to shape prison construction for generations. In conclusion, the period from the 1820s to the 1850s marked a critical juncture in the evolution of American incarceration. The Pennsylvania and Auburn systems represented two distinct visions of justice and reform. Their competition drove experimentation, debate, and ultimately the creation of a uniquely American penal identity, one that would go on to influence prison systems across the world. The tension between isolation and labor, between solitude and social discipline, remains a defining feature of penal philosophy to this day. The end of the Civil War in 1865 and the ratification of the 13th Amendment marked a turning point in American history. While slavery was officially abolished, the 13th Amendment included a critical exception: involuntary servitude could still be used as punishment for a crime. This loophole would have devastating consequences in the post-war South, where former Confederate states sought new ways to maintain racial control and economic exploitation. The result was the birth of the convict leasing system, a legalized form of forced labor that disproportionately targeted newly freed black Americans, particularly men, under the guise of criminal justice. With the collapse of the slave-based economy, Southern states faced a labor crisis. Plantations, railroads, and mines needed workers, but the abolition of slavery had removed their primary source of unpaid labor. Simultaneously, Southern legislatures enacted black codes and other discriminatory laws designed to criminalize the daily lives of freedmen. Vagrancy laws became especially widespread. These laws made it a crime to be unemployed, homeless, or simply loitering. Black men, recently freed and still struggling to find jobs and housing in a hostile society, were arrested in staggering numbers for vague and minor infractions. Once arrested, these individuals were funneled into the penal system and leased out to private businesses, landowners, and corporations in need of cheap labor. This practice, known as convict leasing, allowed states to rent out prisoners to private enterprises in exchange for payment. The companies or individuals leasing the prisoners assumed responsibility for their care, but in practice, this led to widespread abuse, neglect, and death. Since the state no longer had to pay for food, shelter, or medical care, and the lessees were primarily interested in maximizing productivity, conditions for leased convicts were often worse than those under slavery. Alabama and Georgia became notorious for their extensive use of convict leasing. In Alabama, the state leased nearly its entire prison population to coal mining companies, railroads, and large plantations. The system was so profitable that prison revenues became a major source of state income. Inmates were forced to work long hours under brutal conditions with inadequate food, clothing, or medical care. Whippings and other corporal punishments were common. Many convicts died from overwork, disease, and maltreatment. The value of a leased convict was temporary and replaceable, giving lessees no incentive to ensure the well-being of those in their custody. Georgia implemented a similar system, leasing convicts to private businesses including turpentine camps, brickyards, and rail construction companies. The state profited handsomely from the arrangement while maintaining a racial caste system through its penal institutions. Throughout the South, overwhelmingly those caught up in this system were black men. Arrested under racially biased laws and subjected to sham trials with little to no legal defense, they were effectively re-enslaved by a different name. Journalists, reformers, and activists began documenting the horrors of convict leasing by the late 19th century. Reports described chain gangs, starvation, disease, torture, and death. Yet, despite the growing awareness, Southern states continued to defend the system as necessary for economic development and social order. The myth of black criminality was deliberately promoted to justify the practice, reinforcing white supremacy and institutionalizing racism within the penal system. While slavery had been based on ownership, convict leasing was based on temporary possession with no long-term interest in the person's survival or health. This distinction made the system in many ways even more deadly. Prisoners were viewed as disposable labor. The legal framework provided by the 13th Amendment's exception clause made the entire operation technically legal, and it was upheld by local courts and governments. The convict leasing system did not go unchallenged. Activists such as journalist Ida B. Wells and organizations like the National Association of Colored Women drew attention to the cruelty and injustice of the practice. Over time, public outrage began to mount. Some states began phasing out convict leasing in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, partly due to the reports of abuse and partly because of changing economic conditions. However, the core principle that the criminal justice system could be used to exploit black labor remained deeply embedded in American institutions. In summary, the period from 1865 to the 1890s saw the transformation of slavery into a new system of forced labor under the banner of justice. The birth of convict leasing allowed Southern states to rebuild their economies on the backs of incarcerated black men, whose imprisonment was often the result of racially targeted laws and biased enforcement. This system helped shape the modern American prison industrial complex and left a legacy of racial injustice that continues to influence the criminal justice system to this day. The period from the 1890s to the 1920s marked the progressive era in American history, a time of widespread social reform aimed at addressing the injustices and inefficiencies of industrialization, urbanization, and political corruption. This reformist spirit extended into the realm of criminal justice, where new ideas emerged about rehabilitation, individual reform, and the classification of offenders. The penal system began to shift away from uniform, punitive incarceration toward a more nuanced approach that emphasized education, vocational training, psychological evaluation, and the treatment of juveniles as distinct from adults. The rise of the reformatory institution became central to this transformation. One of the most influential experiments of this era was the Elmira Reformatory in New York, established in 1876 but reaching prominence in the decades that followed. Elmira was designed for young first-time male offenders between the ages of 16 and 30 and was based on the belief that criminal behavior could be corrected through structured discipline, education, and work. Zebulon Brockway, the superintendent of Elmira, was a pioneering figure in the development of what would later be called the rehabilitative model of incarceration. He implemented a program that included academic education, vocational training, military-style discipline, and moral instruction. Elmira introduced the concept of the indeterminate sentence, where the length of an inmate's incarceration was not fixed at the time of sentencing but instead depended on their behavior and apparent rehabilitation while in custody. This was a radical departure from traditional sentencing and was intended to incentivize good behavior and participation in reform programs. Inmates who demonstrated progress through education, work performance, and psychological stability could be released early on parole, a new system also taking root during this period. Parole itself became a major innovation of the progressive era. Under this system, inmates who met certain criteria could be conditionally released under the supervision of a parole officer. The goal was to support reintegration into society while maintaining oversight to prevent recidivism. Similarly, the idea of probation, allowing certain offenders to avoid prison altogether in favor of supervised freedom, gained traction as an alternative to incarceration, particularly for non-violent or first-time offenders. These tools allowed the justice system to respond more flexibly to individual cases. Another key development during this era was the classification of inmates. Recognizing that prisoners were not a homogeneous group, reformers began advocating for systems that categorized inmates by age, offense, mental health, and likelihood of rehabilitation. This allowed prisons to tailor programs to different types of offenders. For example, youthful offenders might be placed in reformatories, while older or more hardened criminals remained in traditional penitentiaries. Psychological assessments became a critical part of this classification process. Prisons began employing psychologists and social workers to evaluate inmates and determine the most effective treatment or intervention. The Progressive Era also saw the emergence of a separate juvenile justice system. Prior to the 1890s, children who committed crimes were often treated the same as adults, facing harsh punishments and incarceration in adult prisons. Reformers argued that children were fundamentally different in their capacity for change and should be treated with greater leniency and support. This led to the establishment of juvenile courts and youth detention centers focused on rehabilitation rather than punishment. Institutions for juveniles emphasized education, moral development, and structured routines aimed at preventing future delinquency. Education became a cornerstone of reformatories during this time. Inmates at Elmira and similar institutions attended classes in basic literacy, arithmetic, and even higher-level subjects depending on their aptitude. Vocational training programs taught trades such as carpentry, blacksmithing, printing, and tailoring. The goal was to equip inmates with marketable skills that would enable them to support themselves upon release. These programs reflected the broader progressive belief in the power of education and labor to uplift individuals and improve society. However, the reformatory model was not without its flaws. Over time, many reformatories became overcrowded and underfunded, and the idealistic goals of rehabilitation gave way to rigid discipline and routine. Allegations of abuse, neglect, and forced labor surfaced in some institutions. Moreover, the benefits of these reforms were often unevenly distributed. In practice, many programs were geared primarily toward white male inmates, while people of color and women received fewer opportunities and harsher treatment. Despite these limitations, the Progressive Era marked a critical evolution in the philosophy and structure of the American prison system. The introduction of parole, probation, juvenile courts, and classification systems signaled a growing recognition that punishment alone was insufficient to address the complex causes of crime. The emphasis on rehabilitation, education, and psychological insight represented a more humane and individualized approach to justice. In summary, the years from the 1890s to the 1920s witnessed the rise of the reformatory and a host of innovations that reshaped the American penal landscape. Institutions like Elmira Reformatory pioneered practices that are still central to modern corrections, such as inmate classification, educational programming, and parole. These changes reflected a broader societal commitment to progress, reform, and the belief that even those who had transgressed the law could be redeemed and reintegrated into the community. The period from the 1930s to the 1950s was a time of profound change and challenge in the United States, shaped by the economic devastation of the Great Depression, the transformations of World War II, and the complex societal shifts of the post-war era. These decades had a significant impact on the American penal system as rising crime, increasing prison populations, and shifting public attitudes led to the expansion of federal prisons, the development of maximum security facilities such as Alcatraz, and a renewed debate over the role of punishment and rehabilitation in criminal justice. The Great Depression, beginning with the stock market crash of 1929, triggered widespread unemployment, homelessness, and social instability. As economic hardship deepened, crime rates rose, particularly property crimes and offenses driven by poverty. The strain on local and state penal institutions became increasingly visible as jails and prisons filled beyond capacity. Governments at all levels struggled to maintain control, prompting calls for a more coordinated national response to criminal justice. During this period, the federal government took a more active role in prison development. In 1930, Congress established the Federal Bureau of Prisons under the Department of Justice. This move centralized oversight and administration of federal correctional facilities, aiming to standardize conditions, improve efficiency, and ensure greater professionalism in prison management. The BOP's creation marked a shift from the fragmented state-based approach to a more unified national system. One of the most iconic developments of this era was the opening of Alcatraz Federal Penitentiary in 1934. Located on an island in San Francisco Bay, Alcatraz was designed to hold the most dangerous and incorrigible offenders, those deemed too disruptive or violent for other institutions. Its isolated location and heavily fortified design made escape virtually impossible. Alcatraz quickly became synonymous with maximum security and strict control. Inmates included notorious criminals such as Al Capone, George "Machine Gun" Kelly, and Robert Stroud, the so-called Birdman of Alcatraz. Alcatraz represented a new model of incarceration, one that emphasized total security, strict discipline, and minimal privileges. Inmates were subjected to a highly regimented daily routine, with little opportunity for recreation or education. The prison operated on a system of silence, with limited communication allowed between inmates. While some basic vocational programs were available, Alcatraz was not oriented toward rehabilitation. It was designed as a deterrent and a last resort facility for the most unmanageable prisoners in the federal system. The broader prison system also expanded significantly during the 1930s and 1940s. The federal government constructed new facilities across the country to address overcrowding and accommodate the growing inmate population. Prisons such as Lewisburg in Pennsylvania, Terre Haute in Indiana, and Atlanta Federal Penitentiary became central hubs in the federal correctional network. These institutions varied in security level and approach, with some maintaining limited rehabilitative programs, while others followed the punitive model exemplified by Alcatraz. Public attitudes during this period began to shift as well. The economic and social crises of the Great Depression hardened views toward crime, with many Americans supporting tougher sentencing and harsher prison conditions. The rise of organized crime during Prohibition and the media's sensational coverage of gangsters further fueled public fear and a demand for law and order. In this context, rehabilitation lost ground to punishment as the dominant goal of incarceration. Prisons were increasingly viewed as necessary tools for containment rather than transformation. However, World War II introduced new dynamics into the penal system. The draft and wartime employment reduced the prison population temporarily, as many young men either joined the military or found jobs in wartime industries. In some cases, prisoners were used for war-related labor, and certain facilities introduced programs aimed at vocational training to prepare inmates for post-war reintegration. Yet these efforts were uneven and often secondary to the primary goal of maintaining discipline and control. In the post-war years of the late 1940s and early 1950s, the prison population began to rise again. Economic recovery and the return of soldiers brought new challenges, including rising rates of juvenile delinquency and urban crime. The cultural mood of the Cold War era, with its emphasis on conformity, authority, and internal security, reinforced punitive attitudes toward offenders. Rehabilitation programs remained limited, and many prisons operated under outdated and overcrowded conditions. Despite this punitive tilt, some reform efforts persisted. Criminologists, social workers, and a small number of progressive administrators continued to advocate for individualized treatment, education, and classification systems within the prison environment. Psychiatric evaluations and psychological services became more common, though their quality and reach varied greatly. The debate between punishment and rehabilitation continued, setting the stage for the more dramatic changes of the 1960s and beyond. In conclusion, the era from the 1930s to the 1950s witnessed the rise of federal control over the prison system, the expansion of incarceration in response to economic and social instability, and the development of maximum security institutions like Alcatraz. While some reform initiatives remained in play, the dominant trend was towards security, order, and retribution. These decades solidified the foundations of modern American corrections and reflected the nation's evolving views on crime, punishment, and the role of the state in managing both. The 1960s and 1970s were a time of sweeping social change in the United States, marked by the civil rights movement, anti-war protests, and a broader awakening to systemic injustices. These transformative decades also ignited a revolution within the prison system, as society outside began challenging entrenched power structures and demanding equal rights. The same momentum carried into American prisons. Behind bars, incarcerated individuals began organizing, speaking out, and fighting for their humanity. This period saw the eruption of prison riots, the rise of the prisoners' rights movement, and landmark legal rulings that would redefine the standards of incarceration in the United States. One of the most defining events of this era was the Attica prison uprising in 1971. Located in upstate New York, Attica Correctional Facility was home to over 2,000 inmates, many of whom were Black and Latino men serving long sentences under harsh conditions. Overcrowding, poor sanitation, brutal disciplinary practices, and a lack of basic medical care and educational opportunities had created a climate of deep frustration and despair. On September 9, 1971, that tension exploded. Approximately 1,300 inmates took control of a section of the prison, taking 42 staff members hostage. The inmates issued a manifesto demanding better living conditions, fair visitation policies, adequate medical care, and political rights. Their demands were not anarchic but focused, articulate, and grounded in a vision of dignity and reform. For 4 days, negotiations between inmates and state officials played out under intense public scrutiny. Observers, including civil rights attorneys and journalists, entered the prison to witness the discussions. However, negotiations ultimately failed. On September 13th, New York Governor Nelson Rockefeller ordered a military-style assault on the prison. State police and correctional officers stormed the facility, firing hundreds of rounds of ammunition into the yard. The operation left 43 people dead, including 10 hostages. The violence shocked the nation and highlighted the desperation of inmates and the brutal response of the state. Attica was not an isolated incident. The 1960s and 1970s saw a wave of prison uprisings and riots across the country. At San Quentin State Prison in California, a series of violent events between 1968 and 1971 drew national attention. George Jackson, a member of the Black Panther Party and co-founder of the prison revolutionary group the Black Guerrilla Family, became a powerful symbol of resistance behind bars. Jackson's writings, including his book Soledad Brother, articulated the intersection of race, class, and incarceration. His death in 1971, during an alleged escape attempt, sparked further unrest and galvanized support for prisoners' rights. These prison uprisings were directly influenced by the broader civil rights movement and the concurrent rise of Black Power, Chicano activism, and other liberation struggles. Activists inside and outside of prison began to draw attention to the systemic racism, violence, and inhumane treatment that characterized the U.S. prison system. The concept of prisoners as rights-bearing citizens gained traction, challenging the long-held legal doctrine known as the hands-off policy, which held that courts should not interfere with prison administration. That doctrine began to erode in the late 1960s and early 1970s, as federal courts increasingly recognized that inmates did not lose all constitutional protections when incarcerated. One landmark case was Cooper v. Pate, 1964, in which the Supreme Court ruled that prisoners could sue state officials in federal court over civil rights violations. This decision opened the door for a wave of litigation aimed at reforming prison conditions. Another major ruling came in the form of Holt v. Sava, 1970, a case that declared the entire Arkansas prison system unconstitutional due to its abusive and degrading conditions. Similarly, in the case of Procunier v. Martinez, 1974, the Supreme Court ruled that prison officials could not arbitrarily censor inmates' mail, affirming the importance of First Amendment rights behind bars. These legal decisions set new standards for how prisons must operate, ensuring that certain basic rights, such as access to the courts, freedom of religion, and freedom from cruel and unusual punishment, must be respected even in incarceration. The prisoners' rights movement also gave rise to organized advocacy, both inside and outside prison walls. Groups such as the Prisoners' Union, the National Lawyers Guild, and the American Civil Liberties Union worked to support inmates' legal claims, document abuses, and press for broader systemic changes. Activists published newsletters, organized teach-ins, and formed coalitions with civil rights and anti-war movements. Prisoners began filing lawsuits in unprecedented numbers, challenging everything from overcrowding and medical neglect to censorship and racial discrimination. Education programs, legal libraries, and inmate councils became more common in some facilities, in response to both litigation and organizing. While progress varied widely from state to state, the overall effect was a dramatic shift in how prisons were viewed and managed. Correctional officers and administrators were forced to recognize that prisoners had rights, and that the unchecked authority of prison systems was no longer beyond legal scrutiny. Despite these gains, the backlash was fierce. As prison activism increased, so too did surveillance, punishment, and political repression. Notable figures like Angela Davis, who supported incarcerated activists and challenged the prison industrial complex, faced intense government scrutiny. Solitary confinement was increasingly used to isolate outspoken prisoners. Still, the legacy of this era was enduring. The legal frameworks and public consciousness established during the prisoners' rights movement laid the foundation for future reforms and ongoing struggles for justice within the carceral system. In summary, the 1960s and 1970s were a revolutionary period in American prison history. Fueled by the civil rights movement and broader calls for justice, incarcerated individuals organized, resisted, and demanded recognition of their basic human rights. From the tragic events at Attica to the landmark court rulings that reshaped prison law, this era marked a turning point. The prisoners' rights movement fundamentally altered the legal landscape and gave voice to those society had long sought to silence. The struggle for dignity, fairness, and reform behind bars remains deeply connected to the courageous activism born during this pivotal time. The 1980s and 1990s marked a seismic shift in the landscape of American criminal justice. This period witnessed an unprecedented explosion in the U.S. prison population, driven by a combination of aggressive federal and state policies, sweeping legislative changes, and a public discourse fueled by fear, sensationalism, and racial bias. At the center of this transformation was the so-called War on Drugs, a set of government initiatives that redefined drug use as not only a public health issue but as a criminal epidemic warranting extraordinary punitive measures. The consequences of this approach reshaped American society and continue to reverberate in the modern era. The war on drugs was officially declared by President Richard Nixon in 1971, but it took on a new urgency and scale during the administration of President Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Reagan expanded federal drug enforcement budgets dramatically and introduced a more militarized approach to policing. The Anti-Drug Abuse Act of 1986 became a cornerstone of this era, establishing mandatory minimum sentencing laws that severely punished even low-level drug offenses. The legislation included a controversial sentencing disparity between crack and powder cocaine. Possession of just 5 grams of crack cocaine triggered the same 5-year mandatory minimum sentence as 500 grams of powder cocaine. This 100-to-1 sentencing disparity had a profoundly racialized impact. Crack cocaine was more prevalent in economically disadvantaged urban neighborhoods, which were disproportionately black and Latino, while powder cocaine was more commonly associated with wealthier, predominantly white users. As a result, black Americans, particularly young men, were incarcerated at dramatically higher rates than their white counterparts for similar or lesser offenses. The crack epidemic, framed by media as a national crisis, reinforced racial stereotypes and fueled support for harsh sentencing laws. Television and newspapers in the 1980s were filled with alarming stories of crack babies, drug-fueled violence, and inner-city decay. Politicians capitalized on this fear, promising to be tough on crime and pushing legislation that expanded the carceral state. The media's portrayal of drug users as dangerous and morally deficient contributed to a climate where rehabilitation and treatment were largely sidelined in favor of punishment and control. Public support for mass incarceration grew, even as evidence of its long-term ineffectiveness mounted. The 1990s saw a continuation and intensification of these policies. Under President George H.W. Bush and later President Bill Clinton, the federal government implemented the 1994 Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act. This sweeping legislation allocated billions of dollars for new prison construction, provided funding for 100,000 additional police officers, and introduced the federal 3 strikes law. Under this law, individuals convicted of a third felony offense, regardless of its severity, could receive life sentences. States adopted similar laws, contributing to longer sentences and swelling prison populations. By the end of the 1990s, the United States had the highest incarceration rate in the world. The number of people in prisons and jails more than quadrupled from the late 1970s to the early 2000s, rising from roughly 500,000 to over 2 million. Drug offenses were a primary driver of this increase. In federal prisons alone, drug convictions accounted for more than half of all inmates by the mid-1990s. The impact of these policies on communities of color was catastrophic. Entire generations of black and Latino men were removed from their communities, often for non-violent drug offenses. Families were torn apart, economic mobility was hindered, and the long-term social costs were immense. The collateral consequences of incarceration, including barriers to employment, housing, education, and voting, further entrenched cycles of poverty and marginalization. At the same time, the prison industrial complex began to take shape. Private prison companies like Corrections Corporation of America and GU Group emerged and expanded, profiting from the incarceration boom. These companies lobbied for tougher laws and longer sentences, creating a financial incentive to keep prison beds full. States increasingly turned to private facilities to manage their growing prison populations, raising ethical and legal concerns about the commodification of human confinement. Within prisons, the punitive philosophy of the war on drugs era meant fewer opportunities for education, rehabilitation, or reintegration. Many inmates served long sentences under rigid conditions with limited access to mental health care, substance abuse treatment, or vocational training. The criminal justice system became less about addressing root causes of behavior and more about containment and punishment. Despite growing criticism from criminologists, civil rights organizations, and some lawmakers, the punitive momentum of the 1980s and 1990s proved difficult to reverse. The political cost of appearing soft on crime discouraged many from advocating reform. However, grassroots movements, investigative journalism, and academic research began to shed light on the racial and social injustices embedded in the system. In summary, the war on drugs and the policies of the 1980s and 1990s fundamentally altered the American prison system. Mandatory minimums, three strikes laws, and the militarization of policing fueled a dramatic rise in incarceration, disproportionately affecting communities of color and deepening social inequalities. This era laid the groundwork for mass incarceration as we know it today, creating systemic challenges that continue to shape debates over criminal justice reform, racial equity, and public safety. From the 1990s through the 2010s, the American prison system underwent a transformation that was not only political and punitive, but increasingly commercial. This period saw the rapid rise of private for-profit prison corporations such as CoreCivic, formerly known as Corrections Corporation of America, and GEO Group. These companies played a central role in the development of what came to be known as the prison industrial complex, a term describing the intersection of government, industry, and incarceration. This era marked a deep entanglement of economic incentives and incarceration policy, where decisions about justice were increasingly influenced by profit motives and private interests. The origins of private prisons can be traced to the explosion in incarceration during the 1980s and 1990s, largely driven by the war on drugs and tough-on-crime legislation. State and federal prison systems became overwhelmed with the sheer volume of inmates. To alleviate overcrowding and reduce costs, governments began contracting with private companies to build and operate prisons. In 1984, the first modern private prison contract was signed in Tennessee with Corrections Corporation of America, signaling a new era in American corrections. By the early 2000s, private prison companies were operating dozens of facilities across the United States. These companies promised efficiency, cost savings, and the ability to expand capacity quickly. However, critics argued that privatization introduced perverse incentives into the justice system. The profitability of private prisons depended on maintaining high incarceration rates. This led to allegations that private prison companies were not merely passive recipients of government contracts, but active participants in shaping public policy to ensure a steady flow of inmates. One of the most controversial aspects of the private prison boom was lobbying. CoreCivic and GEO Group spent millions of dollars lobbying state and federal lawmakers, often advocating for policies that would lead to longer sentences, harsher immigration enforcement, and expanded use of detention facilities. These companies also contributed to political campaigns, forming relationships with legislators who had the power to influence incarceration policy. This raised serious concerns about conflicts of interest and the ethical implications of profiting from human confinement. Another major issue was the use of contractual inmate quotas. Many private prison contracts included provisions requiring that a certain percentage of prison beds remain filled, often between 80 and 100%. If the state failed to meet this quota, it would still be obligated to pay the company for the unused capacity. This created a powerful financial disincentive to reduce prison populations, even in the face of declining crime rates or shifts in public opinion. In some states, these quotas effectively tied the hands of policymakers and limited the potential for meaningful reform. The impact of private prisons was disproportionately felt in marginalized communities, particularly among Black, Latino, and indigenous populations. These communities, already heavily targeted by aggressive policing and sentencing practices, became the primary sources of labor and revenue for the prison industrial complex. The expansion of immigration detention during this period further contributed to the profitability of private prison companies. GEO Group and CoreCivic operated multiple immigration and customs enforcement (IC) detention centers, where thousands of undocumented immigrants were held under harsh conditions. Inside private prisons, reports of inadequate medical care, understaffing, violence, and poor living conditions were common. Unlike publicly run facilities, private prisons were not subject to the same level of transparency and oversight, making it difficult to hold them accountable. Investigations revealed numerous instances of cost-cutting measures that compromised safety and dignity. Guards were often underpaid and undertrained, and turnover rates were high, leading to instability and abuse. Despite these issues, private prisons continued to flourish during the 1990s and 2000s. Their influence extended beyond the walls of correctional facilities and into the very architecture of criminal justice. The prison industrial complex came to encompass not only private prison operators, but also a vast network of contractors supplying food, medical care, transportation, surveillance technology, and telecommunications. Companies profited from every stage of the incarceration process, from arrest to release. However, by 2010, growing public awareness and activism began to challenge the legitimacy of private prisons. Investigative journalism, academic studies, and advocacy campaigns exposed the human and social costs of profit-driven incarceration. Movements such as Black Lives Matter brought attention to the racialized impacts of mass incarceration and the complicity of private interests in perpetuating systemic inequality. Calls to end for-profit incarceration gained momentum. In 2016, the Department of Justice under the Obama administration announced plans to phase out the use of private prisons for federal inmates, citing concerns about safety, effectiveness, and cost. However, this policy was quickly reversed under the Trump administration, which expanded contracts with private prison companies, particularly in the realm of immigration enforcement. The private prison debate became a political flashpoint, reflecting broader tensions over the role of government, corporate power, and racial justice. Although private prisons house a minority of the total incarcerated population in the United States, roughly 8%, they wield outsized influence. Their existence reinforces a model of incarceration that is driven not by necessity or justice, but by market forces and shareholder interests. The prison industrial complex is sustained by policies and practices that prioritize profits over people, entrenching mass incarceration as a structural feature of American society. In conclusion, the rise of private prisons from the 1990s to the 2010s represents one of the most consequential and controversial developments in modern American criminal justice. Corporations like CoreCivic and GEO Group transformed incarceration into a business, shaping policy and practice in ways that prioritized profit at the expense of justice. As the debate over criminal justice reform continues, the legacy of for-profit prisons remains a critical issue, raising fundamental questions about the role of money, power, and morality in the administration of punishment. From the 2010s to the present, the American prison system has entered a new era shaped by growing awareness of the failures of mass incarceration, energized reform movements, and shifting public opinion. While the legacy of decades of punitive policies remains deeply entrenched, this period has witnessed an unprecedented push toward decarceration, sentencing reform, and alternative approaches to justice. These modern reform efforts reflect a complex landscape of bipartisan collaboration, grassroots activism, technological innovation, and intense debate over the future of criminal justice in the United States. One of the most significant developments of the 2010s was the growing consensus across ideological lines that the American criminal justice system was broken. With over 2 million people behind bars and countless more under probation or parole supervision, the United States continued to have the highest incarceration rate in the world. The fiscal, social, and human costs of mass incarceration became undeniable. Policymakers from both conservative and liberal backgrounds began to acknowledge that the system was unsustainable and unjust. This bipartisan momentum led to key legislative victories. In 2018, the First Step Act was signed into law under the Trump administration, marking one of the most substantial federal prison reform bills in decades. The act reduced mandatory minimum sentences for certain nonviolent drug offenses, expanded rehabilitation programs, and provided mechanisms for early release based on good behavior. Though limited in scope, it represented a meaningful step toward a more humane and rational sentencing framework. At the state level, many legislatures passed reforms aimed at reducing incarceration rates, particularly for low-level and non-violent offenses. Changes included eliminating cash bail for certain charges, raising the threshold for felony theft, and implementing diversion programs for people with mental illness or substance use disorders. States such as California, New Jersey, and New York led the way, experimenting with alternatives to incarceration, such as restorative justice initiatives and community-based support systems. Restorative justice gained increasing attention during this period as a transformative approach focused on healing rather than punishment. Rooted in indigenous traditions and widely practiced in countries like New Zealand and Canada, restorative justice seeks to bring victims, offenders, and community members together in structured dialogues. These conversations aim to address the harm caused by crime, promote accountability, and support reintegration. Pilot programs in schools, juvenile justice systems, and even adult courts demonstrated promising outcomes in reducing recidivism and increasing satisfaction among participants. Alongside these developments, the prison abolition movement gained traction. Advocates for abolition argue that the carceral system is inherently oppressive and cannot be reformed. Instead of investing in prisons, they call for investments in education, housing, healthcare, and other social services that address the root causes of crime. The slogan "Defund the Police" became a rallying cry for reallocating public resources away from punitive institutions and toward community well-being. While abolition remains a controversial and often misunderstood position, it has influenced mainstream reform discussions and pushed the boundaries of what is politically imaginable. Technological change also reshaped the carceral landscape. Electronic monitoring, predictive policing algorithms, and digital surveillance tools became more prevalent, raising concerns about a shift from mass incarceration to mass supervision. While some viewed these technologies as alternatives to incarceration, others warned of expanding state control and creating a digital prison. The ethics of using artificial intelligence in bail decisions, sentencing, and parole risk assessment sparked widespread debate, especially regarding bias and transparency. The COVID-19 pandemic further exposed the vulnerabilities and injustices of the prison system. Overcrowded and unsanitary conditions led to devastating outbreaks behind bars. Calls to release medically vulnerable inmates, reduce jail populations, and halt arrests for minor offenses gained momentum during the crisis. Some jurisdictions responded with temporary decarceration measures, which demonstrated that significant reductions in incarceration could be achieved without compromising public safety. However, many of these reforms proved short-lived. Grassroots movements and public protests played a central role in keeping criminal justice reform on the national agenda. The 2020 murder of George Floyd by a Minneapolis police officer sparked global demonstrations and renewed scrutiny of systemic racism in policing and incarceration. Activists, scholars, and affected communities demanded sweeping changes, from police accountability to prison closure. These demands were rooted in decades of organizing by groups such as Critical Resistance, Black and Pink, Just Leadership USA, and others that centered the voices of formerly incarcerated people. Education, media, and storytelling also contributed to changing perceptions of incarceration. Documentaries like 13th, The Sentence, and Time brought the human impact of incarceration to broader audiences. Books, podcasts, and social media platforms provided spaces for people with lived experience to share their stories, challenge stereotypes, and advocate for systemic change. The cultural shift toward empathy and understanding played a key role in building support for reform. Despite these advances, significant challenges remain. Many reforms have stalled or been rolled back in the face of political backlash and public anxiety about crime. In some areas, crime rates rose slightly after the pandemic, leading to renewed calls for tough-on-crime policies. The influence of police unions, prosecutorial discretion, and the private sector continues to complicate reform efforts. Additionally, racial disparities in incarceration, sentencing, and police encounters persist across the country. Looking forward, the future of American prisons is uncertain but contested. Advocates continue to push for bold changes, including closing large prison facilities, abolishing life without parole sentences, and guaranteeing rights and dignity for all incarcerated people. The expansion of harm reduction strategies, community-based alternatives, and trauma-informed care represents a growing paradigm shift in how society addresses harm and accountability. Policymakers, communities, and formerly incarcerated individuals are increasingly working together to envision a justice system rooted in equity, safety, and restoration. In conclusion, the period from the 2010s to the present represents a pivotal chapter in the ongoing struggle to transform the American prison system. Amid continued challenges, a diverse array of reform and abolition movements has opened new possibilities for justice and freedom. Whether these efforts lead to lasting structural change depends on the collective will to confront the deep inequalities at the heart of the carceral state, and to imagine new pathways toward a more just and compassionate society. Long before the name Silk Road was ever spoken, the impulse to trade across vast distances was already embedded in human societies. The earliest origins of what would become the Silk Road can be traced to around the 2nd century BCE, during the reign of the Han Dynasty in China. This period marked a time of consolidation, expansion, and growing curiosity about the lands beyond China's western frontiers. Emperor Wu of Han, who reigned from 141 to 87 BCE, was a vigorous and ambitious ruler determined to secure and expand his empire. One of his most consequential decisions was to send a diplomatic envoy to the west. In 138 BCE, he commissioned a young official named Zhang Quan to travel westward in search of allies against the Xiongnu, a confederation of nomadic tribes who had long been a thorn in China's northern and western borders. Zhang Quan's journey would take him far beyond his original mission. Captured by the Xiongnu early in his expedition, he was held for over a decade before escaping and continuing westward. He eventually reached the land of the Daywan in the Fergana Valley, modern-day Uzbekistan. There he encountered a sophisticated culture with Greek influences, likely the remnants of Alexander the Great's campaigns. Zhang Quan also traveled through regions such as Bactria and Sogdiana, where he found bustling cities and thriving local trade networks. When he finally returned to China, more than 13 years after his departure, his reports astonished the Han court. He spoke of large, powerful states, advanced agriculture, and most importantly, horses, specifically the tall, strong Fergana horses, which were vastly superior to those used in China at the time. Emperor Wu, deeply impressed, initiated a series of campaigns and trade missions to secure access to these horses, which came to be called the heavenly horses by the Chinese. These horses were not just valued for military purposes, they were a symbol of power and prestige, and obtaining them became a strategic priority. In return, China began exporting one of its most prized possessions, silk. Chinese silk had been produced for millennia, but only during the Han period did it begin to circulate widely beyond China's borders. This was possible thanks to the expanding network of roads, garrisons, and outposts established by the Han military. Silk became a form of currency and diplomacy, gifted to foreign leaders and used to establish influence. The trade did not move in a straight line. Instead, goods passed from one merchant to another, moving through a chain of middlemen across Central Asia. In time, these fragmented exchanges formed a continuous trade network stretching from China to the Mediterranean. The early Silk Road thus took shape, not as a formal route, but as a series of overlapping trade paths, both overland and along rivers, that gradually became more organized and interlinked. The regions between China and the West, such as the Tarim Basin, the Pamir Mountains, and the Iranian Plateau, were inhabited by diverse peoples, each playing a role in facilitating trade. Among these, the Sogdians emerged as particularly influential middlemen. Their caravans and language dominated Central Asian trade for centuries. The goods exchanged were not limited to silk and horses. Early trade included jade from Khotan, furs and hides from nomadic peoples, spices from India, glassware from the West, and precious metals. Yet silk remained the most iconic product. Lightweight, easy to transport, and immensely valuable, it became the commodity that defined the route. It was so closely associated with China that to the Romans, the mysterious people from the East were simply called the Ceres, or the Silk people. Roman elites came to treasure silk as a status symbol, though the exact origins of the fabric were cloaked in mystery. By the 1st century CE, trade across Eurasia had become increasingly structured. The Han dynasty's control of the Hexi Corridor and the establishment of protectorates in Central Asia secured the eastern sections of the Silk Road. At the same time, the Parthian Empire, situated between China and the Roman world, served as a powerful intermediary. The Parthians controlled key routes through Iran and Mesopotamia and grew wealthy from their role as middlemen. Diplomatic missions continued to play an essential role in this early phase. Envoys, traders, and emissaries not only exchanged goods but also relayed knowledge, technology, and customs. Zhang Quan's original journey had opened the door to a broader world, and each subsequent mission pushed that door wider. Religious ideas also began to move along these early paths. Buddhism, which originated in India in the 6th century BCE, found its way into Central Asia and eventually into China. The earliest Buddhist missionaries and texts arrived along these trade routes, setting the stage for the religion's deep influence in East Asia. Thus, by 100 CE, what had started as a diplomatic gamble had grown into an expansive network that was changing the cultural and economic landscape of Eurasia. The Silk Road had become more than a trade route. It was a lifeline connecting empires, a platform for exchange, and a symbol of the human drive to explore, connect, and understand the wider world. As the Silk Road expanded in the first 3 centuries of the Common Era, one of the most influential forces shaping its development was the growing appetite of the Roman Empire for Chinese silk. Though the two great empires of the ancient world, the Han dynasty in the east and the Roman Empire in the west, never established formal diplomatic relations, they became indirectly connected through a complex web of trade facilitated by intermediary states. The fascination with silk in Rome was both immediate and enduring. The delicate, shimmering fabric was unlike anything produced in the Roman world. Initially arriving through Eastern markets, it quickly became a luxury item reserved for the wealthiest citizens. Roman historians and moralists like Seneca and Pliny the Elder commented on the popularity of silk among Roman elites, often with disapproval. They saw the transparent and flowing material as decadent, even immoral, yet demand only grew. By the 1st century CE, Chinese silk had become one of the most prized commodities in Roman markets. The silk itself traveled across Central Asia through a network of merchants that included Parthians, Kushans, and Sogdians. These intermediaries kept the true origin of silk a closely guarded secret. To Roman buyers, the exact source of silk remained shrouded in mystery, and the producers of the fabric were known vaguely as the Seris, meaning the silk people. The Parthian Empire, which controlled the Iranian plateau, played a critical role in facilitating this trade. As a rival to both Rome and China, the Parthians carefully managed their position as intermediaries, often preventing direct contact between Roman and Chinese merchants. They benefited greatly by taxing goods and profiting from the markup at every stage of the journey. Beyond the Parthians, the Kushan Empire emerged as another vital link in the chain, occupying a vast territory that included parts of modern-day Afghanistan, Pakistan, and northern India. The Kushans bridged trade between Central Asia, South Asia, and China. They were instrumental in the spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road, but they also helped move Roman goods eastward and Chinese goods westward. Archaeological evidence reveals just how interconnected these regions had become. Roman coins have been discovered as far east as Vietnam and southern China, while Chinese silks have been found in Roman tombs and desert trade posts. The flow of goods was far from one-sided. While China exported silk, porcelain, and lacquerware, Roman exports included glassware, wine, metal goods, and artworks. Glass in particular became highly valued in China, as the Chinese had not yet mastered the art of making clear, high-quality glass. Roman amphorae and fine metalwork also appeared along trade routes in Central Asia, often found in the graves of local elites who prized them as exotic treasures. Despite the high demand for silk, the Roman Senate occasionally expressed concern over the trade imbalance. The Roman historian Pliny the Elder lamented that Rome was spending vast sums of gold to import silk, weakening the empire's economy. Yet the trade continued unabated, as merchants and elites saw too much value in the luxuries coming from the east. This era also saw the rise of maritime trade routes that complemented the overland Silk Road. Roman and Indian ships traveled across the Arabian Sea, connecting ports on the Red Sea and Persian Gulf to those along the western coast of India. From there, goods would travel inland toward Central Asia or continue overland toward China. These sea routes were often faster and safer than the long, perilous desert crossings. Ports such as Barighaza and Muziris in India became important hubs in this transcontinental exchange. Trade between Rome and the East was not limited to goods. Artistic and cultural influences also made the journey. Hellenistic art, inherited from the conquests of Alexander the Great, mixed with Buddhist iconography in Central Asia, producing the Greco-Buddhist art of Gandhara. This fusion of Greek realism and Indian spirituality is a testament to the cultural melting pot that the Silk Road had become. Meanwhile, Chinese sources record embassies from the West, including an alleged Roman mission that reached the Chinese court in 166 CE during the reign of Emperor Huan of Han. The envoys claimed to represent Andun, which Chinese historians interpreted as Marcus Aurelius Antoninus, the Roman emperor at the time. While scholars debate the authenticity of this embassy, the very mention in Chinese chronicles suggests a growing awareness of Rome's existence, even if direct relations were limited. The 2nd and 3rd centuries CE marked a peak in East-West trade, with stable governments in Rome, Parthia, Kushan and Han, China ensuring relative security along trade routes. However, this golden age would not last indefinitely. By the end of the 3rd century, political instability, economic strain, and invasions began to undermine the stability of the major empires. Yet during this brief period, the Silk Road had grown into a powerful artery of commerce and culture, linking the farthest corners of the known world. The Roman connection to the Silk Road did more than introduce silk to the West. It fostered a centuries-long fascination with the East that would inspire future explorers, merchants, and conquerors. It revealed the possibilities of long-distance trade and demonstrated how distant civilizations, even without direct contact, could become interdependent through networks of exchange. The trade in silk, gold, glass, and ideas during this era laid the groundwork for a globalized world centuries before the term existed. Between the 4th and 8th centuries CE, the heart of the Silk Road was not ruled by empires, but by a remarkable group of merchants who became the lifeblood of intercontinental trade. These were the Sogdians, an Iranian-speaking people from the region of Sogdiana, centered around the cities of Samarkand and Bukhara, in what is now modern-day Uzbekistan. Though they never built an empire of their own, the Sogdians exerted tremendous influence by dominating the commercial networks that stretched from the Chinese court to the markets of Byzantium and Persia. As the Han dynasty had long since fallen and the Roman Empire had fractured, the Silk Road became increasingly fragmented. Into this gap stepped the Sogdians, skilled in language, negotiation, and cross-cultural exchange. Unlike many of the larger political powers of the time, the Sogdians were not interested in conquest. Instead, their strength lay in commerce, and they became indispensable middlemen, linking East and West. They operated caravans that traversed the daunting deserts of Central Asia, established trading colonies in distant cities, and acted as translators and cultural mediators in an era of shifting alliances and diverse beliefs. By the 5th century, their influence was widespread, with Sogdian trading communities established as far east as Chang'an, the capital of China. The Sogdians were not merely traders of silk. They dealt in a wide range of goods, including spices, gemstones, textiles, silverware, paper, and glass. Their caravans moved these items through some of the harshest terrain in the world, from the Iranian plateau to the Tarim Basin. These routes were perilous and slow, often requiring months of travel, but the rewards were great. Sogdian merchants became renowned for their reliability and neutrality, trusted by rulers from Persia to China. The Sogdians' unique value came in part from their cultural adaptability. They were multilingual, speaking Sogdian, Persian, Chinese, and other Central Asian languages. This allowed them to act as interpreters and negotiators, smoothing the flow of trade across language and cultural barriers. Their inscriptions, letters, and contracts found in places like Dunhuang and Turfan show a high level of sophistication in commercial dealings. Religion was another domain where the Sogdians played a significant role. As they moved between empires, they became agents of cultural and religious exchange. Zoroastrianism, the ancient Persian faith, centered on the duality of good and evil and the worship of Ahura Mazda, was widespread among the Sogdians. Many of their inscriptions and burials reflect this belief system, including fire altars and depictions of Zoroastrian symbols. However, the Sogdians were also instrumental in spreading other religions along the Silk Road. Buddhism, which had already begun to penetrate China via Indian and Central Asian monks, found new vigor through Sogdian traders who supported monasteries and translated texts. Nestorian Christianity, a branch of the early church considered heretical by the Byzantine Empire, also traveled along Sogdian trade routes. Christian communities were established in Central Asia and even reached the Tang court in China, where a Nestorian stele erected in 781 CE records the faith's early presence. This period also coincided with the rise of the Tang dynasty in China, which ruled from the 7th to the early 10th century. The Tang court was cosmopolitan and open to foreign cultures, allowing Sogdian traders to flourish. In Chang'an, Sogdian merchants established permanent communities and became deeply embedded in the urban fabric of the capital. They introduced music, dance, cuisine, and fashion influences that left a lasting impact on Chinese high culture. Chinese art and literature from the Tang period often depict Central Asian figures, including Sogdians in courtly scenes. The Sogdians' presence was so prominent that their names and professions appear in Chinese documents, and their distinctive dress and hairstyles are immortalized in sculpture and mural art. The strength of the Sogdian network lay in its flexibility. Rather than relying on a single path or empire, they moved along multiple routes, adapting to changing political conditions. When warfare or instability blocked one passage, they shifted to another. Their knowledge of terrain, local customs, and political dynamics allowed them to navigate a constantly changing geopolitical landscape. Sogdian letters discovered near Dunhuang, known as the Ancient Letters, offer rare first-hand insights into their lives. One letter, written around 313 CE, describes the suffering of a merchant whose caravan was caught in the turmoil following the fall of the Western Jin dynasty in China. These letters are not only historical documents, but also personal reflections of the perils and ambitions of Silk Road traders. Despite their adaptability, the Sogdians' influence began to wane by the end of the 8th century. The An Lushan Rebellion, which broke out in 755 CE, severely disrupted Tang China and resulted in widespread anti-foreigner sentiment. Sogdian communities in Chinese cities faced persecution, and their trade networks were weakened. Meanwhile, the rise of Islamic powers in Central Asia, particularly the Abbasid Caliphate, began to reshape the religious and political landscape. The spread of Islam eventually displaced older religions such as Zoroastrianism and marginalized communities like the Sogdians. Yet their legacy endured. For centuries, the Sogdians had built bridges across cultures, economies, and beliefs. Their role as merchant masters of the Silk Road created a foundation for sustained Eurasian exchange. They had connected the worlds of China, Persia, and Byzantium, not through conquest, but through cooperation and commerce. Their story is a testament to the power of cultural fluency, entrepreneurial spirit, and the human drive to connect across boundaries. Even today, their names, letters, and images survive in the art, archives, and ruins scattered along the old Silk Road, reminding us of a time when traders from Central Asia carried not only goods, but the lifeblood of civilizations across continents. From the 2nd to the 10th century CE, The Silk Road was not only a conduit for goods and merchants, but also a vast spiritual highway, one of the most important arteries for the spread of Buddhism across Asia. Originating in India, Buddhism traveled northward through the mountainous passes into Central Asia and beyond into China, carried not by armies or kings, but by pilgrims, monks and merchants who believed in the power of the Dharma. As traders moved along the caravan routes, so too did sacred texts, ritual objects, images of the Buddha, and relics. These spiritual travelers helped transform the Silk Road into a landscape of devotion, meditation and cultural fusion, leaving behind a trail of sacred sites that still inspire awe today. The spread of Buddhism along the Silk Road began in earnest during the Kushan Empire, which bridged India and Central Asia. The Kushans were great patrons of Buddhism, and their support helped the religion take root in regions like Bactria, Sogdiana, and the Tarim Basin. From there, Buddhist ideas and practices spread eastward into China. This process was not instantaneous. It required centuries of translation, interpretation and adaptation. Central Asian monks, often multilingual and trained in Sanskrit, were instrumental in transmitting Buddhist scriptures to the Chinese. The process of translating Indian sutras into Chinese began as early as the 2nd century CE and continued for centuries. One of the earliest and most famous translators was Lokaksema, a monk from Gandhara who arrived in the Han capital of Luoyang around 150 CE. His work laid the foundation for a long tradition of Buddhist scholarship in China. Perhaps the most famous pilgrim associated with this spiritual movement was Xuanzang, a Chinese monk who undertook a monumental journey to India in the 7th century CE during the Tang dynasty. Driven by a desire to obtain original Buddhist texts and deepen his understanding of the faith, Xuanzang traveled thousands of miles across deserts, mountains, and foreign kingdoms. His pilgrimage took nearly 2 decades, and he returned to China with over 600 manuscripts and a detailed record of the lands he visited. His writings, compiled in the Great Tang Records on the western regions, provide an unparalleled window into the cultures and geography of the Silk Road, and greatly influenced the development of Chinese Buddhism. As Buddhist pilgrims and monks moved across Asia, they established monasteries and temples along the Silk Road to serve as places of rest, study, and worship. These way stations often grew into vibrant centers of religious life. One of the most remarkable legacies of this movement is the creation of cave temple complexes, which combined architecture, painting, sculpture, and devotion into sacred environments. Among the most famous of these is the Mogao Caves near Dunhuang in northwestern China. Also known as the Thousand Buddha Grottos, the Mogao Caves represent a stunning achievement of religious art and cultural exchange. Beginning in the 4th century CE and continuing for over a millennium, Buddhist monks and patrons carved hundreds of caves into the cliffs overlooking the Dang River. Each cave served as a shrine or meditation chamber, filled with wall paintings and statues depicting scenes from the life of the Buddha, cosmological visions, and portraits of donors and monks. The Mogao Caves became a beacon for travelers and a hub for Buddhist learning, preserving not only religious art, but also thousands of manuscripts. In 1900, a hidden library cave, Cave 17, was discovered at Mogao, sealed since the early 11th century. Inside were tens of thousands of documents, including sutras, contracts, letters and paintings in multiple languages, offering a priceless record of Silk Road civilization. Among the texts was the Diamond Sutra, dated to 868 CE, considered the world's oldest known printed book. These treasures attest to the scholarly, religious, and multicultural life that flourished at this crossroads of empires. The movement of Buddhism along the Silk Road was not uniform. Different schools and sects traveled along different routes, and the religion adapted to local cultures. Mahayana Buddhism, which emphasized the role of bodhisattvas and the accessibility of enlightenment, gained particular traction in China and Central Asia. At the same time, influences from local beliefs, Zoroastrianism, Taoism, and Confucianism shaped how Buddhism was understood and practiced. Monasteries became centers of learning, hospitals and social services, supported by both local elites and foreign traders. Artisans and patrons collaborated to create devotional objects that reflected a blend of styles: Gandharan realism, Central Asian symbolism, and Chinese elegance. These objects helped convey the universal themes of Buddhist teaching while also making them resonate with diverse populations. By the 10th century, however, the Silk Road began to fragment. Political changes, such as the fall of the Tang dynasty and the rise of Islamic empires in Central Asia, altered the religious landscape. Many Buddhist communities declined, and some monasteries were abandoned or converted. Yet the legacy of this spiritual highway endures. The art, texts, and architecture left behind by Buddhist travelers and monks continue to reveal the deep interconnections between Asia's civilizations and the enduring power of faith to bridge cultures. The story of Buddhism on the Silk Road is one of perseverance, creativity, and spiritual passion. It illustrates how ideas and beliefs can travel just as powerfully as goods, and how devotion can leave a physical imprint on history. The great cave temples, the ancient manuscripts, and the biographies of monks and pilgrims all tell a story of belief in transformation, not only of the self, but of the world through compassion, wisdom, and connection. Between 618 and 907 CE, China experienced a period of remarkable cultural, economic, and political flourishing under the Tang dynasty. During this time, the Silk Road reached the height of its prosperity and influence. This era marked a golden age in which international trade, artistic innovation, and cultural exchange were not only encouraged but celebrated. The Tang capital of Chang'an, now known as Xi'an, became one of the most cosmopolitan cities in the world, a vibrant metropolis where merchants, diplomats, artists, and pilgrims from across Asia and beyond converged. The Tang dynasty's openness to foreign influence and its robust infrastructure created the conditions for the Silk Road to thrive like never before. One of the key reasons for the Silk Road's success during the Tang era was the political stability and expansive control exerted by the Tang emperors. At its height, the Tang Empire stretched far into Central Asia, securing important trade routes and establishing protectorates that ensured the safety of travelers and merchants. The Tang military, including skilled generals such as Gao Xianxi, pushed Chinese influence deep into the Tarim Basin, safeguarding the passes and oasis cities critical to Silk Road commerce. With these territories under Chinese control or allied governance, the movement of goods, people, and ideas became more reliable and frequent. Chang'an itself was a marvel of urban planning and international life. With a population that may have exceeded 1 million, the city was a melting pot of cultures. The Western market, known as the Asishi, bustled with goods from across the known world. Merchants from Sogdiana, Persia, India, Arabia, and even the Byzantine Empire set up shop alongside Chinese traders. They sold and bought silk, spices, gems, incense, glassware, silver, and exotic animals. Cultural and religious diversity was deeply embedded in daily life. One could walk through the streets of Chang'an and encounter Buddhist monks, Zoroastrian priests, Nestorian Christian missionaries, and Muslim merchants. Mosques, Zoroastrian fire temples, and Christian churches stood alongside Buddhist monasteries, reflecting a remarkable degree of religious tolerance and pluralism. The Tang court itself was heavily influenced by foreign customs. Foreign music and dance were especially popular. Central Asian performers dazzled the Chinese elite with their instruments and acrobatic routines. Persian and Sogdian fashions were adopted by the aristocracy, including tall boots, patterned robes, and elaborate headgear. In the arts, this cultural fusion led to extraordinary innovation. Tang ceramics featured motifs and glazing techniques inspired by West Asian designs. Buddhist art incorporated Indian, Central Asian, and Chinese elements. Wall paintings from Dunhuang and sculptures from Longmen illustrate this synthesis vividly. Poetry, too, flourished. Tang poets such as Li Bai and Du Fu referenced distant lands, trade goods, and foreign cultures, capturing the global consciousness of their time. The prosperity of the Silk Road during the Tang period was also evident in technological and intellectual exchange. Papermaking, which originated in China, spread westward along the trade routes and eventually reached the Islamic world and Europe. Conversely, Chinese scholars gained access to new astronomical, mathematical, and medical knowledge through interactions with their counterparts in India and the Middle East. The Tang dynasty encouraged scholarly inquiry and maintained an openness to foreign ideas that made Chang'an not only a commercial capital but also a center of learning. In addition to overland routes, maritime trade expanded during this period. Chinese ships traveled through the South China Sea and Indian Ocean, connecting Tang China with Southeast Asia, the Indian subcontinent, the Arabian Peninsula, and East Africa. Ports like Guangzhou became international hubs where sailors and merchants from many cultures interacted. This maritime Silk Road complemented the overland routes and further extended the reach of Tang commerce and influence. However, the Golden Age was not without its challenges. The massive wealth and diversity that defined the Tang dynasty also gave rise to tensions. In 755 CE, the Anloshan rebellion erupted, leading to a devastating civil war that lasted nearly a decade. The rebellion severely weakened the central government and led to widespread destruction and loss of life. After the rebellion, the Tang court struggled to maintain its former dominance, and the control of the Silk Road territories began to slip. Though the dynasty survived for another century and a half, the cosmopolitanism of early Tang began to wane. Foreign merchants faced increased suspicion, and the vibrant multicultural atmosphere of Chang'an became more insular. Despite this decline, the Tang dynasty's contributions to the Silk Road and global history were profound. It represented a high point in cultural exchange, technological transmission, and artistic brilliance. The legacy of Tang cosmopolitanism continued to influence later dynasties and left an enduring mark on Chinese civilization. The image of Chang'an as a dazzling open city where East met West became a symbol of what global connection could achieve. The golden age of the Silk Road under the Tang dynasty reminds us that periods of greatest prosperity and creativity often arise when cultures meet in curiosity and cooperation. Through trade, travel, and tolerance, the Tang era wove a tapestry of humanity that still captures the imagination today. Its streets, markets, and temples were not just scenes of commercial activity, but living demonstrations of what it meant to be part of a world linked by shared ideas, beauty, and ambition. From the 7th to the 11th century CE, the rise of Islamic caliphates transformed the Silk Road in profound and lasting ways. As the Arab armies rapidly expanded across the Middle East, North Africa, and Central Asia, They established new political and cultural centers that reshaped the flow of goods, ideas, and people along this ancient trade network. The Silk Road's heart shifted westward from the Tang dynasty's China towards cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Merv, which emerged as vibrant hubs of commerce, learning, and cultural exchange. This period marked not only a change in political power, but also a golden age of Islamic civilization, during which science, philosophy, art, and technology flourished alongside trade. The initial Islamic expansion began in the 7th century with the Rashidun Caliphate and continued under the Umayyads and Abbasids. Their conquests brought the former Persian Sasanian Empire, parts of Central Asia, and the rich cities of the Silk Road under Islamic rule. This new political order brought relative stability and security to the trade routes, encouraging merchants from diverse backgrounds to travel freely. Islamic law and commercial principles supported contracts, partnerships, and banking practices that facilitated long-distance trade. Merchants could rely on networks of caravanserais, roadside inns, supported by the caliphates, where travelers rested and exchanged news. Samarkand, located in modern-day Uzbekistan, became a key Silk Road city during this era. Its strategic position at the crossroads of various trade routes made it a bustling marketplace for silk, spices, precious metals, and textiles. The city was known for its stunning architecture, including grand mosques, madrasas, Islamic schools, and bazaars. Samarkand attracted scholars, artists, and traders from across Eurasia. It was also home to a rich cultural synthesis where Persian, Turkic, Arab, and local Central Asian traditions mingled. The city's reputation as a center of learning and commerce was immortalized centuries later by the famed 14th century conqueror Timur, who chose Samarkand as his capital. Baghdad, founded in 762 CE as the Abbasid Caliphate's capital, rose quickly to become the intellectual and economic heart of the Islamic world. The city's House of Wisdom was a renowned center of scholarship where texts from Greek, Persian, Indian, and other traditions were translated into Arabic. Scholars in Baghdad made significant advances in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy. These intellectual pursuits were closely connected to trade, as knowledge of navigation, geography, and finance was vital to Silk Road commerce. Baghdad's markets offered goods from as far as China, India, and the Mediterranean, making it a cosmopolitan hub where cultures and ideas intersected. Merv, in present-day Turkmenistan, was another major Silk Road city under Islamic rule. Known for its fertile lands and strategic location, Merv became a center for agriculture, craft production, and trade. It was famous for its impressive walls and buildings, many of which reflected the wealth accumulated through Silk Road commerce. Like Samarkand and Baghdad, Merv hosted a diverse population, including Muslims, Christians, Jews, and Zoroastrians, showcasing the religious and ethnic pluralism of the Silk Road during this time. The spread of Islam also influenced Silk Road trade culturally and religiously. Islamic art and architecture introduced new aesthetics, emphasizing geometric patterns, calligraphy, and intricate tile work. Merchants carried Islamic coins, such as the dinar and dirham, along trade routes, which became widely accepted currencies facilitating exchange. The Arabic language spread as a lingua franca for commerce and diplomacy. Moreover, Islamic dietary laws and social customs shaped the daily lives of traders and urban residents. Despite the prosperity, the Silk Road during the Islamic expansion also faced challenges. Political rivalries, shifting alliances, and periodic conflicts occasionally disrupted trade. The rise of the Seljuk Turks and later the Mongols introduced new powers that would further alter the region's dynamics. Still, the foundations laid during the Caliphate era ensured that the Silk Road remained a conduit for goods, knowledge, and culture. In conclusion, the Islamic expansion between the 7th and 11th centuries reoriented the Silk Road's centers of power and culture. Cities like Samarkand, Baghdad, and Merv blossomed into magnificent metropolises that connected East and West not only through commerce, but through shared intellectual and artistic achievements. This era exemplifies how political change can invigorate trade networks and foster cross-cultural exchange, leaving a legacy that shaped the course of history well beyond the Silk Road itself. The rise of the Mongol Empire in the 13th century marked one of the most transformative periods in the history of the Silk Road. Before the Mongols, the Silk Road had existed for centuries, but it was often fragmented, controlled by various competing empires, kingdoms, and nomadic tribes. This fragmentation led to frequent conflicts, banditry, and unstable conditions that hindered the free flow of goods and ideas. However, the Mongol Empire, founded by Genghis Khan in the early 1200s, brought unprecedented stability and unification to the vast trade network stretching from China to Europe. Genghis Khan, born as Temujin around 1162 in the Mongolian steppes, rose from humble beginnings and through military genius and unrelenting ambition united the Mongol tribes. His vision was not only conquest, but also to create a stable and prosperous empire where trade and communication could flourish. Once the Mongol Empire expanded across Central Asia and into China, Persia, and Eastern Europe, the vast territory they controlled became known as the Pax Mongolica, or Mongol Peace. This period saw the restoration and protection of the Silk Road, making travel safer than it had been for centuries. Merchants, diplomats, missionaries, and travelers moved across the empire with far less fear of robbery or violence. Caravanserais, or roadside inns, were established at regular intervals along the routes, providing rest and supplies for traders and their animals. The Mongol rulers actively promoted commerce and cultural exchange, recognizing the immense wealth and knowledge that could flow along the Silk Road. Under their rule, the volume of trade increased dramatically, and new goods and ideas traveled at a speed previously unseen. One of the most famous travelers to take advantage of this newfound stability was the Venetian merchant Marco Polo. In the late 13th century, Polo embarked on a journey that took him from Venice to the court of Kublai Khan, Genghis Khan's grandson and founder of the Yuan dynasty in China. Marco Polo's detailed accounts introduced Europeans to the vast wealth and advanced civilizations of Asia, sparking curiosity and future exploration. The Mongols not only facilitated the exchange of luxury goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also helped spread revolutionary inventions westward. Technologies such as papermaking, printing, gunpowder, and the compass, all developed in China, traveled along the Silk Road and eventually transformed warfare, communication, and navigation in Europe. The Mongol postal system, known as the Yam, was an early version of a relay network that allowed messages and goods to be transported efficiently across vast distances. This system ensured rapid communication between different parts of the empire, further strengthening the Silk Road's function as a conduit for exchange. Religions also spread along the Mongol-controlled routes. The empire was remarkably tolerant of diverse faiths, including Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and traditional shamanistic beliefs. This religious diversity encouraged dialogue and cultural blending among peoples who had never before encountered each other. The Mongol Empire's unification of the Silk Road was not without challenges. Despite the initial period of peace, internal strife, succession disputes, and the eventual fragmentation of the empire in the late 14th century, led to renewed instability along the trade routes. The rise of competing powers, such as the Ottoman Empire and the Ming dynasty in China, shifted the political landscape and trade dynamics once again. However, the Mongol era had already reshaped the Silk Road in fundamental ways. By bringing vast territories under one rule and creating a relatively peaceful environment for travel and trade, the Mongols connected the East and West more closely than ever before. This connection accelerated the exchange of goods, ideas, culture, and technology, laying the groundwork for the global interactions that would define the coming centuries. The legacy of the Mongol Empire's impact on the Silk Road is still evident today in the cultural and historical ties that link Asia and Europe. Their unification of the road was a critical chapter in the long story of human connection and exchange that the Silk Road represents. In the mid-14th century, the flourishing networks of the Silk Road and other overland trade routes faced an unprecedented catastrophe that would shake Eurasia to its core. This catastrophe was the Black Death, a devastating outbreak of bubonic plague that swept across the continent between 1347 and the late 15th century. The plague's origins can be traced to Central Asia, where the disease was endemic among rodent populations. It spread rapidly along the established trade routes, carried by fleas that infested rats aboard merchant caravans and ships. The Black Death entered Europe in 1347, arriving at the port city of Kaffa on the Crimean Peninsula, which was a major trading hub connecting the East and West. The city had been besieged by the forces of the Mongol Golden Horde, and according to some historical accounts, the Mongols may have used biological warfare by catapulting plague-infected corpses into the city to break the siege. Regardless of the exact cause, the plague spread swiftly from Kaffa throughout the Mediterranean and across Europe, reaching major cities and rural areas alike. The impact of the Black Death was catastrophic. It is estimated that the plague killed between 30 and 60% of Europe's population in just a few years. The death toll across Asia and the Middle East was similarly devastating, leading to massive depopulation. Entire villages and towns were wiped out. The scale of human loss created widespread fear and social upheaval. Trade routes that once bustled with activity grew dangerously silent. Merchants, caravans, and travelers avoided long journeys, fearful of infection and violence born from desperation. This collapse in trade disrupted not only the flow of goods like silk, spices, and precious metals, but also the exchange of ideas, culture, and technology. The overland Silk Road network, which had thrived for centuries under empires like the Mongols, fragmented. Political instability and the decline of centralized powers made the routes unsafe. Banditry and local conflicts increased as authority weakened in many regions. Moreover, the psychological impact of the plague changed how societies viewed travel and commerce. Fear of contagion led to quarantine measures and restrictions on movement. Many cities erected walls or closed their gates to outsiders. Long-distance travel, especially along the risky Silk Road paths crossing deserts and mountains, became less attractive. Economic activity shifted as maritime routes began to gain importance, with sea trade rising in the Mediterranean and Indian Ocean regions. The decline of the overland trade routes also contributed to the gradual political and economic shifts in Eurasia. The Mongol Empire, which had maintained peace and security across vast stretches of Asia, fragmented and lost its ability to protect and promote the Silk Road. New powers emerged, and the focus of trade moved toward maritime routes controlled by emerging European naval powers like Portugal and Venice. Despite this decline, the legacy of the Silk Road remained powerful. Even as overland trade diminished, the cultural and technological exchanges it had facilitated continued to influence societies. The Black Death, as tragic as it was, also accelerated changes in European society, including labor shortages that challenged feudal systems and helped stimulate economic transformation. By the end of the 15th century, the overland Silk Road was no longer the dominant artery of global trade it once had been. The catastrophic impact of the plague, combined with political fragmentation and changing economic priorities, had unraveled the great overland networks. Yet the story of the Silk Road would continue in new forms as maritime routes expanded and the age of global exploration dawned. By the 15th century, the centuries-old dominance of the Silk Road as the main artery of global trade was beginning to wane. A major shift was underway, driven by advances in maritime technology and the bold spirit of European exploration. These changes would reshape the global economy and profoundly reduce the importance of the traditional land-based trade routes that had connected East and West for over a millennium. The decline of the overland Silk Road routes had already begun in the 14th century, accelerated by the catastrophic impact of the Black Death and political fragmentation across Eurasia. However, it was the rise of sea routes controlled by European powers that decisively shifted the balance of global trade. Improvements in shipbuilding, navigation techniques, and the development of new maritime technologies like the compass and the astrolabe made long-distance ocean voyages safer and more feasible than ever before. Portugal and Spain were the first European nations to capitalize on these advances. Portuguese explorers, such as Vasco da Gama, sailed around the southern tip of Africa in 1498, establishing a direct sea route to the rich markets of India. This route bypassed the traditional Silk Road and the Middle Eastern and Central Asian intermediaries who had long controlled trade between Europe and Asia. The Portuguese quickly set up fortified trading posts along the African coast, India, and later Southeast Asia, controlling key maritime choke points and monopolizing lucrative goods like spices, textiles, and precious metals. Spain's voyages to the Americas opened entirely new worlds of trade and wealth, further shifting economic focus westward. The influx of silver from New World mines, especially in places like Potosi, fueled global trade, but also altered economic dynamics in Europe and Asia. The increased availability of precious metals helped finance further maritime ventures and expanded European influence across the globe. Other European powers, including the Dutch and the English, soon joined the maritime competition. The Dutch East India Company and the British East India Company became powerful trading entities that challenged Portuguese and Spanish dominance. These companies established vast trading networks and colonies in Asia, further reducing the relevance of the overland Silk Road. The new sea routes allowed European powers to transport larger volumes of goods more efficiently and at lower cost than the slow, hazardous overland caravans. Maritime trade could carry bulk goods like spices, tea, silk, and porcelain in unprecedented quantities, opening global markets and fostering economic globalization. This shift also changed the cultural and political landscape of Asia and Europe, as European influence grew and Asian empires had to adapt to the new realities of global trade. Meanwhile, the traditional Silk Road routes suffered political instability, the rise of the Ottoman Empire's control over key land passages, and the increasing focus on maritime commerce led to a decline in the use of overland paths. The Silk Road's role transitioned from a vital trade artery to more regional and localized commerce. Despite this decline, the Silk Road's legacy endured. The centuries of exchange it had fostered between East and West had a lasting impact on the movement of ideas, technologies, religions, and cultures. The maritime age was not an end to global connectivity, but a transformation, a shift in how goods and people moved across the world. In conclusion, The rise of European maritime powers in the 15th to 17th centuries fundamentally changed global trade by bypassing the Silk Road. The new sea routes transformed the global economy, diminished the role of traditional overland trade, and set the stage for the modern era of globalization and worldwide commerce. The Silk Road may have lost its dominance as the primary trade route centuries ago, but its legacy continues to shape our world in profound and often surprising ways. From the 18th century to the present day, the influences of the Silk Road have permeated global history, culture, genetics, language, cuisine, and geopolitics, leaving an indelible mark on human civilization. One of the most visible legacies of the Silk Road is cultural exchange. The centuries of contact between diverse peoples along the routes fostered the spread of religions such as Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, and Zoroastrianism. These beliefs traveled vast distances and adapted to new cultural contexts, influencing art, architecture, philosophy, and social structures across continents. The Silk Road also served as a conduit for languages, with traders and travelers adopting and blending dialects and vocabularies that enriched communication. Cuisine is another area where the Silk Road's influence is unmistakable. Many spices, fruits, and cooking techniques that originated in one region traveled hundreds or thousands of miles to become staples in faraway lands. For example, the chili pepper, native to the Americas, became a fundamental ingredient in Asian cooking after being introduced via later trade routes. Similarly, noodles, rice varieties, and tea spread along the Silk Road, creating culinary traditions that remain vital parts of many cultures today. The Silk Road's impact also reaches into human genetics. Genetic studies have revealed the movement and intermingling of populations along these trade routes. The exchange of peoples, whether merchants, migrants, or conquerors, helped shape the genetic diversity of Eurasia, contributing to the rich tapestry of humanity we see today. Politically and economically, the Silk Road laid foundations for globalization long before the modern era. The interconnectedness fostered by trade created early forms of international diplomacy, treaties, and economic systems that resonate with today's globalized world. The rise and fall of empires along the Silk Road also demonstrate how trade routes can influence the rise of power and the shifting dynamics of regional and global politics. In the 21st century, the legacy of the Silk Road has inspired ambitious new initiatives. Perhaps the most notable is China's Belt and Road Initiative, launched in 2013. This modern infrastructure and economic project aims to revive the ancient Silk Road by connecting Asia with Africa, Europe, and beyond, through a network of railways, highways, ports, and trade agreements. The initiative reflects the continuing importance of connectivity, economic cooperation, and cultural exchange in an increasingly interconnected world. The Silk Road's legacy also reminds us of the challenges that come with global trade, including geopolitical competition, cultural tensions, and the need for sustainable development. Understanding this history helps provide context for contemporary global issues and encourages cooperation rooted in a shared human past. In conclusion, the Silk Road was much more than a trade route. It was a dynamic artery of exchange that shaped human history over centuries. Its echoes persist in our cultures, economies, and global relationships. As modern societies look toward new connections and partnerships, the spirit of the Silk Road continues to inspire visions of a world linked by commerce, culture, and cooperation. Napoleon Bonaparte was born on August 15, 1769, on the rugged island of Corsica, just months after the island was transferred from Genoese to French rule. His family belonged to the lower ranks of Italian nobility, but their status did little to protect them from the harsh economic realities of life under new rulers. Napoleon's father, Carlo Bonaparte, was an ambitious man, who managed to align himself with the new French administration, gaining a modest political role and securing a scholarship for his son. From an early age, Napoleon was different. He was fiercely intelligent, fiercely proud, and fiercely Corsican. He spoke with a thick Corsican accent, and his French was broken, which made him a target of mockery when he was sent to mainland France for school. Yet the boy, who barely spoke the language of his new country, absorbed everything. History, mathematics, strategy, and the lives of great leaders filled his imagination. He was determined not just to learn, but to rise. In 1779, at just 9 years old, he left Corsica to attend military school in Brienne-le-Château. It was here that the seeds of ambition truly began to grow. Napoleon was isolated, often mocked by his classmates for his accent and modest background. But instead of retreating, he immersed himself in books, particularly those about military history and philosophy. He studied Julius Caesar, Alexander the Great, and Hannibal. While other boys played games, Napoleon envisioned empires. At 16, he graduated and was commissioned as a second lieutenant in the French artillery. It was an achievement that few from his background could have expected. When the French Revolution erupted in 1789, Napoleon was still a young officer. But the chaos and collapse of the old order created opportunities. The revolution overturned the social hierarchy. Nobles fled, and the military command structure was shattered. For men like Napoleon, it was the opening of a door that had long been shut. He returned briefly to Corsica, but found himself at odds with the island's revolutionary leader Pasquale Paoli. Their conflict turned violent and forced Napoleon and his family to flee to mainland France as refugees. It was a humiliating moment, but also a turning point. Now stripped of his home and his former identity, Napoleon embraced France fully. His rise would be built not on aristocratic birthright, but on talent, ambition, and an unshakable belief in destiny. In 1793, during the siege of Toulon, he got his first chance to prove himself. As a young artillery officer, he suggested a bold strategy that turned the tide of the battle. His plan worked and British forces were driven from the port. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24. It was the beginning of a meteoric ascent, from a boy mocked for his Corsican accent to a commander who had reshaped a battlefield. Napoleon had begun his journey from obscurity to legend. In 1793, Napoleon Bonaparte had already proven himself to be an intelligent and determined officer, but it was during the siege of Toulon that his brilliance truly began to shine. At just 24 years old, Napoleon found himself thrust into a crucial military engagement that would set the course for his future and elevate him to the highest ranks of the French army. Toulon, a strategic port on the southern coast of France, had fallen into the hands of British and Royalist forces. The French Revolution was in full swing, and Toulon's defection to the enemy was a major blow to the revolutionary cause. The city was heavily fortified, and its defenders were well equipped. The French government, in desperate need of a decisive victory, turned to the young artillery officer Napoleon Bonaparte to help reclaim the port. The situation seemed dire. Toulon was a fortress surrounded by high ground, giving the British forces a clear advantage. The city was also home to a powerful fleet of ships that could threaten France's naval supremacy. But Napoleon, with his keen understanding of military strategy, saw an opportunity where others saw only a challenge. His first insight was that Toulon's defenders relied too heavily on their naval superiority and the natural fortifications of the surrounding hills. Napoleon proposed a bold plan to position French artillery on the high ground surrounding the city, targeting the British fleet and cutting off their ability to resupply. The idea was audacious. It went against the traditional strategies of siege warfare, which focused on direct assaults and attrition. But Napoleon believed it was the key to breaking the stalemate. His strategy was built on speed, surprise, and precision. He oversaw the construction of artillery positions on the heights surrounding Toulon, directing his men with incredible energy and focus. Despite facing difficulties, poor weather, logistical issues, and constant pressure from the enemy, Napoleon's plans began to take shape. The artillery batteries were established, and soon they began raining fire down on the British ships and the Royalist defenders within the city. The British fleet, unable to escape the bombardment, was forced to retreat, and the French forces gained control of the heights. With the strategic advantage now in their hands, the French army launched a decisive assault on Toulon. The city fell, and the Royalists and British forces were defeated. Napoleon's strategy had worked to perfection. His role in the victory did not go unnoticed. His innovative tactics, bold decision-making, and tireless work ethic earned him the respect of his superiors and the loyalty of his men. Napoleon was promoted to brigadier general at just 24 years old, a remarkable achievement that recognized his military genius. This victory at Toulon was not only a testament to Napoleon's brilliance, but also a defining moment in his career. It marked the beginning of his rise to power, and it set him on a path that would lead to the heights of military and political greatness. The siege of Toulon revealed to the world what Napoleon was capable of, a young officer with the strategic mind of a seasoned general, a man who would go on to reshape the face of Europe. The year was 1798, and Napoleon Bonaparte, now a rising star in the French military, embarked on one of his most ambitious and ultimately disastrous ventures, the Egyptian campaign. This was a bold move that would shape his reputation, but also mark the beginning of his downfall. The purpose of the campaign was clear: to disrupt British trade with India, weaken British influence in the region, and establish French dominance over the eastern Mediterranean. But behind the military strategy was a grand vision. Napoleon dreamed of creating a French empire stretching across the Middle East, a vision that would secure his place in history as a conqueror. The Egyptian campaign was a gamble, one that Napoleon hoped would pay off. At the time, Britain's economic power was largely tied to its control over trade routes to India, the crown jewel of its global empire. France, under the leadership of Napoleon, wanted to disrupt this trade by occupying Egypt and threatening Britain's access to the subcontinent. Napoleon's ambition was fueled by the belief that defeating Britain would not only elevate his stature, but also reshape the global order. The campaign began with the landing of Napoleon's army in Egypt in July of 1798. Napoleon's forces faced a hostile environment, far from the familiar European battlefield. But Napoleon, ever the visionary, did not simply focus on military conquest. He also brought along a team of scholars, scientists and engineers, members of the Institute of Egypt, whose task was to document and study Egypt's rich history, culture, and natural resources. This side of the campaign was just as important to Napoleon as the military victory. He saw Egypt as a place where French culture, knowledge and influence could be spread across the Middle East. But the realities of the campaign soon began to diverge from Napoleon's grand vision. After a relatively easy landing, the French forces quickly marched toward Cairo, where they encountered their first serious opposition. The Battle of the Pyramids, fought on July 21, 1798, would become one of Napoleon's most famous victories. Against a much larger army of Mamluks, the elite soldiers who had ruled Egypt for centuries, Napoleon employed his now signature tactic, the use of artillery to break the enemy's formations. With devastating precision, Napoleon's artillery devastated the Mamluks, while his infantry followed up with rapid assaults, breaking the enemy lines. The battle was a triumph, and Napoleon emerged as a hero. The Mamluks were crushed, and Egypt was effectively in French hands. Napoleon's victory at the pyramids cemented his reputation as a military genius, but the true challenges were only beginning. The real test came when Napoleon's forces, after securing Cairo, began to face the realities of operating in a foreign land, cut off from supplies and reinforcements. The logistical challenges were overwhelming. The French forces, though skilled in battle, were unprepared for the harsh desert environment. They faced constant shortages of food, water, and medical supplies. The army was not trained for the desert's brutal conditions, and disease began to spread rapidly through the ranks. Malaria, dysentery, and other tropical diseases decimated the troops. The very terrain that had allowed Napoleon to achieve victory at the pyramids now became a death sentence for his army. Meanwhile, in Europe, the situation was shifting. While Napoleon was focused on Egypt, the British under Admiral Horatio Nelson were preparing a counterattack. In August of 1798, Nelson's fleet destroyed the French navy at the Battle of the Nile, trapping Napoleon's forces in Egypt. The loss of the French fleet was a crushing blow as it cut off any hope of resupply and escape. Napoleon's brilliant military mind had failed him in this regard. The British Navy's dominance at sea meant that any plans for a quick retreat or reinforcement were now impossible. Napoleon's campaign was turning into a logistical disaster. The situation in Egypt was deteriorating rapidly. The French forces began to suffer not only from disease and shortages, but also from the growing hostility of the local population. While Napoleon had initially been welcomed as a liberator by some, his presence soon turned into a burden. The French occupation sparked resistance, and Egyptian insurgents began to rise up against the foreign invaders. The French found themselves embroiled in guerrilla warfare, which drained their resources and morale. The campaign had begun with such grand promises, but had now become a long and costly struggle in a foreign land. Napoleon's ambition began to falter. The situation in Egypt became untenable. After nearly a year of fighting, Napoleon made the difficult decision to return to France, leaving behind his forces in Egypt. The retreat was marked by confusion and failure. Although the scientific missions continued to explore Egypt's wonders, Napoleon had failed to establish a lasting French presence in the region. The Egyptian campaign was a failure in the long term, but it still had significant effects on Napoleon's career. He returned to France in the fall of 1799 to find the political landscape in turmoil. The French Revolution had entered a new phase, and the political chaos that had characterized the previous decade had opened the door for Napoleon to seize power. In November of 1799, just a few months after his return, Napoleon staged a coup d'état, overthrowing the French Directory and establishing himself as first consul of France. Despite the failure of his Egyptian ambitions, Napoleon had succeeded in his ultimate goal, to increase his power and influence. The Egyptian campaign had been a gamble, one that had failed in many ways, but it had also proven Napoleon's ability to rise from setbacks, inspire loyalty, and secure his place at the center of French politics. The military brilliance he had displayed in Egypt, even amid chaos, would become the foundation for his future successes, even if the desert's harsh conditions had ultimately turned his dream into a tragic and costly affair. The year was 1799, and the winds of change were sweeping through France. The revolution, which had begun a decade earlier with cries of liberté, égalité, fraternité, had left the country in turmoil. After years of war, political instability, and economic crisis, the revolutionary ideals that once promised to reshape France were now a distant memory. The Directory, a five-man executive body that had been running the country, was crumbling under the weight of corruption, inefficiency, and public disillusionment. France was on the brink of collapse, and the people were desperate for stability. It was in this moment of chaos that Napoleon Bonaparte, the brilliant and ambitious military leader, made his return to France. Having just completed his ill-fated Egyptian campaign, Napoleon found himself facing a country in disarray. Yet, he saw an opportunity to seize power, to capitalize on the disillusionment with the current government, and to restore order to the chaos. But Napoleon's return was not merely about restoring France to greatness, it was about his own personal rise to power. He had already proven himself to be a master of strategy on the battlefield, and now he would turn his keen political mind to the task at hand. In October of 1799, Napoleon returned to France in the midst of a political crisis. The Directory was struggling, and the French government was deeply divided. Revolutionary fervor had given way to cynicism and fear. Napoleon, with his military fame and reputation, was seen as a figure who could bring stability to the country. He was welcomed by some, but feared by others. The time was ripe for change, and Napoleon was determined to take advantage of the situation. He quickly allied himself with key figures in the political establishment, including the directors of the Directory and leading members of the opposition. But his true ambition was clear. He was not interested in simply being a figurehead. Napoleon was positioning himself to seize ultimate power. The coup that would change the course of French history came on the 18th of Brumaire, year the 8th of the revolutionary calendar, November 9, 1799. The plan was simple but daring. Napoleon would use his popularity, military influence, and the disarray of the French government to overthrow the Directory and install himself as the new leader of France. The coup was meticulously planned and executed with precision. Napoleon's forces, loyal soldiers who had fought for him in Egypt, marched into Paris, securing key government buildings. The political leaders who had once feared Napoleon now found themselves scrambling to respond. Napoleon's move was calculated. He knew that the people of France, tired of the instability, would rally to his cause. In the early hours of the 18th Brumaire, Napoleon convened a meeting of the French legislature. In a dramatic moment, he declared that the Directory was no longer capable of governing and that he was stepping in to restore order. The legislature, though initially resistant, was soon overwhelmed by Napoleon's charm, determination, and military presence. Within hours, the Directory was dissolved, and Napoleon had secured control of the government. It was a bloodless coup, executed with military precision, but it was also a coup that marked the end of the French Republic and the beginning of a new era in French history. Napoleon's political acumen had been demonstrated in the most dramatic way possible. He was now in control. The coup of 18 Brumaire was the culmination of years of political maneuvering, military victories, and the exploitation of France's desperate need for stability. The people, tired of the chaos, rallied behind him. Napoleon, the military hero who had once been an outsider, was now the ruler of France. But the transition to power was not without its challenges. The overthrow of the Directory did not immediately guarantee Napoleon's supremacy. He faced opposition from rival political factions, from royalists who wanted to restore the monarchy to revolutionaries who still clung to the ideals of the French Revolution. Napoleon, however, was a master of consolidating power. He quickly established himself as first consul, the head of the new government, and took steps to neutralize any remaining threats to his authority. He used a mix of charm, intimidation, and political savvy to secure the loyalty of key figures in the French government. He also moved quickly to solidify his position by reforming the legal system and centralizing power in his own hands. With the coup complete and his position secure, Napoleon set his sights on reshaping France. He introduced sweeping reforms, including the establishment of the Napoleonic Code, which would go on to influence legal systems around the world. He also worked to stabilize the economy, restore relations with the Catholic Church, and solidify his control over the military. In the months following the coup, Napoleon's power only grew. He transformed the political landscape of France, consolidating his control and making himself the undisputed leader of the nation. But while Napoleon's rise to power was swift and impressive, it also marked the beginning of the end for the democratic ideals of the Revolution. The French Republic, which had been born out of a desire for equality and liberty, was now replaced by a strongman's rule. Democracy was fading, and the age of Napoleon had begun. The coup of 18 Brumaire, though bloodless, had set in motion the rise of one of the most powerful and controversial figures in history. Napoleon, once an outsider with a burning desire to prove himself, was now at the helm of the French government, his eyes set on greater ambitions. In the years to come, his rule would reshape the world for better or for worse, and the legacy of the coup would echo throughout the history of France and Europe. In the year 1804, the French Revolution, which had upended centuries of tradition, was now a distant memory. The once defiant cries for liberty, equality, and fraternity, which had reverberated through the streets of Paris, were now overshadowed by the imperial ambitions of a man who had risen from the ashes of revolution itself. Napoleon Bonaparte, the former general, had ascended to the pinnacle of power, not as the leader of a republic, but as the emperor of the French. It was a transformation that shocked the world, a bold and theatrical statement of absolute authority. On December 2nd, 1804, in the magnificent Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, Napoleon Bonaparte did what no ruler before him had dared to do. In the wake of the French Revolution, he crowned himself emperor. It was a symbolic moment, an act that defied the very principles of the revolution that had brought him to power. The self-coronation was both a statement of defiance and a declaration of sovereignty. It was Napoleon's way of rewriting the rule-book of monarchy, making it clear that he was not beholden to anyone, not even the Pope, who had been invited to the ceremony. As the Pope, Pius VII, stood by in awe, Napoleon took the crown from the altar and, in a breathtaking display of theatrical symbolism, placed it upon his own head. It was an act that sent shockwaves throughout Europe and beyond. It was not just the coronation of a monarch, but the crowning of a man who had bent the very fabric of history to his will. Napoleon's rise to power had been a journey of ambition, but this act, his coronation, was the culmination of his transformation from revolutionary hero to emperor. As he stood before the grand altar, surrounded by the glittering nobility of France and the representatives of the revolution, Napoleon knew that he was not just ruling over a country. He was now the embodiment of France itself, its future, and its destiny. The self-coronation was not only a personal triumph for Napoleon, but also a moment of profound significance for France and the world. It marked the end of the revolutionary ideals that had once driven the French people to overthrow their monarchy and the rise of a new imperial order. It was a reversal of the very principles that had once inspired the revolution: liberty, equality, and fraternity, replaced now by power, authority, and dominance. The French people, who had once risen up against a king, now found themselves in the presence of a new monarch, one who wore the crown of empire with an iron will and a burning desire to restore France's place at the center of Europe. The coronation ceremony itself was a grand spectacle, a theatrical performance that underscored Napoleon's desire to project power and control. The lavish decorations, the pomp and circumstance, the grandeur of Notre Dame Cathedral, all of it was designed to highlight the shift in power that had taken place. The streets of Paris were filled with spectators, their eyes fixed on the towering spires of the cathedral as they awaited the coronation of their new emperor. And when Napoleon placed the crown upon his head, it was not just a symbol of his new status, it was a message to the world. Napoleon was no longer a general, no longer a product of the revolution. He was the emperor, the supreme ruler of France, and his reign would define the future of Europe. In the weeks and months that followed, Napoleon began to consolidate his power further. He reshaped the government, reformed the legal system, and created a new aristocracy that would pledge loyalty to him. He built a new imperial court, with himself at the center, surrounded by a group of loyal followers who would carry out his will. Napoleon's self-coronation was not just an isolated event, it was the beginning of a new era for France. It was a statement of power, a declaration that the revolution was over and that the future would be shaped by the will of one man. The ideals of the revolution were slowly eroded as Napoleon, the Emperor of the French, began to reshape the political and social order in his own image. The French Empire, now under his control, would be a force to be reckoned with. But with this new power came great responsibility and even greater risks. As Napoleon's imperial ambitions grew, so too did the challenges he faced. The Europe he sought to dominate was filled with rival powers, Britain, Russia, Austria, and Prussia, each eager to resist his influence and protect their own interests. Yet for all the risks that lay ahead, Napoleon's self-coronation in 1804 was the moment when he truly became the embodiment of French greatness. His vision for an empire was now set in stone, and the stage was set for a series of wars that would shape the future of Europe for decades to come. The coronation, grand and theatrical as it was, symbolized not only his power, but his desire to rewrite the course of history itself. He had crossed the Rubicon, casting aside the ideals of the revolution and embracing the mantle of empire. The world would soon learn that Napoleon, now Emperor of the French, was a force unlike any other, a man whose ambitions knew no bounds, and whose quest for dominance would leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. The year was 1805, and Napoleon Bonaparte stood at the pinnacle of his power. Europe was at his feet, and his vision of a French-dominated continent was closer than ever to becoming reality. The Battle of Austerlitz, fought on December 2nd of that year, would be remembered as his most brilliant victory, a masterpiece of military strategy that cemented Napoleon's place in history as one of the greatest tacticians of all time. After years of conquest and diplomacy, Napoleon had assembled the greatest military force Europe had ever seen, and he faced the combined armies of Russia and Austria in a confrontation that would determine the fate of Europe. The Russian and Austrian forces, led by Tsar Alexander I and Holy Roman Emperor Francis II, were determined to crush Napoleon's growing empire. They believed that a decisive defeat of Napoleon's army would force France to abandon its conquests and restore the old balance of power. Napoleon, however, had other plans. He understood that the key to victory was not simply defeating the enemy's forces, but outthinking them. As the two armies faced off near the town of Austerlitz, Napoleon feigned weakness. He deliberately left his right flank vulnerable, inviting the Allied forces to attack. The Allies, eager for a decisive victory, took the bait. They launched a full-scale assault on what they believed was a weak point in Napoleon's line. But Napoleon's brilliance lay in his ability to create the perfect trap. As the Allies advanced, Napoleon's forces, positioned strategically behind the lines, sprang into action. His artillery, placed with devastating precision, rained down on the advancing troops, while his cavalry and infantry swept around to cut off their retreat. The result was a stunning defeat for the Allies. The Russian and Austrian forces were crushed, suffering heavy casualties, and were forced to retreat in disarray. The Battle of Austerlitz was not just a victory, it was a declaration of Napoleon's military genius. It was a battle fought with speed, deception, and an unmatched understanding of terrain and timing. The victory sent shockwaves through Europe, and it marked the high point of Napoleon's dominance. With Austerlitz, Napoleon had defeated two of the greatest military powers in Europe, and the outcome was nothing short of a masterpiece. The success at Austerlitz reshaped Europe's political landscape. Napoleon's enemies were scattered, and his control over much of Europe was solidified. The Treaty of Pressburg, signed shortly after the battle, forced Austria to surrender large portions of its territory to France, effectively knocking the Holy Roman Empire out of the war. The Austrians were now forced to recognize Napoleon as a dominant force in Europe. But the victory came at a price. Napoleon's ambition for total control of Europe had ignited the fury of Britain, which had been watching from the sidelines, and the Russian Empire, which had already pledged to continue the fight. The Battle of Austerlitz may have been his most brilliant victory, but it was also the beginning of a new chapter in Napoleon's reign. With Austerlitz, Napoleon demonstrated his ability to reshape the map of Europe at will, but the seeds of his downfall had already been sown. While the battle was a triumph, the war was far from over. Napoleon's victory brought him closer to realizing his dream of a united Europe under French rule, but it also set the stage for future conflicts that would ultimately undo his empire. The victory at Austerlitz, however, remains one of the most iconic moments of Napoleon's reign. The image of Napoleon, standing tall in front of his army after the battle, surrounded by his generals, is etched into the annals of history. It was the moment when he was at his most powerful, a force to be reckoned with, and the undisputed master of Europe. The Battle of Austerlitz, with its dramatic reversals, brilliant tactics, and devastating consequences, marked the height of Napoleon's reign. But as with all peaks, it was only a matter of time before the fall would begin. Austerlitz may have been Napoleon's greatest victory, but it would also be the high point of his empire's power, a moment frozen in time before the storm that would eventually bring it all crashing down. The years 1808 to 1812 marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon Bonaparte. His once unshakable empire, which stretched across much of Europe, would soon begin to unravel. The Peninsular War and the ill-fated Russian campaign would be the two major battles that ultimately led to Napoleon's downfall. What had once seemed like a guaranteed path to dominance now revealed cracks, fault lines, and bitter losses. The Peninsular War began in 1808, a conflict that would become a grim and bloody chapter in Napoleon's reign. Spain, once an ally of France, was thrown into chaos after Napoleon deposed the Spanish king and placed his own brother Joseph Bonaparte on the throne. This move alienated the Spanish population and ignited a fierce resistance. Guerrilla warfare erupted across the Iberian Peninsula as Spanish and Portuguese fighters, aided by the British, waged a brutal campaign against the French. The French military, accustomed to large-scale battles, was unprepared for the relentlessness of the guerrilla tactics. The Spanish, motivated by a deep sense of patriotism, fought with ferocity and desperation. Napoleon's army, stretched thin and demoralized by the constant skirmishes, found itself bogged down in a war that refused to end. What was supposed to be a swift and decisive campaign turned into a prolonged quagmire. For every French victory, there were countless ambushes, raids and attacks on supply lines. The cost in men and resources was immense. By the time Napoleon realized that the Peninsular War was bleeding his empire dry, it was too late. The Spanish resistance, supported by British forces under Sir Arthur Wellesley, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. Napoleon's once invincible army was mired in a war of attrition that it could not win. The horrors of the Peninsular War were compounded by the disastrous Russian campaign that began in 1812. Napoleon's decision to invade Russia would be his greatest miscalculation, a catastrophic blunder that would lead to the destruction of the Grand Armée. The campaign began with grand ambitions. Napoleon believed that defeating Tsar Alexander I would solidify his control over Europe. The Russian army, however, was elusive, employing a scorched earth policy that denied Napoleon's forces the supplies they desperately needed. As the French marched deeper into Russia, the severity of the Russian winter set in. Temperatures plunged and snowstorms ravaged the already weakened Grand Armée. The French soldiers, unprepared for the brutal conditions, began to fall ill and die from frostbite, hunger, and exhaustion. The vast Russian wilderness, which had once seemed like an open road to victory, had become a death trap. The Russian forces in retreat harassed Napoleon's army, picking off stragglers and ambushing French forces. The infamous Battle of Borodino, fought in September 1812, was one of the bloodiest encounters of the campaign. Despite heavy casualties on both sides, the Russians refused to give up. Napoleon's army, already stretched to its breaking point, continued to march toward Moscow. When they finally arrived, they found the city abandoned and set alight by the retreating Russian forces. Moscow, once a symbol of Russian power, was now nothing but ashes. Napoleon's army was trapped, exhausted, and starving. The Russian winter had decimated their strength, and they had little hope of survival. Napoleon, once unstoppable, now found himself facing the harshest of enemies, the elements, attrition, and the relentless Russian resolve. The retreat from Moscow marked the beginning of the end for Napoleon. As the Grand Armée limped back through the Russian wilderness, it was a broken shell of its former self. Men died by the thousands from starvation, disease, and the relentless cold. The once great army was reduced to a disorganized, panicked retreat, with the remnants of the French forces being pursued by Russian troops. By the time the French army crossed the Berezina River in November 1812, the campaign had turned into a full-blown disaster. The retreat from Russia would become one of the most humiliating defeats in military history. Napoleon's dreams of European domination had been dashed, and the once mighty Grand Armée had been all but destroyed. The failures of the Peninsular War and the Russian campaign shattered Napoleon's reputation. He had overextended himself and underestimated the resilience of his enemies. What had once seemed like an unstoppable march toward European supremacy had become a nightmare of constant retreat and death. The loss of men, resources, and morale would haunt Napoleon for the rest of his reign. His empire, once expansive and powerful, was beginning to crack under the pressure of these catastrophic defeats. The once unshakable figure of Napoleon Bonaparte was now facing the reality of failure. As winter closed in, the grim reality of his losses became undeniable. The soldiers who had marched with him through the triumphs of Austerlitz and Jena were now broken, and Napoleon's dreams of glory seemed increasingly out of reach. The Peninsular War and the Russian campaign had changed the course of history, and they marked the beginning of the end for the man who had once been master of Europe. The snow and the bloodshed of these campaigns would follow Napoleon throughout his life, a reminder that even the greatest of empires can crumble beneath the weight of ambition. The year 1813 marked the beginning of the tragic unraveling of Napoleon Bonaparte's empire. A titan who had once shaped Europe with his brilliance on the battlefield now found himself facing an unstoppable tide of opposition. The Battle of Nations, fought near Leipzig in October, would prove to be the turning point. It was here that Napoleon's dominance over Europe finally shattered. The scale of the conflict was immense. An alliance of Austria, Russia, Prussia, and Sweden, collectively known as the Sixth Coalition, assembled an army of over 300,000 men against Napoleon's forces, which numbered only around 200,000. What began as a battle of necessity soon became the final reckoning for Napoleon. The battle itself was a fierce, chaotic affair, as the coalition forces sought to break Napoleon's stranglehold on Central Europe. Napoleon, ever the master tactician, threw everything into the fight, but even his military genius couldn't overcome the numerical superiority and unity of his enemies. The French were pushed back, and after 4 days of brutal combat, the Battle of Nations ended in a decisive defeat for Napoleon. The losses were staggering, around 100,000 soldiers on both sides. The battlefield, littered with the bodies of men from all corners of Europe, became a grim symbol of Napoleon's crumbling empire. The loss at Leipzig was not just a military defeat, it marked the beginning of the end of the Napoleonic era. As the coalition forces pushed westward, Napoleon's enemies closed in from all directions. With the Battle of Nations lost, the French Empire found itself besieged. The Allies invaded France in 1814, and Napoleon, once invincible, was now struggling to hold on to his throne. The cities that had once hailed him as their liberator now turned against him, and the French people, weary of war, grew disillusioned. In the streets of Paris, whispers of defeat and surrender filled the air. Despite his best efforts to rally his forces, Napoleon could not reverse the tide. His soldiers, battered and demoralized, were no match for the relentless advance of the Allies. Paris, the heart of his empire, fell on March 31st, 1814. The once great city was occupied by foreign troops, and Napoleon's reign came to an end. Facing certain defeat, Napoleon was forced to abdicate on April 6, 1814. The act of abdication was in many ways a reflection of the man himself, decisive yet deeply tragic. Napoleon, who had once ruled with unyielding authority, was now a man defeated by the very forces he had sought to conquer. His abdication was not just the end of his reign, it was the shattering of a dream. In the final moments of his rule, Napoleon requested to retain his title as emperor and to be allowed to rule over a small part of France. But the Allies, determined to ensure that he would never return to power, refused his request. The former emperor was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. For Napoleon, the exile to Elba was both a punishment and an opportunity. Stripped of his empire, he was left to reflect on the rise and fall of his reign. The once mighty conqueror, who had reshaped Europe, was now relegated to a tiny island, a shadow of his former self. Yet, even in exile, Napoleon's mind remained sharp, and the ambitions that had once driven him to greatness still burned within him. But for now he was a prisoner of his own destiny, trapped on an island that was to be his prison for the next several years. Napoleon's abdication and exile to Elba marked the tragic downfall of a titan. The man who had once been the ruler of an empire stretching from Spain to Russia was now a prisoner of his own past. The loss of his empire was a bitter pill to swallow, and for the first time in his life, Napoleon was forced to confront the limits of his power. The drama of his downfall had all the hallmarks of a Shakespearean tragedy: ambition, greatness, and inevitable ruin. He had been the master of Europe, the embodiment of a new order, but now he was an emperor in exile, haunted by the ghosts of his former glory. His fall was not the result of a single battle, but of a series of miscalculations, overreach, and the unrelenting pressure of a Europe that had grown tired of his rule. Napoleon's abdication marked the end of an era, but it was not the end of his story. His time in exile on Elba was merely a pause in a saga that would continue, one final act that would see him return to France in a dramatic bid for power. But for now the once mighty emperor was a broken man, the world that he had once dominated slipping through his fingers like sand. The fall of Napoleon was a tragedy, but it was also a reminder of the dangers of unchecked ambition. He had risen from obscurity to rule an empire, but in the end it was the very forces that he had used to create his empire, war, conquest and ambition, that led to his downfall. The Battle of Nations, the invasion of France, and his eventual abdication were the final chapters in the story of Napoleon Bonaparte, a man who reached the heights of power, only to fall from grace in the most dramatic and tragic of fashions. In early 1815, Europe believed it had seen the last of Napoleon Bonaparte. After his abdication in April 1814, he was exiled to the small Mediterranean island of Elba, just off the coast of Italy. His empire had crumbled, his army was broken, and the monarchs of Europe had restored the Bourbon king, Louis XV's seat, to the French throne. Napoleon had been given sovereignty over Elba and allowed to retain a small personal guard. It was, in theory, a quiet retirement for the man who once ruled most of Europe. But Napoleon had no intention of fading into history. News from France began to reach him. The restored Bourbon monarchy was growing increasingly unpopular. The people were disillusioned, the military was neglected, and veterans of Napoleon's campaigns found themselves sidelined or ignored. The promise of stability under Louis XV was fading. Napoleon saw an opportunity. He believed that France still remembered him, still needed him. In February 1815, he made his move. Under the cover of night on February 26th, Napoleon escaped from Elba aboard the brig Inconstant with around 1,000 loyal soldiers. They sailed past patrolling ships of the Royal Navy and landed on the French coast near Cannes on March 1st. There Napoleon began his march north, not with an army of conquest, but with a message he had returned to save France. As he moved from village to village, support began to swell. Soldiers sent to arrest him instead joined his cause. Famously, when confronted by royal troops near Grenoble, Napoleon stepped forward and declared, "If there is one among you who would kill his emperor, here I am." No one fired. The troops cheered, and the ranks of his supporters grew. By the time Napoleon reached Paris on March 20th, Louis XV had fled. In a stunning turn of events, Napoleon had regained power without a single shot being fired in anger. Thus began the 100 Days, a brief and intense period in which Napoleon would attempt to re-establish his empire and outmaneuver the Allied powers once more. But the monarchs of Europe were not about to let him reclaim his former glory. Austria, Prussia, Russia, and the United Kingdom swiftly formed the Seventh Coalition and began mobilizing their armies. They would strike before Napoleon could consolidate power. Napoleon knew he had to act quickly. He could not wait for the coalition armies to assemble on French soil. He had to divide them and defeat them separately. His target was Belgium, where British and Prussian forces under the Duke of Wellington and General Blücher were gathering. In June 1815, he led his newly raised army north in a daring campaign designed to isolate and crush the Allied forces before they could unite. On June 16th, Napoleon won a victory against the Prussians at Ligny, pushing them back but failing to destroy them. At the same time, his subordinate Marshal Ney engaged Wellington's forces at Quedir-Braze, but was unable to deliver a decisive blow. The twin battles left the Allies bloodied, but not broken. Worse, the Prussians managed to retreat in good order and began regrouping to the east. Napoleon had gambled on swift, separate victories, but now the Allied armies were slipping from his grasp. 2 days later, on June 18, 1815, Napoleon faced Wellington's army at a ridge near the village of Waterloo in modern-day Belgium. The field was muddy and the terrain difficult. The French army, though brave and battle-hardened, was not the same veteran force that had once triumphed across Europe. Still, Napoleon believed in victory. He had beaten greater odds before. The battle began late in the morning, due to the wet ground which delayed artillery movement. French forces launched repeated attacks on the Allied lines, including a massive cavalry charge led by Marshal Ney. Despite intense fighting and initial gains, Wellington's lines held. The Anglo-Allied troops, bolstered by their defensive position and superior coordination, absorbed wave after wave of French assaults. The turning point came in the late afternoon, when the Prussian army, under Blücher, arrived on the battlefield. Despite being battered from Ligny, the Prussians pressed into Napoleon's right flank. It was the blow Napoleon could not afford. His army, caught between two forces, began to falter. French morale collapsed. The Imperial Guard, Napoleon's most elite unit, made a final charge, but even they were repelled. As the Guard retreated, a cry went up among the French ranks: "La Garde recule." The Guard retreats. Panic spread. The battlefield descended into chaos. Napoleon's once mighty army dissolved in the face of Allied counterattacks. Thousands were killed, wounded, or captured. Napoleon fled the field, his dream of reclaiming Europe shattered in the mud and blood of Waterloo. The 100 Days were over. Napoleon returned to Paris, but the political tide had turned against him. With coalition forces marching on the capital and support evaporating, he abdicated once more on June 22, 1815. He hoped to flee to the United States, but the British Navy blockaded the coast. With no escape, Napoleon surrendered to the British and was exiled once again, this time to the remote island of St. Helena in the South Atlantic. There would be no return. He spent the final years of his life in isolation, writing his memoirs and reflecting on a career that had taken him from obscurity to the heights of power and back down again. He died on May 5, 1821. The legend of Napoleon would live on, but his last campaign ended not in triumph, but in irrevocable defeat. After the crushing defeat at Waterloo and his second abdication, Napoleon Bonaparte found himself once again at the mercy of the victors. But this time, they would not make the same mistake. There would be no Elba, no chance of return. The British, determined to ensure that Napoleon could never again threaten Europe, chose a remote and desolate place of exile, the island of St. Helena, in the South Atlantic Ocean, over 1,000 miles from the nearest continent. On October 15, 1815, after surrendering to the British aboard the HMS Bellerophon, Napoleon arrived at his final prison. St. Helena was a lonely and unforgiving place. The island was harsh, windswept, and isolated. It had no fertile fields or bustling cities, only rugged terrain and damp grey skies. The British stationed a garrison there and kept constant watch. Napoleon was allowed a small retinue of loyal followers, including his physician, valet, and a handful of officers. His new home was Longwood House, a damp and poorly maintained structure perched on a plateau. It was a far cry from the splendor of the Tuileries Palace or the grand halls of Versailles. The conditions at Longwood House were far from comfortable. The climate was often cold and rainy, and the house itself was plagued by mold and poor ventilation. Napoleon's health, already beginning to decline, worsened in the damp environment. He complained of stomach pains, fatigue, and bouts of depression. Though he kept to a routine, including walks in the garden and reading or dictating memoirs, the isolation took a toll. The once great emperor, who had commanded vast armies and shaped the fate of Europe, was now reduced to a prisoner surrounded by the endless sea. Despite the bleakness, Napoleon never completely gave up his sense of dignity. He insisted on being treated as a sovereign and maintained a disciplined daily schedule. He continued to write, dictating his version of history and his justifications for the wars and decisions he had made. These writings would later become the foundation of the Napoleonic legend, presenting him not as a tyrant, but as a misunderstood leader who had sought to bring order and reform to a chaotic world. The British governor of the island, Sir Hudson Lowe, was strict and often at odds with Napoleon. The two men disliked each other deeply. Lowe enforced numerous restrictions on communication and travel, fearful of any attempt at escape. Tensions were constant. Napoleon resented the surveillance and regarded Lowe as a petty tyrant. These clashes, combined with the harsh living conditions and his growing health issues, deepened Napoleon's sense of bitterness. As the years passed, Napoleon's physical condition steadily deteriorated. He suffered from chronic pain and weakness. His stomach ailments worsened, and by 1820, his weight had dropped significantly. Observers noted how thin and pale he had become. His days were spent mostly indoors, and even writing became difficult. Yet he remained mentally sharp, often engaging in discussions of history, philosophy, and war with the few companions he had left. In these final conversations, he spoke often of his past, his victories, and his failures. The question of Napoleon's death has long been shrouded in mystery. Officially, he died on May 5, 1821, at the age of 51. The cause was listed as stomach cancer, the same disease that had afflicted his father. An autopsy performed by British doctors supported this diagnosis. However, later analyses and theories have suggested alternative causes, including arsenic poisoning, either intentional or accidental. Traces of arsenic were found in samples of his hair, leading to decades of speculation. Whether foul play was involved remains uncertain, but what is clear is that Napoleon suffered greatly in his final months. His last words were reportedly, "France, the army, the head of the army, Josephine." With those fading thoughts, he slipped away. Napoleon was buried on the island in a secluded valley, known as the Valley of the Willows. For 2 decades, his body remained there, until 1840, when King Louis-Philippe of France obtained permission from the British to return Napoleon's remains to France. His body was transported with great ceremony to Paris, where it was laid to rest in a grand tomb beneath the dome of Les Invalides. There he remains to this day. The exile and death of Napoleon Bonaparte marked the end of one of the most extraordinary lives in modern history. Once feared and revered, he spent his final years in obscurity and discomfort, yet even in defeat, he crafted a narrative that would survive him. His legacy, complicated and contested, continues to provoke debate and fascination. On a remote island in the middle of the sea, far from the battlefields and palaces he once knew, Napoleon passed into legend. In the early 7th century, the Arabian Peninsula was a region of fragmented tribes, polytheistic religions, and sparse political unity. That changed with the rise of Islam, a monotheistic faith founded by the Prophet Muhammad, who received revelations beginning in 610 CE. These teachings, later compiled into the Quran, called for submission to one God, social justice, and a new sense of communal identity under the Ummah, the community of believers. Within a generation of Muhammad's death in 632 CE, Islam had become a powerful religious and political force that began to spread rapidly beyond Arabia. Under the leadership of the Rashidun Caliphs, the successors to Muhammad, Muslim armies surged across the Middle East. Through both conquest and treaties, they brought vast territories under Islamic rule, including the Levant, Persia, Egypt, and North Africa. By 638 CE, under the second Caliph Umar ibn al-Khattab, Muslim forces captured Jerusalem from the Byzantine Empire. The city, sacred to all 3 Abrahamic religions, became part of the growing Arab Caliphate. For Muslims, Jerusalem was the site of the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, commemorating the Prophet Muhammad's night journey. For Jews, it was the city of the ancient temple, and for Christians, it was the place of Christ's crucifixion and resurrection. Jerusalem's status as a spiritual epicenter meant that its control carried not just political weight, but deep religious significance. Despite its conquest, the new Muslim rulers generally allowed religious minorities to practice their faiths under the status of dhimmi, or protected peoples, in exchange for a tax known as the jizya. Christian pilgrims continued to travel to the Holy Land, and churches like the Church of the Holy Sepulchre remained in Christian hands. For centuries, relative stability allowed Jerusalem to serve as a spiritual crossroads. But tensions simmered beneath the surface, and the balance of power in the region remained fragile. In Europe, the fall of Jerusalem and the rapid expansion of Islam sparked a mixture of fear, admiration, and theological anxiety. The Christian world, still reeling from the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, viewed Islam as both a military threat and a heretical challenge to Christian doctrine. As Arab fleets entered the Mediterranean and Muslim armies advanced into Spain and southern Italy, the boundaries of Christendom were redrawn. The Byzantine Empire, although still powerful, began to experience significant territorial losses, and its appeals for Western aid would later plant the seeds of the Crusades. By the 11th century, the Islamic world had fragmented into competing caliphates and sultanates, but it remained intellectually and economically vibrant. Cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba became centers of learning, science, and trade. Meanwhile, Western Europe was undergoing its own transformation. The Christian Church was consolidating power, reforming itself under movements like the Cluniac reforms, and fostering a more militant vision of Christendom. Papal authority was growing, and with it came new ideas about holy war and spiritual salvation through violence. Jerusalem, as the focal point of Christian longing, was increasingly romanticized in religious texts and sermons. Pilgrimages to the Holy Land were viewed as acts of profound piety. However, as Seljuk Turks began to take control of former Abbasid and Byzantine territories in the late 11th century, reports of mistreatment of pilgrims and the destruction of Christian churches began to circulate in the West, whether accurate or exaggerated. The spiritual narrative of a lost holy city in the hands of infidels began to take hold in the Christian imagination. The idea that the Holy Land must be reclaimed grew stronger with each generation. To the Christian faithful, Jerusalem was not just another city, it was the center of their spiritual universe. Its occupation by non-Christians became a source of deep grief and religious urgency. Monastic chroniclers, clergy, and traveling pilgrims alike painted a picture of a once sacred realm under desecration. While some of these accounts were likely colored by propaganda or genuine misunderstanding, they nonetheless shaped a rising tide of religious fervor in the West. By the end of the 11th century, the political landscape of Europe and the Near East was poised for a dramatic confrontation. The rise of Islam and the loss of Jerusalem were no longer distant episodes of history. They were immediate, pressing, and cast as affronts to the divine order. What began as a military conquest centuries earlier had evolved into a theological crisis. This crisis would soon erupt into one of the most prolonged and violent series of conflicts in medieval history. The stage was set for the Crusades. In November 1095, in the French town of Clermont, a momentous speech by Pope Urban II set into motion one of the most dramatic episodes in medieval history. Addressing a council of clergy and nobles, Urban called upon Christians of the Latin West to take up arms and reclaim Jerusalem and the Holy Land from Muslim control. The Pope described the suffering of Eastern Christians under Seljuk Turkish rule, emphasizing alleged atrocities against pilgrims and the desecration of holy sites. His call to action was unprecedented, offering spiritual rewards to those who would fight. He promised remission of sins, declaring that those who died on the journey or in battle would receive salvation. The reaction was immediate and electric. Cries of Deus Vult, God wills it, echoed through the crowd, and the First Crusade was born. Urban's appeal was more than a religious exhortation. It was deeply political and socially resonant. The medieval West was a world rife with violence and internal conflict. Feudal lords constantly warred over land and power, while the Church sought to channel this aggression into a cause it deemed righteous. By redirecting knights and warriors toward a distant sacred goal, the Pope aimed to consolidate Christian Europe under papal leadership. The offer of indulgences was revolutionary. Never before had the Church granted such sweeping spiritual benefits for acts of war. For many, especially younger sons without inheritance, the crusade offered both eternal salvation and earthly opportunity. The call spread rapidly through France, the Holy Roman Empire, and beyond. Preachers like Peter the Hermit stirred massive enthusiasm among commoners. The result was the People's Crusade, an early and poorly organized wave made up largely of peasants, laborers, and minor nobles. Driven by faith and desperation, they marched eastward in the spring of 1096, but were largely annihilated by Turkish forces in Anatolia. Still, the movement could not be stopped. Later that year, the official armies of the First Crusade began their march. They were led by prominent nobles such as Raymond of Toulouse, Godfrey of Bouillon, Bohemond of Taranto, and Hugh of Vermandois. The journey to the Holy Land was grueling. Crusaders faced starvation, disease, and constant harassment. Their route through Byzantine territory required coordination with Emperor Alexios I Komnenos, who offered supplies and passage in exchange for oaths of loyalty and promises to return captured territory. Trust between the Byzantines and the Crusaders was tenuous, but the mutual goal of weakening Muslim power kept the alliance intact, at least temporarily. In June 1097, the Crusaders captured the city of Nicaea, formerly a Byzantine possession. They then moved through Anatolia, enduring scorching heat and ambushes from Turkish forces. By October, they reached Antioch, a heavily fortified city crucial for controlling access to Syria. The siege of Antioch lasted over 7 months, marked by hunger, betrayal, and extraordinary brutality. When the city finally fell in June 1098, the Crusaders themselves were besieged shortly afterward by a large Muslim relief army. Only through a surprise sortie and the discovery of a supposed holy relic, the Holy Lance, did the Crusaders rally and repel the attackers. With Antioch under their control, the Crusaders turned toward Jerusalem. In June 1099, they arrived at the walls of the sacred city, now ruled by the Fatimid Caliphate. The siege was short but intense. On July 15, 1099, after scaling the walls with makeshift siege towers, Crusader forces stormed Jerusalem. What followed was a massacre that shocked even contemporaries. Muslims and Jews were slaughtered indiscriminately, and the streets were said to run with blood. Chroniclers described the killings as acts of divine justice, but modern historians view them as one of the darkest moments of the Crusades. Following the conquest, the Crusaders established the Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states like the County of Edessa, the Principality of Antioch, and the County of Tripoli. Godfrey of Bouillon refused the title of king, preferring to call himself Defender of the Holy Sepulchre, but power quickly centralized in the hands of the new Latin nobility. The success of the First Crusade was astounding, especially given the lack of centralized command, the logistical nightmares, and the overwhelming odds. It was seen in Europe as a miraculous victory, a sign of divine favor. But beneath the triumph lay a foundation of violence, suffering, and religious intolerance. The First Crusade revealed the potency of religious ideology fused with military ambition. It also exposed the brutal lengths to which men would go to claim a city sacred to three faiths. For the Christian West, the capture of Jerusalem marked a spiritual climax. For the Muslim world, it was a catastrophe that would not be forgotten. And for the Jewish communities caught in the storm, it was a period of unspeakable tragedy. The First Crusade had succeeded beyond anyone's expectations, but its legacy was already entangled in bloodshed and betrayal. The stage was now set for a century of uneasy rule, constant conflict, and the eventual launching of further crusades. After the conquest of Jerusalem in 1099, the victorious Crusaders faced the daunting task of governing and defending their newly acquired territories in an unfamiliar and often hostile land. Out of the remnants of the First Crusade arose a patchwork of Latin Christian polities known collectively as the Crusader states. Chief among these was the Kingdom of Jerusalem, founded officially in 1100 and centered on the Holy City itself. Other principal states included the county of Edessa in the north, the Principality of Antioch along the Orontes River, and the county of Tripoli on the Mediterranean coast. These states represented the physical and ideological foothold of Latin Christendom in the Levant, established by force but sustained by a complex web of diplomacy, trade, and military vigilance. The Kingdom of Jerusalem quickly became the spiritual and administrative heart of Crusader rule. Godfrey of Bouillon, who had refused the title of king, died in 1100, and his brother Baldwin of Bouillon assumed the crown, becoming Baldwin I. Under his reign and that of his successors, the kingdom expanded to include ports like Acre and Jaffa, and inland cities such as Hebron and Bethlehem. The Latin rulers attempted to transplant European feudal structures into a Middle Eastern context, dividing lands among nobles and erecting castles such as Crac des Chevaliers and Belvoir Fortress to control territory and defend against external threats. These fortifications, often built with local materials and adapted to regional geography, were essential for the survival of the Crusader states. Daily life in the Crusader states was marked by a cautious coexistence between Latin Christians and the diverse local populations, which included Eastern Christians, Muslims, Jews, and Samaritans. Latin rulers relied heavily on native Christians, such as Armenians and Syriacs, to help administer the territories. Arabic remained a common language in the markets and fields, and Islamic law continued to apply in matters concerning Muslim residents. Despite the violence of the conquest, pragmatic arrangements emerged. Local Muslim leaders sometimes allied with Crusader lords against rival factions, and trade routes reopened under Christian oversight, linking the ports of the Levant with Italy, France, and Byzantium. Italian maritime republics like Genoa and Venice established quarters in key cities, bringing wealth and international ties. Yet the Crusader states were always precarious. Their populations were small and heavily reliant on military orders such as the Knights Templar and the Hospitallers, both of which emerged in the early 12th century. These orders combined monastic discipline with martial prowess, providing much-needed defense for pilgrims and settlements. In times of war, they acted as elite troops, garrisoning frontier castles and launching raids into enemy territory. Their growing landholdings and independence made them powerful forces in regional politics. The fragility of the Crusader states was underscored by constant external threats. The surrounding Muslim world, though fragmented after the decline of the Seljuk Empire, was slowly reawakening. Local Muslim rulers in Aleppo, Mosul, and Damascus viewed the Crusaders as both invaders and rivals. While internecine warfare among Muslim states provided the Crusaders with opportunities to expand and consolidate, it also ensured that peace was always temporary. Border skirmishes, sieges, and raids were a constant reality. The Crusader nobles spent as much time negotiating truces and managing alliances as they did fighting battles. The first major blow to the Crusader project came in 1144 with the fall of Edessa. The county of Edessa, the most remote and vulnerable of the Crusader states, was captured by the forces of Zengi, the Muslim Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. Zengi's campaign marked the beginning of a renewed Islamic counteroffensive against the Latin states. The capture of Edessa sent shockwaves through Europe and led directly to the call for the Second Crusade. Unlike Jerusalem or Antioch, Edessa had a large native Christian population and had served as an important buffer against incursions from the east. Its fall exposed the vulnerability of the Crusader network and shattered the illusion that the Holy Land had been securely reclaimed. Internally, the Crusader states struggled with issues of succession, governance, and cultural integration. The Latin aristocracy often found itself isolated, dependent on reinforcements and settlers from Europe to sustain its rule. Crusader kings and nobles married into local Christian families, creating hybrid identities that combined Western and Eastern traditions. These marriages were sometimes pragmatic, cementing alliances and ensuring loyalty, but they also revealed the gradual adaptation of Crusaders to their new environment. Still, cultural misunderstandings and religious divides persisted, and many Crusaders saw their residence in the Holy Land as temporary, hoping to return to Europe after fulfilling their vows. Despite their military and demographic disadvantages, the Crusader states maintained a surprising degree of stability for several decades. They developed their own political institutions, minted coins, issued charters, and even held ecclesiastical councils. Latin bishops were installed in formerly Orthodox or Eastern Christian sees, and churches were built in the Romanesque style familiar to Europeans. Pilgrims continued to arrive in growing numbers, protected by the military orders and the relative peace of the coastal regions. Yet beneath the surface, cracks were beginning to show. The loss of Edessa was a symptom of deeper vulnerabilities, geopolitical isolation, limited manpower, and the ever-growing unity of their Muslim adversaries. The fall of this frontier stronghold signaled a shift in the balance of power in the region. It became clear that the Crusader presence in the Holy Land, while enduring, was far from unassailable. The dream of a permanent Christian kingdom in the East would require renewed effort, greater coordination, and more bloodshed. The foundations laid in the aftermath of the First Crusade had held, but the storm was gathering once more. The fall of Edessa in 1144 marked a turning point in the history of the Crusader states and served as the catalyst for the Second Crusade. The city, located in northern Mesopotamia, was the most distant and vulnerable of the Crusader territories, a bastion surrounded by powerful Muslim states and reliant on fragile alliances. In late 1144, it was besieged and captured by Zengi, the ambitious and formidable Atabeg of Mosul and Aleppo. His conquest was swift and devastating. Edessa, defended by only a small garrison, fell on December 24, 1144. The Christian population suffered heavily, with many killed or enslaved, while churches were desecrated or converted. The loss sent shockwaves through Latin Christendom. It was the first major Crusader defeat since the establishment of the Crusader states, and it shattered the illusion of Christian dominance in the East. The capture of Edessa was not merely a territorial loss, but a psychological and spiritual crisis. The city had been one of the first to fall during the First Crusade and symbolized the Christian foothold beyond the Euphrates. Pope Eugenius III responded swiftly. In 1145, he issued the papal bull Quantum Predecessors, calling for a new crusade to reclaim Edessa and bolster the remaining Crusader states. This call was championed by Bernard of Clairvaux, a charismatic and influential Cistercian abbot who preached the crusade across France and Germany. His impassioned sermons invoked both spiritual urgency and divine promise, urging Christians to take up the cross once more. The Second Crusade became the first major crusading effort, led directly by European monarchs. King Louis VII of France and Emperor Conrad III of Germany vowed to lead their armies to the Holy Land. Their commitments brought legitimacy and resources, but also complicated the campaign with political rivalry and logistical challenges. Unlike the First Crusade, which was fueled by grassroots enthusiasm and local leadership, the Second Crusade was a top-down effort, marked by coordination issues and strategic missteps from the outset. Conrad's army departed first, in the spring of 1147, composed largely of German knights and foot soldiers. It traveled through Hungary and into Byzantine territory. Relations with the Byzantines were tense. Emperor Manuel I Komnenos was wary of Western armies marching through his lands, especially after the unpredictable behavior of earlier crusading forces. Conrad's army suffered from poor provisioning and frequent skirmishes with local populations. Upon entering Anatolia, they were ambushed by the Seljuk Turks at the Battle of Dorylaeum in October 1147. The result was disastrous. The German army was decimated, and Conrad himself narrowly escaped with his life. The survivors retreated to Nicaea, where they regrouped and awaited the French. Louis VII's army, meanwhile, had fared little better. Following a similar route, the French encountered many of the same difficulties. Harsh terrain, supply shortages, and Turkish ambushes took their toll. In early 1148, Louis reached the coast and sailed to Antioch. There he met Raymond of Poitiers, Prince of Antioch, and uncle to his wife Eleanor of Aquitaine. Raymond urged Louis to campaign in northern Syria and recapture Edessa, but Louis, pressured by papal expectations and desiring to fulfill his pilgrimage to Jerusalem, chose instead to march south. In Jerusalem, the leaders of the crusade held a council to determine their next move. With Edessa beyond immediate reach and reinforcements lacking, they decided to target Damascus, a wealthy and strategically vital Muslim city that had previously maintained a complex relationship with the Crusaders. The decision to attack Damascus in July 1148 proved to be a fatal error. The siege began with some initial success, but internal disagreements, poor planning, and strong local resistance soon doomed the effort. After only 4 days, the Crusaders retreated in disarray. The failure at Damascus not only ended the Second Crusade, but also discredited its leaders. The aftermath was sobering. The Crusaders had achieved none of their objectives. Edessa remained in Muslim hands. The costly expedition had strained relations between Latin Europe and the Byzantine Empire, deepened rivalries among Crusader leaders, and revealed the growing strength and unity of Muslim powers under leaders like Zengi and his son Nur-ed-Din. Bernard of Clairvaux, who had preached the crusade so fervently, was devastated. He defended his role by attributing the failure to the sins of the Crusaders themselves, reflecting a broader medieval tendency to see divine judgment in military outcomes. The failure of the Second Crusade marked a shift in the crusading ideal. While the First Crusade had ended in miraculous success, the Second revealed the limits of Western power and the complexities of sustaining a religious war far from home. The loss of life, the humiliation at Damascus, and the disillusionment of thousands of pilgrims cast a long shadow over future crusading efforts. Yet despite its failure, the Second Crusade intensified Muslim resolve and reshaped the political landscape of the Levant. Nur-ed-Din, having inherited his father's mantle, would now rise as the principal architect of Muslim resistance in the years to come. Thus, the fall of Edessa not only ended a chapter of Crusader expansion, but also ushered in a new phase of Muslim resurgence. The tide was turning, and the fragile balance that had allowed the Crusader states to endure would soon be tested as never before. The mid-12th century saw the emergence of a formidable leader who would redefine the course of the Crusades and alter the balance of power in the Holy Land. Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West simply as Saladin, rose from relatively obscure beginnings to become the most revered Muslim commander of his time. Born in Tikrit in 1137 or 1138 into a Kurdish family, Saladin entered military service under his uncle Shirkuh, a general in the army of Nur ad-Din, the powerful ruler of Aleppo and Damascus. Through his uncle's campaigns in Egypt and his own political acumen, Saladin rose to prominence and, following Shirkuh's death in 1169, became vizier of Egypt. When Nur ad-Din died in 1174, Saladin moved to consolidate power. Over the next decade, he united Egypt and Syria, absorbing territories through both conquest and diplomacy. By the early 1180s, Saladin had become sultan of a vast and reinvigorated Muslim empire that encircled the Crusader states. Saladin was not merely a conqueror, but also a devout Muslim, committed to the cause of jihad as a form of both religious duty and political strategy. He positioned himself as the champion of Sunni Islam and the liberator of Jerusalem. Under his rule, the fractured Muslim world began to rally around a common cause, the expulsion of the Crusaders from the Holy Land. Saladin's leadership combined military brilliance with a reputation for chivalry, generosity and restraint that earned him respect even among his Christian enemies. He abolished the unpopular Fatimid Caliphate in Egypt, re-established Sunni orthodoxy, and strengthened his position through marriage alliances, administrative reforms, and a highly mobile, disciplined army. By 1180, a fragile truce existed between Saladin and the Kingdom of Jerusalem. However, the peace was regularly broken by raids and provocations, particularly by the Crusader Lord Reynold of Chatillon, whose attacks on Muslim caravans and threats to Mecca and Medina outraged the Islamic world. Saladin warned that continued aggression would be met with force. When Reynold broke the truce in 1187 by attacking a large Muslim caravan, Saladin responded decisively, launching a full-scale campaign against the Crusader states. The campaign culminated in the Battle of Hattin on July 4, 1187, a cataclysmic defeat for the Christian forces. The Crusader army, led by King Guy of Lusignan, marched from the city of Tiberias in an attempt to relieve a siege. Exhausted by the summer heat, deprived of water, and trapped by Saladin's forces, the Crusaders were routed in a well-executed maneuver. The battle ended in disaster for the Latin kingdom. Thousands of knights and soldiers were killed or captured. Reynold of Chatillon was personally executed by Saladin for his repeated provocations, while King Guy was taken prisoner but later released. Perhaps most significantly, the defeat shattered the military strength of the Crusader states, leaving the road to Jerusalem open. Following Hattin, Saladin moved swiftly to capitalize on his victory. City after city fell to his forces with little resistance. Acre, Jaffa, and other key strongholds surrendered or were taken by force. On October 2, 1187, Saladin entered Jerusalem. Unlike the bloody conquest of the city by the Crusaders in 1099, Saladin's capture was marked by a degree of mercy and order that astonished many contemporary observers. He allowed Christians to ransom themselves and their families, permitted the Eastern Christian churches to remain, and even spared many of the city's Latin inhabitants. Property was protected, and Muslim holy sites restored. The Dome of the Rock and Al-Aqsa Mosque, defiled during the Crusader occupation, were cleansed and rededicated. The contrast between the sack of Jerusalem in 1099 and its recapture in 1187 could not have been starker. Whereas the First Crusade had ended in the massacre of tens of thousands, Saladin's conquest exemplified restraint. His conduct enhanced his reputation not only in the Islamic world but also in Europe, where even chroniclers hostile to Islam acknowledged his nobility. While not without instances of violence, the general tenor of Saladin's rule was one of magnanimity. The fall of Jerusalem sent shockwaves through Europe. The news of the city's loss to Muslim forces triggered mass mourning and calls for a renewed crusade. Pope Gregory VIII issued the papal bull Audita Tremendi, calling for all Christian princes to take up the cross and reclaim the Holy City. This marked the beginning of preparations for what would become the Third Crusade. In the meantime, Saladin worked to consolidate his victories, reinforcing garrisons, repairing fortifications, and ensuring stability across his territories. He knew that a major counter-offensive was coming and prepared accordingly. Saladin's achievement was not merely military but ideological. He had restored Muslim control over Jerusalem, inspired Islamic unity, and offered a compelling model of leadership that blended devotion, diplomacy, and disciplined warfare. For the Crusaders, his success represented a devastating reversal. Jerusalem, the spiritual prize of the First Crusade, was once again in Muslim hands. The Latin kingdom of Jerusalem was reduced to a coastal strip. Its capital moved to Tyre. The Crusader dream of permanent dominion over the Holy Land had been dealt a mortal blow. Thus, the period from 1171 to 1187 marked the rise of one of history's most admired military and political leaders. Saladin's ascent reshaped the Crusader-Muslim conflict and redefined the stakes for both sides. His example would loom large in the minds of both his contemporaries and generations to come, setting the stage for one of the most dramatic confrontations in the entire crusading era. The Third Crusade, which began in 1189, was launched in direct response to the shocking loss of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1187. It quickly became a legendary conflict, not only for its military engagements, but for the powerful personalities that shaped it, notably Richard I of England, Philip II of France, and Saladin himself. Each leader had their own motivations and ambitions, yet they shared a common goal: control of the Holy Land. Richard, nicknamed the Lionheart for his valor and martial prowess, was determined to restore Christian rule in Jerusalem. Philip II, eager to assert his influence and prestige, allied with Richard, but would ultimately return to France early in the campaign. Saladin, meanwhile, sought to defend his newly united empire and maintain his control over Jerusalem. The campaign began with the arduous journey of European forces crossing hostile territories, plagued by supply difficulties and political disputes. The first major target was the port city of Acre, strategically vital for maintaining supply lines and access to the Levant. The siege of Acre lasted nearly 2 years, from 1189 to 1191, and was marked by brutal fighting, famine, and disease. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the capture of Acre was a critical turning point that allowed the Crusaders to establish a foothold on the coast. Philip II returned to France after Acre's fall, citing illness and political concerns at home, leaving Richard as the undisputed leader of the Crusader forces. Richard then turned his attention inland, engaging Saladin's army in several key battles. The Battle of Arsuf in September 1191 stands out as one of the most celebrated encounters. Richard's forces, outnumbered and weary, held firm against Saladin's attacks and launched a decisive counterattack that secured a tactical victory. Despite this success, Richard could not advance to retake Jerusalem, which remained strongly defended and strategically distant from his coastal bases. Throughout the campaign, Richard and Saladin demonstrated mutual respect and chivalry, even as they fought bitterly. Their correspondence and conduct suggested a complex relationship that transcended simple enmity. Richard admired Saladin's honor and leadership, and Saladin acknowledged Richard's bravery. This respect influenced the eventual negotiations that led to the truce. In 1192, after years of warfare and stalemate, Richard and Saladin agreed to the Treaty of Jaffa. The agreement allowed for Christian pilgrims to access Jerusalem safely, though the city itself remained under Muslim control. The treaty also delineated boundaries, with Crusader states retaining some coastal territories. This uneasy peace ended the Third Crusade without achieving its ultimate goal of retaking Jerusalem, but it preserved a fragile coexistence and opened channels for dialogue between the two cultures. The Third Crusade remains one of the most famous chapters in Crusader history, not only for its battles and sieges, but for the personalities involved and the legacy of respect amidst conflict. Richard the Lionheart's military skill and Saladin's leadership continue to inspire stories and scholarship. Their clash was a defining moment that highlighted both the enduring religious passions and the political realities of the crusading era. The Fourth Crusade, launched in 1202, began with the intention of reclaiming Jerusalem, but instead became one of the most tragic and divisive episodes in medieval Christian history. Originally, the Crusaders planned to sail to the Holy Land, relying heavily on the maritime power of Venice to provide transport. The agreement was that the Crusader army would pay Venice for a fleet of ships sufficient to carry tens of thousands of soldiers. However, when fewer Crusaders than expected arrived at Venice, they lacked the funds to pay the full amount. This financial shortfall gave the Venetians significant leverage, and rather than refunding the debt, Venice proposed a solution that would alter the course of the crusade entirely. The Venetians suggested that the Crusaders assist them in recapturing the city of Zara, a Christian port on the Adriatic coast that had rebelled against Venetian rule. Despite objections from the Pope, who threatened excommunication, the Crusaders besieged and captured Zara in 1202. This act foreshadowed the greater calamities to come. Political intrigue soon deepened the Crusades' diversion when Alexios Angelos, the exiled son of the deposed Byzantine Emperor Isaac II, approached the Crusaders. He promised substantial rewards, military support, and the submission of the Eastern Orthodox Church to Rome if the Crusaders helped restore him and his father to the throne in Constantinople. Eager for funds and reinforcements, and influenced by Venetian interests keen on expanding their influence in Byzantine affairs, the Crusaders agreed. In 1203, they sailed to Constantinople and helped Alexios IV regain power. However, the Byzantine people were deeply divided and resentful of Latin intervention, and the promised support never fully materialized. Within months, unrest and violence erupted. Alexios IV was overthrown and killed, and the Crusaders found themselves stranded and betrayed. With their debts mounting and no way home, the Crusaders resolved to capture Constantinople outright. In April 1204, they launched a brutal assault on the city, breaching its massive walls after fierce fighting. The sack of Constantinople was unprecedented in its violence and destruction. Over the course of days, the Crusaders looted priceless treasures, desecrated churches, destroyed ancient art and manuscripts, and massacred many inhabitants, both civilians and clergy. The city, the heart of Eastern Orthodox Christianity and a center of classical learning and culture, was left devastated. This catastrophic event not only shattered Byzantium's power, but also deepened the already profound schism between the Eastern Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches. The spiritual and political rift widened as mutual accusations of betrayal and sacrilege hardened. The Latin Empire was established on Byzantine soil, but it proved unstable and short-lived, unable to maintain control or legitimacy. The Fourth Crusade, far from achieving its sacred goals, resulted in Christian armies attacking fellow Christians, weakening Christendom and reshaping the geopolitical landscape of the Eastern Mediterranean. This tragic diversion marked a low point in the crusading movement and had lasting repercussions for centuries, symbolizing the complex interplay of religious zeal, political ambition, and economic interests that could corrupt even the most sacred causes. The period from 1217 to 1272 saw a series of crusades known as the Later Crusades, which included the Fifth through Ninth Crusades. These campaigns reflected both the persistence of crusading zeal and the gradual diminishing of its power and influence in the Holy Land and beyond. The Fifth Crusade, launched in 1217, focused on Egypt, seen as the key to controlling Jerusalem. Crusaders hoped to weaken Muslim power by capturing Cairo, but despite initial successes such as the capture of Damietta, the campaign faltered. A failed attempt to advance further up the Nile ended in disaster, forcing the Crusaders to surrender Damietta in 1221 and marking a significant setback. The Sixth Crusade, led by Frederick II, Holy Roman Emperor, was remarkable for its different approach. Instead of relying primarily on military force, Frederick negotiated directly with the Egyptian Sultan al-Kamil. In 1229, through diplomacy rather than battle, Frederick achieved the peaceful handover of Jerusalem, Bethlehem and Nazareth to the Crusaders. This treaty was a rare moment of success and allowed Christian pilgrims access to the Holy Land once again. However, Frederick's methods were controversial, and his strained relations with the papacy weakened his position. The Seventh Crusade was led by Louis IX of France, known as Saint Louis. Starting in 1248, this crusade also targeted Egypt, particularly the city of Damietta. Despite capturing the city, Louis' forces were eventually defeated, and he was captured in 1250. His release came only after a heavy ransom was paid. Undeterred, Louis launched the Eighth Crusade in 1270, which was diverted to Tunisia. This campaign was marred by disease, and Louis himself died of illness shortly after arriving. The crusade ended in failure, and this event symbolized the waning power of crusading fervor. The Ninth Crusade, often considered the last major medieval crusade, was led by Prince Edward of England between 1271 and 1272. Edward's efforts were limited and largely unsuccessful, reflecting the reduced resources, political support, and enthusiasm for crusades in Europe. Despite some minor military actions, the crusade failed to reverse the steady Muslim reconquest of the region. Throughout these later crusades, the initial idealism and mass mobilization seen in earlier campaigns had diminished significantly. European monarchs became more preoccupied with internal affairs and political struggles, while financial and logistical challenges hampered large-scale crusading efforts. The diminishing flame of the Crusades revealed the limits of religious warfare and the complex realities of medieval geopolitics. The Holy Land remained under Muslim control, and the dream of permanent Christian dominion faded as the 13th century drew to a close. The year 1291 stands as a defining and tragic moment in the history of the Crusades, with the fall of Acre, the last major Christian stronghold in the Holy Land, marking the final collapse of the Latin East. For nearly 2 centuries, since the First Crusade captured Jerusalem in 1099, Crusader states had maintained a precarious foothold along the eastern Mediterranean coast, but over time, their position grew increasingly untenable. Acre had risen to prominence as the principal military, political, and commercial center for the Crusaders after the loss of Jerusalem in 1187. It was a fortified city with massive walls, towers, and a bustling harbor that served as the critical link to Europe, where supplies, reinforcements, and pilgrims continued to arrive. Despite its strategic importance, Acre was a city surrounded by hostile forces and vulnerable to sustained siege. In the late 13th century, the Mamluks, a powerful Muslim dynasty based in Egypt known for their military skill and religious fervor, emerged as the dominant force opposing the Crusader presence. Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil, determined to eliminate the Crusader threat once and for all, gathered a large and well-equipped army to lay siege to Acre. Beginning in April 1291, the Mamluk forces encircled the city with thousands of troops, siege engines, and cavalry. The Crusaders, numbering only a fraction of the Mamluk army, were exhausted from decades of warfare, and their hopes for meaningful aid from Europe had largely vanished due to shifting political interests and limited resources. Despite their dire circumstances, the defenders of Acre fought fiercely, manning the city's walls and mounting counterattacks. Knights from the military orders, including the Templars, Hospitallers, and Teutonic Knights, stood alongside local soldiers and desperate civilians. For nearly 2 months, they withstood the Mamluk assaults, but the overwhelming pressure, combined with shortages of food and weapons, slowly wore down the defenders. In late May 1291, after relentless bombardment and breaches in the walls, the Mamluks launched a final assault. They poured into the city, overwhelming the remaining defenders in brutal hand-to-hand combat. What followed was a devastating sack of Acre. The Mamluk soldiers looted homes, churches, and warehouses, destroying valuable relics, manuscripts, and artworks that represented centuries of Christian presence and culture in the region. Thousands of inhabitants were killed or captured, including refugees who had fled from other lost Crusader territories. The destruction was not limited to physical structures, but extended to the very fabric of the Crusader society that had endured for generations. Acre's fall effectively marked the end of the Crusader states in the Levant. Other remaining coastal outposts quickly fell or were abandoned, and the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, which had existed in name for decades, ceased to exist as a political entity. The significance of Acre's fall went far beyond a military defeat. It symbolized the complete failure of the crusading enterprise to secure a permanent Christian presence in the Holy Land. The religious and spiritual goals that had motivated millions of Europeans, including the reclaiming of Jerusalem as a sacred city, remained unfulfilled. Over time, enthusiasm for crusading waned in Europe. Monarchs and nobles faced rising challenges closer to home: political conflicts, dynastic struggles, economic developments, and the growth of centralized states began to dominate their agendas. The financial and human costs of crusading, combined with repeated failures, sapped the willingness of European powers to invest in further expeditions to the Levant. In addition, the complex realities of the Eastern Mediterranean had changed. Muslim powers, especially the Mamluks, had consolidated control and organized efficient administrations. The fractured and weakened Crusader states could no longer hope to compete with the military strength and political unity of their adversaries. Diplomatic efforts and truces occasionally offered temporary respite, but these were fragile and ultimately ineffective in reversing the tide. The fall of Acre thus marked the end of an era. The Crusades, which had shaped medieval Europe and its relations with the wider world for centuries, had come to a close as a military movement. While their legacy persisted in cultural exchanges, architectural monuments, and historical memory, The dream of reclaiming the Holy Land through war was shattered. The loss of the Latin East forced Europe to reconsider its place in the Mediterranean and its relationship with the Muslim world. In the aftermath, crusading shifted focus toward other regions, including the Baltic, Spain, and North Africa, but the original goal of liberating Jerusalem faded into the past. The end of the Crusader states in the Levant underscored the limits of religious warfare and highlighted how shifting political priorities, economic realities, and military capabilities shape history. The fall of Acre stands as a solemn reminder of the costs of conflict and the fragility of empires built on conquest and faith. It closed a chapter on the Crusades that would influence Christian and Muslim relations for centuries, shaping perceptions, tensions, and dialogues between East and West into the modern era. The Crusades left a vast and intricate legacy that extends far beyond the battlefields and politics of medieval Europe and the Middle East, shaping the course of history from the 14th century well into the modern era. While the armed conflicts themselves ended centuries ago, their reverberations have deeply influenced culture, religion, international relations, and collective memory. One of the most profound long-term impacts of the Crusades was the intense cultural exchange between East and West. The movement of crusaders, merchants, scholars, and pilgrims facilitated the transfer of goods, ideas, and knowledge. Europeans encountered advanced Islamic science, medicine, mathematics, philosophy, and architecture. This interaction helped to reintroduce and preserve classical knowledge from ancient Greece and Rome that had been safeguarded in the Islamic world during Europe's so-called Dark Ages. This revival of learning contributed significantly to the intellectual flourishing known as the Renaissance, which reshaped European civilization in the centuries that followed. Economic changes also followed the Crusades. The increased trade between Europe and the East led to the growth of powerful maritime republics such as Venice, Genoa, and Pisa. These cities became centers of commerce, banking, and cultural exchange, laying early foundations for the modern capitalist economy. The Crusades also helped stimulate urban development in Europe, as demand for goods like spices, silk, and precious metals increased. Although much of the crusading effort was framed as religious warfare, it became inextricably linked with economic and political ambitions, which had lasting effects on the Mediterranean world and Europe's global outlook. Yet the Crusades also left behind a darker, more tragic legacy marked by violence, suffering, and deep social scars. The wars brought unprecedented brutality, with the slaughter of civilians, Muslims, Jews, and Eastern Christians alike, often sanctioned or ignored by Crusader leaders. The sack of Jerusalem in 1099, the massacres during the capture of Acre in 1291, and numerous other violent episodes left entire communities devastated. These events fueled cycles of revenge and mistrust that hardened religious identities and sowed the seeds of lasting hostility. The schism between the Roman Catholic Church and the Eastern Orthodox Church, already present, was exacerbated by the events of the Fourth Crusade, especially the sack of Constantinople in 1204, which deepened divisions and bred resentment that persists in some form even today. Christian-Muslim relations were profoundly affected by the Crusades, shaping perceptions, politics, and conflicts for centuries. The Crusades introduced a framework of religious conflict and othering that often painted the opposing side as enemies of faith and civilization. This narrative has been invoked repeatedly through history, sometimes inflaming tensions and sometimes used by leaders to rally support or justify violence. While the Crusades were a specific historical phenomenon, their memory has been adapted and misinterpreted over time, sometimes fueling prejudice and misunderstanding rather than dialogue. The romanticized image of the Crusades as noble quests of chivalrous knights fighting for a sacred cause became a powerful myth that influenced European culture, literature, and identity. Medieval chronicles, epic poems, and later national histories often glorified the Crusaders, emphasizing valor and religious devotion while minimizing political intrigue, greed, and brutality. This romanticism persisted into the modern era and was sometimes appropriated by nationalist and religious movements to promote certain ideologies. In contemporary political and cultural discourse, the Crusades are frequently referenced, often stripped of historical context, and used to symbolize deep-rooted cultural or religious conflicts. This oversimplification risks perpetuating stereotypes and obscuring the multifaceted realities of the past. To fully understand the Crusades' legacy, it is essential to acknowledge the human cost and the quiet tragedies experienced by individuals and communities on all sides. Beyond the famous battles and leaders, countless people endured displacement, loss of life, destruction of homes, and the disruption of entire societies. Refugees fled advancing armies, families were torn apart, and cultural heritages were damaged or lost. These personal and communal sufferings often go unnoticed amid grand narratives of conquest and faith, yet they form a crucial part of the Crusades' story. The Crusades remind us of the complexities of human history, where faith, politics, economics, and culture intertwine in ways that defy simple explanation. They challenge us to move beyond binary views of good and evil and to appreciate the nuanced human experiences involved. The events of the Crusades shaped medieval Europe and the Islamic world and influenced global interactions that continue to the present day. Their legacy invites ongoing reflection on the nature of conflict, coexistence, and the long-lasting effects that historical events can have on societies, identities, and international relations. In considering the Crusades' impact, we also confront the importance of memory and interpretation. How history is remembered, taught, and invoked influences how communities understand themselves and others. The Crusades serve as a cautionary tale about the dangers of religious zealotry, intolerance, and the use of history to justify violence or division. At the same time, the exchanges and encounters they prompted demonstrate the potential for cultural dialogue and learning even amid conflict. As modern societies grapple with questions of faith, identity, and coexistence, the legacy of the Crusades remains a powerful reminder of both the tragedies and the possibilities embedded in our shared human past. George Washington was born on February 22, 1732, in Westmoreland County, Virginia, into a family of modest means but strong ambition. His father, Augustine Washington, was a planter and land speculator who married Mary Ball Washington after the death of his first wife. George was the eldest of their 6 children, and from an early age he showed a sense of responsibility that set him apart from his peers. From the time he could walk, he was expected to contribute to the family's livelihood, and as he grew older, he developed a deep sense of duty that would define his future. When Washington was just 11 years old, his father passed away, leaving much of the family's property to his older half-brothers. One of them, Lawrence Washington, became a significant influence on young George. Lawrence had served in the British Navy and had married into the powerful Fairfax family. Through this connection, George was introduced to Virginia's aristocratic circles and gained opportunities that would shape his future. He spent time at the Fairfax estate, absorbing lessons on leadership and the expectations of a gentleman in colonial society. Through Lawrence Washington, George gained access to books on military strategy, philosophy, and history, further fueling his ambition. Unlike many prominent figures of his time, Washington did not receive a formal education at a university. Instead, he was largely self-taught, focusing on subjects like mathematics, geography, and surveying. At the age of 16, he joined a surveying expedition into the Western Territories of Virginia. This experience gave him a first-hand look at the vast lands that were at the center of colonial conflicts and sparked his interest in military and leadership roles. The harsh conditions of the wilderness and the constant negotiations with Native American tribes provided Washington with valuable skills in diplomacy and survival. By the time he was 17, Washington had earned a reputation as a skilled surveyor and was appointed as the official surveyor of Culpeper County. This position provided him with a steady income and allowed him to acquire land, which was a key marker of success in colonial society. But Washington's ambitions extended beyond land ownership. With tensions rising between the British and French over control of North America, he saw an opportunity to prove himself in a military capacity. He trained tirelessly, studying the tactics of European warfare and preparing for a leadership role in the militia. At 21 years old, Washington was commissioned as a major in the Virginia militia and sent on a dangerous mission to the Ohio Valley. His task was to deliver a message to the French, demanding that they withdraw from British-claimed territory. This journey through the wilderness in the dead of winter was treacherous, but Washington completed his mission and returned with valuable intelligence about French military positions. His ability to navigate the rugged terrain and deal with hostile conditions earned him recognition from colonial leaders. The following year, Washington was promoted to lieutenant colonel and ordered to lead a small force to confront the French. This campaign led to the Battle of Jumonville Glen, where Washington's troops ambushed a French scouting party, killing their commander. The incident ignited what would become the French and Indian War and marked Washington's first experience with the brutal realities of combat. He had little time to celebrate, as he soon found himself facing a counterattack. However, his success was short-lived, as he was soon forced to surrender at Fort Necessity after a counterattack by the French and their Native American allies. The battle was a humiliating defeat for Washington, but it was also a lesson in military strategy and perseverance. Despite this early setback, Washington's bravery and leadership caught the attention of British commanders. He was later invited to serve as an aide to General Edward Braddock in a major expedition against the French. During Braddock's campaign, Washington demonstrated remarkable resilience and leadership. After a devastating ambush in which Braddock was mortally wounded, Washington took command and organized an orderly retreat. His actions during the battle solidified his reputation as a capable and fearless leader, though he also gained a deep understanding of the weaknesses in British military strategy. He saw firsthand how the rigid European-style tactics failed in the dense American wilderness, and he began developing his own approach to warfare. After the war, Washington returned to Virginia, where he married Martha Custis, a wealthy widow with extensive landholdings. This marriage provided financial security and elevated his status in colonial society. He focused on managing his Mount Vernon estate, but as tensions between Britain and the American colonies grew, Washington found himself drawn into the revolutionary movement, setting the stage for the next chapter of his life. He began attending local meetings, discussing colonial rights and grievances against British rule. A man who had once proudly worn a British uniform was now beginning to question the very empire he had served. As the political landscape in the American colonies shifted, George Washington found himself increasingly involved in the growing resistance against British rule. The Stamp Act of 1765 and the subsequent Townshend Acts angered colonists who felt they were being unfairly taxed without representation in Parliament. Washington, like many of his peers, believed that the rights of Englishmen were being violated. Though he was not yet a radical, he voiced his opposition to British policies and began to align himself with those advocating for colonial self-governance. Washington's leadership and status as a landowner made him a respected figure in Virginia. He served in the Virginia House of Burgesses, where he joined other colonial leaders in condemning British taxation and calling for economic resistance. He supported non-importation agreements, which were designed to put financial pressure on Britain by boycotting British goods. Though still loyal to the Crown, Washington recognized that the colonial relationship with Britain was becoming increasingly strained. The passage of the Coercive Acts in 1774, meant to punish Massachusetts for the Boston Tea Party, convinced many that reconciliation with Britain was unlikely. In response, colonial leaders convened the First Continental Congress, where Washington attended as one of Virginia's representatives. Though he remained measured in his approach, he understood that military conflict was becoming a real possibility. When tensions finally erupted into violence at Lexington and Concord in April 1775, Washington knew that war was inevitable. That same year, the Second Continental Congress convened to address the growing crisis. The delegates needed a capable leader to organize and command the colonial militias against the British Army. Washington, with his military experience and reputation for discipline, was unanimously chosen as the commander-in-chief of the Continental Army. Though he accepted the position with humility, he understood the weight of the responsibility placed upon him. Leading an army against the most powerful military force in the world was a daunting challenge, but Washington was determined to fight for the cause of American independence. In July 1775, Washington arrived in Cambridge, Massachusetts, to take command of the assembled forces. What he found was a disorganized, poorly equipped militia with little training. The men lacked uniforms, discipline, and basic supplies. Recognizing the dire situation, Washington set about imposing order. He introduced strict military discipline, drilled his soldiers relentlessly, and sought to improve their living conditions. Despite the challenges, he managed to transform the ragtag group into a more capable fighting force. One of Washington's first major tests came during the Siege of Boston. British troops under General Thomas Gage occupied the city, while the Continental Army surrounded them. Washington knew that he needed artillery to drive the British out, and he found an opportunity when Colonel Henry Knox proposed an audacious plan. Knox led an expedition to retrieve cannons from Fort Ticonderoga, transporting them over rough terrain and frozen rivers to Boston. When the cannons arrived, Washington positioned them on Dorchester Heights, overlooking the city. The British, realizing they were vulnerable to bombardment, evacuated Boston in March 1776. Though the victory in Boston was a morale boost, Washington understood that the real fight was still ahead. The British were not going to abandon the colonies without a massive struggle. In the summer of 1776, a large British force arrived in New York, determined to crush the rebellion. Washington prepared to defend the city, but the odds were against him. The British had superior numbers, better trained soldiers, and a powerful navy. In August, the Battle of Long Island ended in disaster for the Continental Army. Outflanked and overwhelmed, Washington's forces suffered heavy losses. Despite the defeat, Washington's leadership proved invaluable. Under the cover of night, he orchestrated a daring retreat across the East River, saving his army from destruction. The retreat was carried out in near silence, with soldiers using muffled oars to avoid detection by the British. By dawn, Washington and his men had escaped to fight another day. This strategic withdrawal demonstrated his ability to think under pressure and avoid catastrophic losses. As the war continued, Washington faced continued hardships. He suffered additional defeats at White Plains and Fort Washington, forcing his army to retreat across New Jersey. Morale was low, and many believed the revolution was doomed to fail. But Washington refused to give up. As winter set in, he planned one of the boldest moves of his career, a surprise attack on the Hessian forces in Trenton, New Jersey. The outcome of this daring mission would determine whether the revolution had a chance of survival. On the night of December 25, 1776, as a brutal winter storm raged, George Washington led his army across the icy Delaware River. The soldiers, weary and demoralized from months of retreat, faced a near impossible task. The cold was unbearable, ice floes threatened to capsize their boats, and many of the men lacked proper clothing. Yet Washington knew that this attack was their best chance to turn the tide of the war. Failure meant the likely collapse of the revolution. By the early morning hours of December 26th, Washington's forces reached the outskirts of Trenton, New Jersey. The town was occupied by Hessian mercenaries, skilled German soldiers fighting for the British. But they were unprepared for an attack. After a night of Christmas celebrations, the Hessians were caught off guard as Washington's troops stormed into the town. The battle was swift and decisive. Within an hour, the Continental Army had overwhelmed the Hessians, capturing nearly 1,000 prisoners with minimal losses. The victory at Trenton electrified the revolution. It proved that the Continental Army could defeat professional soldiers and reignited hope in the cause of independence. Washington, understanding the need to maintain momentum, struck again just days later at the Battle of Princeton. Using deception and speed, he outmaneuvered British forces, securing another crucial victory. These twin successes forced the British to abandon much of New Jersey, buying Washington valuable time to rebuild his army. Despite these triumphs, Washington faced constant challenges. Supplies remained scarce, enlistments were expiring, and support for the war wavered. He spent the next months reorganizing his forces, training new recruits, and preparing for the battles ahead. The war was far from over, and Washington knew that the British would return with greater force. In the summer of 1777, British General William Howe launched a campaign to capture Philadelphia, the revolutionary capital. Washington moved his army to intercept him, leading to the Battle of Brandywine in September. The fight was fierce, but the British outflanked Washington's forces, forcing him to retreat. Though defeated, Washington refused to be discouraged. He regrouped and attempted a counterattack at Germantown, but once again, the British emerged victorious. By the end of the year, the Continental Army found itself at Valley Forge, where they endured one of the harshest winters of the war. Starvation, disease, and freezing temperatures took a devastating toll. Thousands of soldiers died, and morale reached its lowest point. Yet Washington remained resolute. He worked tirelessly to keep the army together, lobbying Congress for supplies and instilling discipline within the ranks. It was during this time that Washington found an unlikely ally, Baron Friedrich von Steuben, a Prussian officer with extensive military experience. Von Steuben introduced rigorous training drills, transformed the army's tactics, and instilled discipline in the troops. By the time winter ended, Washington's army was no longer a ragtag militia, but a well-trained fighting force. In June 1778, Washington's revitalized army faced the British at the Battle of Monmouth. The battle was brutal, fought in scorching heat, but Washington's leadership ensured that the Continental Army held its ground. Though not a decisive victory, Monmouth demonstrated that Washington's troops could stand toe-to-toe with the British. As the war dragged on, Washington had to balance military strategy with political maneuvering. He worked closely with Congress to secure resources and navigated complex alliances with France and other foreign powers. The arrival of French support in 1778 provided a crucial advantage, and Washington began planning how to deliver the final blow to the British. With the war reaching its climax, Washington prepared for the campaign that would define his legacy. The fate of the Revolution and the future of the United States hung in the balance. By 1781, after years of brutal warfare, the American Revolution reached its most critical stage. The British, despite their superior forces, found themselves stretched thin across the colonies. Washington knew that a decisive victory was necessary to finally break their hold. He set his sights on Yorktown, Virginia, where British General Charles Cornwallis had fortified his troops. The moment was ripe for a final strike. Washington coordinated with the French, who had become invaluable allies. French General Rochambeau and Admiral de Grasse provided both ground forces and naval support, ensuring the British had no easy escape. In a daring maneuver, Washington's army left its encampment near New York, marching south over 400 miles toward Yorktown. To deceive the British, he maintained the illusion that an attack on New York was imminent. By the time Cornwallis realized Washington's true objective, it was too late. By September, American and French forces had completely surrounded Yorktown. Washington ordered a relentless bombardment, hammering the British defenses day and night. Trenches were dug, siege lines tightened, and the noose around Cornwallis's army grew smaller with each passing day. The final assault came in mid-October. Washington personally oversaw an attack on key British fortifications, including the dramatic capture of Redoubt 9 and Redoubt 10, critical defensive positions protecting the British lines. The British, exhausted and outnumbered, had no path to victory. On October 19, 1781, Cornwallis surrendered. The sight of British soldiers laying down their arms marked the moment the war effectively ended. Washington, ever the disciplined leader, ensured the victory was handled with dignity. He refused to accept Cornwallis's sword in person, instead sending one of his officers to receive it, an act demonstrating that the revolution was about the country, not personal glory. Though Yorktown was the decisive blow, Washington knew the war was not officially over. British troops remained in key areas, and negotiations in Europe still had to play out. He kept his army intact, maintaining discipline and order as the Treaty of Paris negotiations unfolded. Finally, in 1783, Britain recognized American independence, and the war came to an end. With victory secured, Washington faced a defining moment. Many expected him to seize power, even to declare himself king. But Washington did something almost unheard of in history. He resigned his commission, handing control back to Congress. His farewell to his officers at Francis Tavern in December 1783 was an emotional moment, solidifying his place as a leader who put country above personal ambition. He returned to Mount Vernon, intending to live out his days as a private citizen. But fate had other plans. The new nation struggled under the weak Articles of Confederation, and it became clear that a stronger government was needed. In 1787, Washington was called upon once again, this time to preside over the Constitutional Convention in Philadelphia. His mere presence brought credibility to the proceedings. The result was the United States Constitution, a framework that would define the nation's future. As the country prepared to elect its first president, there was no real debate. Washington was the only choice. Despite his desire for retirement, he felt duty-bound to serve. In 1789, he was unanimously elected as the first President of the United States. A new chapter in his life, and in the nation's history, was about to begin. On April 30th, 1789, George Washington stood on the balcony of Federal Hall in New York City, placing his hand on the Bible as he took the oath of office. The weight of the moment was not lost on him. He was now the first President of the United States, tasked with leading a fragile new nation. There was no precedent, no guidebook. Every decision he made would set the foundation for the presidency itself. Washington approached his role with a deep sense of responsibility. He surrounded himself with capable advisors, forming the first presidential cabinet. Among them were Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State, Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury, and Henry Knox as Secretary of War. The ideological clashes between Jefferson and Hamilton would define much of Washington's presidency, shaping the early political landscape of the United States. One of Washington's first major challenges was stabilizing the nation's economy. Hamilton proposed a bold financial plan, including the federal government assuming state debts, the creation of a national bank, and new taxes to generate revenue. Jefferson fiercely opposed these measures, fearing they gave too much power to the central government. Washington, after careful deliberation, sided with Hamilton, believing a strong financial system was essential for national stability. This decision laid the groundwork for America's economic growth, but also deepened divisions between emerging political factions. As Washington worked to strengthen the government, tensions with foreign powers loomed. The French Revolution erupted in 1789, leading to a complex diplomatic crisis. France, seeing the United States as a revolutionary ally, expected American support in its war against Britain. Jefferson argued that the U.S. should honor its alliance with France, while Hamilton insisted on neutrality to avoid another devastating war. Washington ultimately issued the Proclamation of Neutrality in 1793, a controversial but crucial move that kept the young nation out of European conflicts. Domestically, Washington faced growing unrest. In 1791, Congress passed an excise tax on whiskey, sparking outrage among farmers in western Pennsylvania. The resistance escalated into the Whiskey Rebellion, with armed protesters threatening federal tax collectors. Determined to uphold the authority of the government, Washington personally led a militia force of 13,000 troops to suppress the rebellion, the first and only time a sitting U.S. president has done so. The swift response demonstrated the strength of the new federal government and set a precedent for law enforcement. Despite these challenges, Washington's leadership helped solidify the stability of the United States. His presidency established key traditions, including the peaceful transfer of power, the importance of a balanced cabinet, and the enforcement of federal laws. However, as his second term neared its end, political divisions deepened, and Washington grew weary of partisan conflicts. He longed for retirement, knowing that his departure would prove the government could function beyond his leadership. In 1796, Washington announced he would not seek a third term, delivering his farewell address, a speech that remains one of the most important in American history. He warned against the dangers of political parties, urged the nation to remain neutral in foreign affairs, and emphasized the importance of national unity. With his departure, he set the precedent of a two-term presidency, a tradition that would stand until the 20th century. After 8 years in office, Washington returned to Mount Vernon, finally embracing the quiet life he had long desired. But even in retirement, his influence over the nation remained strong. His leadership had carried the United States through its most fragile years, and his legacy as the father of the country was firmly cemented. The nation he had fought for, led, and shaped now stood on its own, ready to face the challenges of the future. In retirement, George Washington hoped to finally enjoy a peaceful life at Mount Vernon, tending to his estate and distancing himself from the political battles that had consumed his years in office. But the country he had helped create was far from stable. The divisions between Federalists and Democratic Republicans grew more intense, and tensions with foreign nations threatened to pull the United States into another war. Though he longed for solitude, Washington's presence was still needed on the national stage. By the late 1790s, France and Britain were once again locked in conflict, and both sought to drag the United States into their struggle. The French, angered by Washington's neutrality policy during his presidency, had begun seizing American merchant ships. President John Adams, Washington's successor, struggled to manage the crisis. Some in his administration, including Alexander Hamilton, pushed for military action against France. Adams, reluctant to escalate the situation, reached out to Washington in 1798, asking him to once again serve as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army in the event of war. Washington, though hesitant, agreed. At 66 years old, he no longer had the energy to lead troops in the field, but he accepted the responsibility of organizing and structuring the nation's military defenses. He spent months advising the administration, ensuring that if war came, the country would be prepared. However, Adams ultimately managed to negotiate peace with France, and Washington's military leadership was never tested again. During this period, Washington remained at Mount Vernon, overseeing his plantation and managing the daily operations of his estate. Despite his wealth and status, he struggled with the economic realities of running such a large property. Mount Vernon relied heavily on enslaved labor, a practice Washington had grown increasingly uncomfortable with in his later years. Though he had not spoken publicly against slavery during his presidency, he had privately begun to question its morality and long-term consequences for the nation. In his final years, Washington made a historic decision, one that would define his personal legacy as much as his military and political achievements. In his will, he arranged for the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon the death of his wife Martha. This act made him one of the few founding fathers to free his slaves, though he did not live to see the broader abolitionist movement that would emerge decades later. As winter set in during December 1799, Washington continued his daily routine at Mount Vernon. On December 12th, after riding through his estate in freezing rain, he developed a severe throat infection. Within days, his condition worsened. Physicians attempted various treatments, including bloodletting, a common but misguided practice of the time. Despite their efforts, Washington's health rapidly declined. On the night of December 14, 1799, George Washington took his final breath. His last words, according to those present, were simple yet profound. "'Tis well." The news of his death spread quickly, and the nation entered a period of mourning. Tributes poured in from across the country, and even from abroad, with leaders like Napoleon Bonaparte ordering a period of mourning in France in honor of the American leader. Washington's legacy was unparalleled. He had led the nation through revolution, shaped its government, and set precedents that would guide future leaders for generations. His passing marked the end of an era, but his influence remained woven into the fabric of the United States. Even in death, George Washington stood as the embodiment of American ideals, strength, sacrifice, and an unwavering commitment to the principles of liberty and democracy. After the passing of George Washington, the United States entered a new phase of its history, one where his presence was no longer a guiding force. Yet, his influence remained deeply embedded in the young nation's political fabric. In the years following his death, leaders often invoked his name and principles when shaping policies and navigating the turbulent waters of early American governance. His farewell address, in particular, became a cornerstone of political discourse, warning against partisanship, entangling foreign alliances, and sectional divisions. Despite Washington's warnings, the nation quickly fell into the very struggles he had sought to prevent. The emergence of two distinct political factions, the Federalists led by John Adams and Alexander Hamilton, and the Democratic Republicans led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, intensified political rivalries. These factions often used Washington's legacy as a tool to justify their own positions, each claiming to uphold his vision for the country. His neutral stance on many issues, once seen as a strength, now became a point of contention in a nation increasingly divided by ideological differences. International affairs also tested Washington's enduring legacy. His policy of neutrality was challenged when tensions with Britain and France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict between the US and France. Many Americans look back to Washington's leadership for guidance, with Federalists advocating for stronger military defenses in his image, while Democratic Republicans pushed for diplomatic solutions in line with his reluctance to engage in foreign conflicts. Washington's Mount Vernon estate became a symbol of his lasting impact, visited by political leaders, foreign dignitaries, and citizens seeking inspiration. However, his personal legacy regarding slavery remained a point of complex discussion. While he had freed his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death, the institution of slavery continued to expand in the South, sparking debates that would grow into one of the nation's most divisive issues. Abolitionists pointed to Washington's final act as a step toward ending slavery, while Southern leaders argued that his earlier reliance on the system justified its continuation. As the United States continued to grow, Washington's image was immortalized in countless ways. His likeness appeared on currency, statues were erected in his honor, and his birthday became a national celebration. The naming of the new capital, Washington, D.C., further solidified his place in the nation's identity. Every president who followed was inevitably compared to Washington, measured against his leadership, integrity, and dedication to the country. By the early 19th century, the generation that had fought alongside Washington during the Revolution began to fade, leaving a new group of Americans who knew him only through stories, writings, and the institutions he had helped build. His vision for a strong but restrained government, his emphasis on civic duty, and his belief in the power of unity continued to shape the country's path forward. Even as political divisions deepened, Washington's name remained a unifying symbol, a reminder of the ideals upon which the United States was founded. As time passed, Washington's legacy evolved, reflecting the changing values and challenges of the nation. Yet, through every era of American history, his role as the father of the country endured, ensuring that his influence would never truly fade. His leadership in war and peace, his willingness to step away from power, and his steadfast commitment to the Republic remained a blueprint for generations to come, securing his place as one of history's most revered figures. As the years passed after George Washington's death, his legacy only grew stronger, shaping the identity of the young American nation. His influence extended beyond politics and military strategy. He became a symbol of the values and principles upon which the United States was founded. Schools, towns, and institutions were named in his honor, and his story was woven into the fabric of the country's historical narrative. Every generation looked to Washington as a model of leadership, integrity, and self-sacrifice. During the 19th century, Washington's reputation was upheld as the gold standard for American presidents. Political leaders often referenced his words and actions to justify their own decisions. His farewell address, with its warning against political factions and foreign entanglements, remained a guiding document, though the country increasingly struggled to adhere to its principles. The rise of sectionalism and debates over slavery tested the unity Washington had worked so hard to preserve. Yet, his example of putting the nation above personal interests continued to inspire those who sought compromise and national cohesion. The construction of the Washington Monument, which began in the mid-19th century, reflected the country's deep admiration for its first president. Planned as the tallest structure in the world at the time, the monument was meant to stand as a testament to Washington's greatness. However, delays and political turmoil, including the Civil War, stalled its completion for decades. The divided nation struggled to reconcile its differences, but Washington's image remained a rare unifying force, a reminder of a time when the country had come together to fight for independence. As the United States expanded westward, Washington's vision of a strong but restrained government was tested. The principles he championed, balance of power, civic duty, and national unity, were invoked in debates over the role of federal authority versus states' rights. His precedent of stepping down after 2 terms remained unchallenged until Franklin D. Roosevelt's presidency over a century later. Even as the nation transformed, Washington's example remained a benchmark for leaders navigating the complexities of governance. Beyond politics, Washington's agricultural innovations and economic foresight influenced generations of American farmers and entrepreneurs. His leadership extended beyond the battlefield and the presidency. He was a forward-thinking landowner who experimented with crop rotation, soil conservation, and sustainable farming practices at Mount Vernon. Historians later recognized his contributions to American agriculture as a reflection of his strategic mindset and long-term vision. The 20th century saw Washington's image become even more deeply ingrained in American culture. His face was immortalized on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his presence was a daily reminder of the country's foundations. The bicentennial celebrations of his birth in 1932 saw nationwide tributes, parades, and scholarly reflections on his enduring influence. His life and achievements were studied extensively, reinforcing his role as an unparalleled figure in American history. As modern America evolved, Washington's ideals continued to be referenced in discussions of leadership, democracy, and national unity. His story was taught in schools, his writings analyzed by scholars, and his leadership principles cited by politicians across ideological lines. Despite the many challenges the United States faced, Washington's example remained a touchstone, a symbol of what the nation aspired to be. Even centuries after his death, George Washington's legacy endured as a guiding light. His unwavering commitment to the American experiment, his belief in the power of unity, and his willingness to relinquish power for the greater good set him apart as one of history's most extraordinary leaders. As long as the United States exists, his name will remain synonymous with the ideals of freedom, resilience, and selfless service to a greater cause. George Washington's influence on the United States extended far beyond his presidency. As the nation grew and evolved, his leadership style and principles became the foundation for how future leaders governed. His vision of unity, civic duty, and resistance to unchecked power continued to shape the republic he had fought so hard to establish. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's name was invoked during times of national crisis, serving as a reminder of the sacrifices made to secure American independence and stability. One of Washington's most lasting contributions was his emphasis on the peaceful transition of power. His decision to voluntarily step down after 2 terms set a precedent that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's unprecedented 4-term presidency. This tradition of limited executive power was later solidified in the 22nd Amendment, ensuring that no president could hold office indefinitely. Washington's foresight in relinquishing control reinforced the idea that the presidency was a temporary role, not a position for life. Washington's military strategies and leadership skills also continued to influence American warfare. His use of unconventional tactics during the Revolutionary War inspired future military leaders who studied his campaigns to understand how a smaller, less equipped force could defeat a superior enemy. His leadership at Valley Forge, where he maintained morale and discipline under extreme conditions, became a case study in perseverance and command under pressure. Military academies such as West Point incorporated his strategies into their curricula, ensuring that Washington's influence remained central to American military education. Culturally, Washington's legacy took on a near-mythical status. His birthday became a national holiday, celebrated across the country with parades, speeches, and tributes. Stories of his honesty, such as the famous but likely apocryphal tale of him admitting to chopping down a cherry tree, reinforced the image of Washington as a man of unwavering integrity. He was depicted in countless works of art, from grand oil paintings to sculptures in the nation's capital. His face on Mount Rushmore, alongside other revered presidents, further cemented his status as a defining figure in American history. Throughout the Civil War, both the Union and Confederate sides invoked Washington's name to justify their causes. Union leaders cited his belief in a strong, united nation as support for preserving the Union, while the Confederacy framed their struggle as an extension of the fight for independence from tyranny. Washington's legacy was thus used as a powerful rhetorical tool, illustrating how deeply ingrained his influence was in the American psyche. During the 20th century, as the United States emerged as a global superpower, Washington's foreign policy principles were revisited time and again. His farewell address, particularly his warning against entangling alliances, was referenced during debates over America's involvement in both world wars, the Cold War, and numerous foreign conflicts. While his advice was not always followed, it remained a guiding framework for discussions on military intervention and diplomatic strategy. Washington's personal character and leadership philosophy continued to be a benchmark for assessing presidents and public figures. His ability to navigate deep political divisions without succumbing to partisan pressures was admired across the political spectrum. As the United States faced new challenges, from economic downturns to civil rights struggles, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol of the ideals upon which the nation was built. Even in the modern era, Washington's name carries immense weight. Schools, institutions, and landmarks bearing his name serve as daily reminders of his contributions. His residence at Mount Vernon, carefully preserved as a historical site, attracts millions of visitors seeking to understand the man behind the legend. His writings, particularly his letters and speeches, continue to be studied by historians and political scholars, offering insights into the principles that shaped the United States. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's impact on America remains unparalleled. His vision for the country, his commitment to democratic principles, and his leadership in times of crisis established a standard that leaders still aspire to meet. The nation he helped create stands as a testament to his enduring influence, ensuring that his legacy will never fade from history. As the United States progressed into the 19th century, George Washington's legacy remained a cornerstone of the nation's identity. His principles of leadership, governance, and national unity continued to guide the country through its growing pains, influencing every aspect of American life. His name was invoked in political debates, his image was honored in monuments and currency, and his writings were studied as a blueprint for maintaining the republic he had helped establish. Washington's role as the first president set enduring precedents that defined the office. His belief in a strong but limited executive branch provided a model for future presidents to follow. He demonstrated that power should be exercised with restraint, a lesson that many leaders took to heart. The balance he struck between authority and humility shaped how the presidency evolved, ensuring that it remained a position of service rather than domination. During times of national crisis, Washington's leadership was often referenced as an example of steadfastness and integrity. In the War of 1812, as the young nation faced its first major conflict since the Revolution, Americans looked back on Washington's military strategies and leadership style for inspiration. His emphasis on unity and perseverance served as a guiding principle for those who sought to defend the nation's sovereignty. Politically, Washington's warnings against factionalism and excessive partisanship became increasingly relevant as divisions deepened within the United States. The emergence of strong political parties, despite his cautionary advice in the farewell address, led to heated debates about the nature of governance. Yet, his legacy remained a reminder that national interest should always come before partisan loyalty. Leaders from both sides of the political spectrum often cited Washington's example when calling for bipartisanship and compromise. Economically, Washington's vision for a self-sustaining and independent nation influenced policies for decades. His support for infrastructure projects, a stable currency, and economic self-reliance echoed through the policies of later administrations. The financial institutions he helped establish, such as the Bank of the United States, played a crucial role in the country's economic development. His forward-thinking approach to commerce and trade laid the groundwork for America's rise as an economic powerhouse. Culturally, Washington's image was woven into the fabric of American society. Schools, towns, and entire states were named after him, ensuring that every generation would be reminded of his contributions. Artists and writers continued to immortalize his life through literature, paintings, and plays, reinforcing his role as the nation's foremost founding father. His story was taught in classrooms as an essential part of American history, and his character was celebrated as the ideal model of leadership and patriotism. As the country expanded westward, Washington's vision for a united and prosperous nation faced new challenges. The debates over slavery, territorial expansion, and states' rights tested the unity he had fought so hard to preserve. His legacy was often invoked by both sides in these conflicts, with each interpreting his ideals to support their respective positions. Despite these divisions, Washington's unwavering commitment to the nation's stability remained a touchstone for those seeking to keep the country intact. The physical preservation of Washington's legacy also became a national priority. Mount Vernon, his beloved estate, was carefully maintained as a historic landmark. Visitors from across the country and around the world traveled to see the home of the man who had shaped American history. Efforts to protect his artifacts, letters, and military relics ensured that future generations would have direct access to the tangible remnants of his life and work. Washington's influence reached beyond the borders of the United States. Internationally, he was respected as a symbol of Republican ideals and democratic governance. His leadership style and commitment to national sovereignty were studied by leaders in emerging democracies around the world. The example he set for peaceful transitions of power and principled leadership was admired by statesmen in countries seeking to build their own stable governments. By the mid-19th century, George Washington had become more than just a historical figure. He was a national institution. His legacy continued to shape the country's political, economic, and cultural landscape, reinforcing the values of perseverance, duty, and unity. As the United States faced new trials and transformations, his presence remained an enduring force, guiding the nation forward in its quest to uphold the ideals upon which it was founded. As the United States entered an era of rapid change, the influence of George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation. His foundational principles were referenced in times of political uncertainty, economic expansion, and social transformation. The government he helped establish faced new challenges, yet his vision for a strong, united, and self-sufficient republic remained a guiding force for future generations. Washington's emphasis on national unity became increasingly relevant as the nation expanded westward. The addition of new states and territories brought with it debates over governance, representation, and the extension of rights. The Missouri Compromise and other legislative efforts to maintain the balance of power between free and slave states often referenced Washington's warnings against sectionalism. Leaders on both sides of the debate cited his farewell address, using his words to support their conflicting arguments. Economically, Washington's policies laid the groundwork for America's transition into an industrial powerhouse. His belief in infrastructure development, national banking, and a diversified economy influenced policies that supported canals, railroads, and burgeoning industries. The financial systems he helped create continued to facilitate commerce and trade, fueling the country's growth into one of the world's leading economies. In military matters, Washington's strategic insights were studied by generations of officers at West Point and beyond. His understanding of asymmetrical warfare, discipline, and leadership remained central to American military doctrine. During conflicts such as the Mexican-American War and the Civil War, his principles of command and organization were invoked by military leaders seeking to emulate his effectiveness on the battlefield. The preservation of Washington's physical legacy also became a national priority. The Mount Vernon Ladies Association, founded in the mid-19th century, took on the responsibility of maintaining his estate, ensuring that it remained a symbol of his contributions. Citizens from all walks of life donated funds to preserve Mount Vernon, demonstrating the deep and widespread reverence for Washington's memory. Culturally, Washington's influence continued to permeate American society. His name, image, and legacy were immortalized in literature, speeches, and public monuments. The Washington Monument, whose construction began in the early 19th century, stood as a towering tribute to his leadership and sacrifice. Schools, towns, and institutions bearing his name reinforced his presence in everyday American life, ensuring that each new generation recognized his role in shaping the nation. As the nation faced growing internal divisions, Washington's call for unity was increasingly invoked. Political leaders and scholars looked to his example as they navigated crises that threatened to fracture the country. Even as the United States moved further from its revolutionary origins, Washington's legacy remained a constant source of guidance and inspiration, reminding Americans of the values upon which their nation was built. As the United States progressed further into the 19th century, George Washington's influence remained a powerful force in shaping the nation's ideals and identity. His words and actions continued to be studied, debated, and revered by politicians, military leaders, and citizens alike. Every major political crisis or decision was often measured against his standards of leadership, and his farewell address remained a cornerstone of American political philosophy. The continued expansion of the country brought new challenges that tested Washington's vision of unity and national cohesion. The growing tensions between North and South over economic policies and slavery increasingly divided the country. As debates raged in Congress, many leaders invoked Washington's warnings against sectionalism. His calls for unity and avoiding entangling alliances were repeated in speeches, editorials, and legislative discussions as the country sought to find common ground amidst rising discord. Washington's influence also extended into foreign policy. The Monroe Doctrine, which shaped America's approach to foreign relations for decades, was deeply rooted in Washington's principles of neutrality and non-intervention. His belief in avoiding permanent alliances guided diplomatic strategies as the nation grew into a global power. Even as the United States engaged in conflicts such as the Mexican-American War, Washington's emphasis on national interest over foreign entanglements remained a foundational principle in policy decisions. Domestically, Washington's economic policies continued to shape the nation's growth. The infrastructure projects he had once advocated evolved into vast networks of railroads, canals and roads that connected the expanding states. His belief in a strong financial system was reflected in the ongoing development of banking institutions, which provided the capital necessary for industrial expansion. His vision of economic self-sufficiency influenced generations of leaders who sought to balance agriculture, commerce, and industry. Culturally, Washington's image remained an enduring symbol of American identity. His likeness appeared on currency, statues, and public buildings, ensuring that his legacy was never far from the public consciousness. His birthday became a national celebration, reinforcing his role as the father of the nation. Schools and universities continued to teach his story, emphasizing his virtues of duty, sacrifice, and leadership. As the Civil War loomed on the horizon, Washington's legacy took on new significance. Both the Union and the Confederacy claimed to uphold his vision of the nation. Leaders on both sides cited his words, interpreting them in ways that supported their causes. Yet, even in the face of internal strife, Washington's call for unity and perseverance remained a guiding force, reminding Americans of the principles upon which their country was founded. His leadership during the Revolutionary War and his presidency continued to serve as an example of resilience and moral fortitude. As the nation stood on the brink of its greatest internal conflict, Washington's life and legacy remained a source of inspiration for those striving to preserve the Union and the values he had fought to establish. As the United States entered the Civil War, George Washington's legacy was invoked more than ever before. Both the Union and the Confederacy saw themselves as the rightful heirs to his vision, using his words and actions to justify their causes. His warnings about sectionalism and the importance of national unity were debated in Congress, newspapers, and battlefields alike. While Washington had fought to unite the colonies into a single nation, the country now found itself on the brink of destruction, torn apart by irreconcilable differences. Abraham Lincoln, who revered Washington's leadership, often referenced his ideals when addressing the nation. In the midst of war, Lincoln sought to uphold Washington's principles, emphasizing the importance of preserving the Union above all else. He believed that the experiment Washington had helped build could not be allowed to fail, no matter the cost. The struggle to hold the United States together was seen as a direct continuation of Washington's fight for independence, only now, the battle was within rather than against a foreign power. Meanwhile, the Confederacy claimed Washington as their own, highlighting his role as a Virginian and a defender of state sovereignty. Southern leaders framed their secession as an extension of the Revolutionary War, arguing that they were fighting for the same principles of self-governance that Washington had championed. His name was used to rally troops, inspire loyalty, and lend historical legitimacy to their cause. Even as the nation split in two, Washington's legacy remained a unifying symbol for both sides. Beyond the war itself, Washington's influence was deeply felt in military strategy. His ability to lead an underdog force against a superior enemy was studied by both Union and Confederate generals. His emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and resilience became guiding principles for officers on both sides of the conflict. His crossing of the Delaware River, His winter at Valley Forge and his strategic patience during the Revolutionary War were all used as examples of the kind of leadership required in times of crisis. As the war raged on, Washington's Mount Vernon estate remained a place of national significance. Despite being located in Virginia, Confederate forces largely refrained from occupying or damaging the property, recognizing its symbolic importance to both North and South. Mount Vernon became neutral ground, visited by soldiers from both sides who sought a connection to the man whose vision had shaped the nation they were now fighting over. The preservation of his home during such a destructive period was a testament to the enduring respect he commanded. When the war finally ended and the Union was preserved, Washington's vision of a united America was reaffirmed. The principles he had championed, perseverance, national identity, and the rule of law, became the foundation for the country's rebuilding process. As Lincoln had hoped, Washington's ideals provided a path forward, guiding the United States through its darkest hour and into an uncertain but hopeful future. His legacy once again proved to be the glue holding the nation together. After George Washington's death in 1799, his influence on the United States only grew stronger. His leadership, character, and principles became the gold standard by which future presidents and political leaders were measured. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, his legacy continued to shape American governance, military strategy, and national identity. Politically, Washington's precedent of serving only 2 terms as president set an unwritten rule that lasted until Franklin D. Roosevelt's 4-term presidency, which ultimately led to the formalization of the 2-term limit in the 22nd Amendment. His warnings against political factions in his farewell address remained relevant as the 2-party system emerged and evolved, often serving as a reminder of the dangers of extreme partisanship. His advocacy for a strong but balanced central government influenced the structure of American governance. The checks and balances he helped establish ensured that no single branch of government could dominate, preserving democratic stability through times of crisis. Presidents such as Thomas Jefferson, James Madison, and even Abraham Lincoln frequently referenced Washington's leadership when navigating difficult political decisions. In military affairs, Washington's emphasis on discipline, adaptability, and strategic patience became core principles of the U.S. Armed Forces. His legacy was studied in military academies, including West Point, which was established in 1802 under Thomas Jefferson's administration. Generals such as Ulysses S. Grant and Dwight D. Eisenhower looked to Washington's leadership style for inspiration in commanding their forces. Culturally, Washington's image became an enduring national symbol. His face was placed on the $1 bill and the quarter, ensuring that his likeness was seen daily by millions. The naming of the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., reinforced his lasting impact on the country's political heart. Countless schools, streets, and monuments were dedicated to him, further cementing his place in the American consciousness. Washington's influence extended beyond the United States. Leaders of newly formed republics in the 19th and 20th centuries studied his leadership as they sought to build stable democracies. His restraint in consolidating power and his commitment to peaceful transitions of leadership became an example for nations striving to establish lasting governments. Even in the modern era, Washington's legacy remains deeply embedded in American political discourse. His words on unity, responsibility, and civic duty continue to be cited in times of national uncertainty. Every generation of leaders and citizens looks back to Washington as a guiding figure, ensuring that his influence endures far beyond his lifetime. One of the most enduring aspects of George Washington's influence was his role in shaping the American presidency. His decision to step down after 2 terms created a standard that reinforced the idea that the office should not become a lifetime appointment. This peaceful transition of power set a precedent that would distinguish the United States from other nations where leaders often clung to power indefinitely. Future presidents, from Thomas Jefferson to Theodore Roosevelt, often looked to Washington's example when determining their own approach to governance. His farewell address, which warned against entangling foreign alliances, excessive political partisanship, and regional divisions, remained a guiding document for American policymakers. Throughout the 19th century, Washington's foreign policy principles influenced decisions such as the Monroe Doctrine, which asserted that European powers should not interfere in the affairs of the Western Hemisphere. Even in the 20th century, leaders such as Woodrow Wilson and Franklin D. Roosevelt reflected on Washington's words when navigating international conflicts. Beyond politics, Washington's personal virtues of integrity, duty, and humility became deeply embedded in American culture. He was often portrayed as the ideal statesman, a man who led not out of ambition, but out of a sense of obligation to his country. His reputation for honesty, exemplified by the legendary, but likely apocryphal story of the cherry tree, was used to teach generations of school children about the importance of truthfulness and moral character. Washington's influence extended into the judicial system as well. The Supreme Court, under Chief Justice John Marshall, often referred to his leadership when interpreting the Constitution. His role in establishing executive authority while respecting the separation of powers provided a framework that continued to guide legal decisions for centuries. Marshall, in particular, sought to strengthen the federal government, citing Washington's vision of a united and effective national authority. His impact on the military was equally profound. The principles he established in the Continental Army, discipline, strategic patience, and civilian control of the military, became core tenets of American military doctrine. Generals such as Robert E. Lee, and later Dwight D. Eisenhower studied his campaigns for lessons in leadership and resilience. Washington's ability to inspire loyalty among his troops, despite hardships at Valley Forge, remained a powerful example of military command. Throughout American history, Washington's name and image have been invoked during times of crisis. During the Civil War, both the Union and Confederacy saw him as a symbol of their cause. In World War II, Franklin D. Roosevelt likened the fight against fascism to Washington's struggle for independence. Even in modern times, his legacy is referenced when leaders seek to unite the nation in the face of adversity. More than 2 centuries after his death, George Washington's influence continues to shape the identity of the United States. His vision of a nation built on unity, civic responsibility, and democratic governance remains a cornerstone of American ideals. As long as the country endures, Washington's legacy will serve as both a foundation and a guiding light for future generations. Washington's influence did not wane with time. Instead, it deepened, shaping the very essence of American identity. As the United States expanded westward in the 19th century, his vision of a strong but limited federal government guided policymakers through the challenges of governance over an increasingly vast and diverse nation. His belief in national unity remained a touchstone during moments of division, particularly during the Civil War, when leaders from both the Union and the Confederacy evoked his legacy to justify their causes. The construction of the Washington Monument, begun in 1848 and completed in 1884, demonstrated the nation's deep respect for its first president. The towering obelisk in the heart of the Capitol served as a permanent reminder of his towering influence, inspiring countless visitors with the ideals he championed. Similarly, the naming of Washington, D.C., ensured that every decision made in the nation's political epicenter was symbolically tied to his legacy. In the early 20th century, Washington's image was further cemented in American culture. The 1932 bicentennial of his birth saw a nationwide celebration, reinforcing his role as a guiding figure during the Great Depression. His presence on the $1 bill and the quarter made his face one of the most recognizable symbols of American stability and perseverance. Leaders such as Franklin D. Roosevelt and Dwight D. Eisenhower drew direct comparisons between Washington's leadership and their own struggles during times of national crisis. Beyond the borders of the United States, Washington's influence extended to other nations striving for self-governance. His rejection of monarchical rule and his voluntary relinquishment of power set an example for emerging republics. Revolutionary leaders in Latin America, such as Simón Bolívar, admired his restraint and vision, modeling aspects of their own leadership on his legacy. In Europe, statesmen saw his ability to balance authority with democratic principles as an ideal worth emulating. Even in the modern era, Washington's words and actions continue to shape political thought. His insistence on neutrality in foreign affairs is still debated in discussions about American interventionism. His warnings against excessive partisanship are frequently cited as the nation grapples with political polarization. His commitment to civic duty and service remains a model for public officials and citizens alike. Through every war, every economic challenge, and every period of uncertainty, the figure of George Washington looms large. His story is retold in classrooms, referenced in presidential speeches, and embedded in the symbols of the nation. More than just the first president, he became the embodiment of American ideals, honor, perseverance, and unity. As long as the United States exists, Washington's legacy will endure, a reminder of the foundation upon which the nation was built and the principles that continue to guide it forward. As the United States entered the 21st century, George Washington's legacy remained as relevant as ever. His ideals of leadership, unity, and service continued to influence political discourse, military strategy, and public policy. Every newly elected president studied his farewell address, seeking wisdom in his warnings about partisanship, foreign entanglements, and the dangers of unchecked power. His leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency set a standard that leaders still aspired to follow. Washington's influence on the U.S. military remained particularly strong. The leadership principles he established during the Revolutionary War, discipline, adaptability, and leading by example, became core values in the training of American officers. The military academies at West Point and Annapolis frequently referenced his strategic decisions, reinforcing his role as a foundational figure in American warfare. During times of crisis, from the Civil War to World War II to modern conflicts, military leaders invoked his name as a source of inspiration and guidance. Beyond government and the military, Washington's values continued to shape American society. His emphasis on civic duty encouraged public service, with generations of Americans looking to his example when taking up roles in government, education, and community leadership. The concept of term limits, inspired by his voluntary departure from the presidency, remained a defining feature of American democracy. His insistence on a peaceful transition of power provided reassurance during moments of political instability. Washington's vision of national unity was frequently invoked during periods of division. In times of social unrest or ideological conflict, leaders reminded the nation of his warnings against political factionalism and sectionalism. His belief in the strength of a united republic influenced efforts to bridge divides, emphasizing the shared principles that formed the foundation of the country. His commitment to democratic governance, personal integrity and national service remained central to the American identity. Culturally, Washington's legacy was preserved through countless books, films, and historical reenactments. His life was studied in classrooms, his speeches were analyzed in political debates, and his image was displayed in government buildings, museums, and national parks. He remained a symbol of leadership, resilience, and the enduring spirit of the American experiment. Even in an era of rapid technological advancement and global change, George Washington's legacy continued to shape the nation he helped create. His words and actions echoed through history, a reminder of the principles that defined the United States. As long as the nation endured, so too would the influence of its first and most revered leader. Washington's influence extended beyond the borders of the United States, shaping democratic movements and political philosophies around the world. His model of leadership and governance was studied by emerging republics, and his decision to step down after 2 terms became a precedent for democratic transitions worldwide. As nations sought to balance power, ensure stability, and prevent authoritarian rule, Washington's example provided guidance and inspiration. In Europe, political thinkers and statesmen analyzed Washington's leadership during the American Revolution and his presidency. The French Revolution, inspired in part by the American struggle for independence, saw Washington's name invoked as a model of restraint and duty. While European monarchies grappled with shifting political landscapes, reformers pointed to Washington's voluntary relinquishment of power as a demonstration of true republicanism. His leadership style influenced constitutional debates and the creation of governments in nations seeking democratic foundations. Latin America also felt the impact of Washington's legacy. Revolutionary leaders such as Simón Bolívar admired his strategic acumen and dedication to self-governance. Bolívar, who sought to free South America from Spanish rule, viewed Washington as the ideal leader, one who fought for independence and then willingly returned to private life rather than seizing absolute power. Washington's principles of leadership helped shape the development of republican institutions in newly independent nations. His influence reached even further as democratic ideals spread across the globe. Leaders in Africa and Asia referenced Washington when advocating for self-rule and constitutional governance. The post-colonial era of the 20th century saw newly formed nations look to Washington's presidency as a model for balancing authority while maintaining individual freedoms. His emphasis on civilian leadership over military rule served as a cornerstone for modern democratic institutions worldwide. Washington's approach to foreign policy, particularly his emphasis on neutrality and non-intervention, remained a subject of debate in international relations. His farewell address warned against entangling alliances, a principle that influenced American foreign policy for over a century. While the United States eventually became more engaged on the world stage, Washington's vision of measured diplomacy and national sovereignty continued to shape discussions on military intervention and international commitments. His legacy also endured in the realm of global leadership and governance. As world leaders navigated crises, they often cited Washington's patience, strategic thinking, and ability to unite a divided people. His unwavering commitment to principles over personal power served as a reminder that leadership was not about self-interest, but about the greater good. His name became synonymous with the ideals of democracy, liberty, and responsible governance. Generations after his time, Washington remained not just a figure of American history, but a global symbol of leadership. His life's work resonated far beyond his own nation, influencing movements for freedom, democratic governance, and principled leadership across continents. His enduring legacy proved that true leadership transcends time and borders. continuing to inspire those who seek justice, stability, and a government by the people. Washington's impact on the world was not limited to the era in which he lived. His leadership and principles shaped the global understanding of democracy, governance, and the responsibilities of leadership. Across continents, nations aspiring to self-governance and stability found inspiration in his presidency and his commitment to public service. His legacy became a touchstone for those seeking to establish and maintain democratic institutions. Throughout the 19th and 20th centuries, Washington's ideas influenced the development of constitutional democracies worldwide. As countries in Europe moved away from absolute monarchies, political reformers invoked Washington's model of leadership as an alternative to authoritarian rule. His voluntary retirement after 2 terms in office became a standard for democratic transitions, reinforcing the importance of limited power and civilian authority. Leaders from newly established republics in France, Germany, and beyond studied Washington's actions, using them as guiding principles in structuring their own governments. In Latin America, revolutionary figures such as Simón Bolívar and José de San Martín viewed Washington as a model statesman. His ability to lead an armed struggle for independence while maintaining a commitment to democratic ideals resonated deeply with their own fights against colonial rule. Bolívar, in particular, saw Washington's rejection of monarchical power as a precedent for republican leadership. The influence of Washington's governance continued to shape Latin American political thought, emphasizing the importance of checks and balances in government. Africa and Asia also felt the lasting impact of Washington's ideals as former colonies fought for independence in the mid-20th century. As leaders in India, Ghana, and South Africa worked to build stable governments, Washington's vision of leadership served as a foundation for their own political structures. His emphasis on national unity, service to the people, and the peaceful transition of power provided a blueprint for leaders navigating the complexities of independence and governance. Figures like Kwame Nkrumah and Jawaharlal Nehru cited Washington's principles when designing their nation's democratic frameworks. Washington's influence even extended into modern global institutions. The emphasis he placed on diplomacy, national sovereignty, and non-entanglement in foreign affairs influenced international relations and policies of neutrality for many nations. His farewell address continued to be referenced in discussions of foreign policy, serving as a warning about overcommitment in international conflicts. Countries seeking to maintain balanced international relations often look to his policies as a model for strategic autonomy and self-determination. In education, Washington remained a central figure in the study of political leadership. Universities and academies around the world incorporated his speeches, letters, and policies into curricula designed to teach the values of ethical leadership, governance, and military strategy. His ability to unite a divided people and lay the groundwork for a functioning democracy remained an invaluable lesson for future generations. Even in the digital age, Washington's name and legacy persisted. His leadership continued to be a reference point in global politics, serving as a reminder of the ideals upon which democratic societies were built. His life's work transcended national borders, reinforcing the universal values of duty, honor, and service. Washington's influence proved that true leadership was not just about personal ambition, but about shaping a future in which freedom and democracy could thrive for all people. Washington's legacy continued to shape the modern world long after his passing, influencing political leaders, social movements, and global governance. As the world evolved, his principles remained relevant, serving as a benchmark for democratic values, national identity, and ethical leadership. The example he set in the 18th century transcended time, impacting how nations approached leadership and governance in the 21st century. His farewell address, particularly his warnings against political factionalism and foreign entanglements, remained a cornerstone of political thought. Leaders in the United States and abroad cited his words when navigating periods of political polarization and international conflict. His belief in unity over partisanship served as a reminder of the dangers of internal division, a lesson that resonated in moments of national crisis. Many governments used Washington's emphasis on stable, balanced governance as a guiding principle in structuring their own institutions. As democracy spread across the globe, Washington's model of leadership became a blueprint for newly formed republics. His commitment to civilian governance over military rule influenced the transition of power in multiple nations. Even in times of dictatorship and authoritarianism, opposition leaders looked to Washington as an example of how to lead with integrity and self-restraint. His voluntary resignation from the presidency was particularly influential, demonstrating that true leadership was rooted in service rather than personal gain. Beyond politics, Washington's name became synonymous with national identity and the preservation of historical values. Cities, institutions, and landmarks around the world bore his name, reinforcing his status as a universal figure of leadership. His influence extended into education, where political science and leadership programs analyzed his strategies, decisions, and philosophies. Military academies studied his tactics, and historians continued to debate the finer details of his contributions to global history. The impact of Washington's leadership was also evident in social movements. His dedication to personal responsibility and national service inspired leaders across the political spectrum. Advocates for civil rights, economic reform, and global diplomacy referenced Washington's principles when fighting for justice and stability. His ability to unify disparate factions and guide a young nation through uncertainty provided a timeless example of resilience and vision. Even in modern times, Washington's approach to governance remained a source of debate and reflection. His insistence on national sovereignty and cautious engagement with foreign powers influenced contemporary discussions on foreign policy. While global conflicts and alliances evolved beyond what Washington could have foreseen, his foundational principles of diplomacy, national interest, and measured decision-making continued to inform international relations. Through centuries of political change and technological advancement, Washington's name remained a touchstone for leadership. His vision of a nation built on unity, self-governance, and principled leadership continued to inspire not just Americans, but people around the world seeking to create just and stable societies. His enduring legacy proved that the true measure of leadership was not in personal power, but in the ability to shape a better future for generations to come. In his final years, George Washington sought the peace and simplicity of private life at Mount Vernon. After leaving the presidency in 1797, he was relieved to step away from public affairs, yet his sense of duty never faded. He dedicated his time to managing his estate, improving agricultural techniques, and overseeing the daily operations of his vast plantation. Though he longed for a quiet retirement, the weight of national affairs continued to follow him. As political tensions between the United States and France escalated into the quasi-war, Washington was once again called upon to serve. In 1798, President John Adams appointed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army, a position he reluctantly accepted. Though he left active leadership to Alexander Hamilton, his presence alone reassured the nation. He carefully advised on military preparations, ensuring that the young republic remained ready to defend itself if necessary. His willingness to serve, even in old age, reaffirmed his lifelong commitment to the country he had helped build. Despite these obligations, Washington's true focus remained on Mount Vernon. He was deeply invested in modernizing farming methods and experimenting with crop rotation, soil conservation, and livestock breeding. His estate became a model of innovation, and he corresponded with agricultural experts to share knowledge. However, as he worked to improve his land, he also struggled with the moral contradictions of slavery. Though he had long expressed unease with the institution, he had yet to take decisive action. In his will, Washington made a landmark decision. He ordered the emancipation of his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, though limited in scope, set him apart from many of his contemporaries and underscored his evolving views on the issue. Washington's health began to decline in late 1799. On December 12, after riding through cold and wet conditions on his plantation, he developed a severe throat infection. His condition worsened rapidly, and despite the efforts of physicians, he succumbed to illness on December 14, 1799. His death sent shockwaves through the nation. Tributes poured in from all corners of the country and beyond, with leaders from Europe and the Americas recognizing his unparalleled contributions to history. Martha Washington, devastated by the loss of her husband, carried out his final wishes, including the emancipation of their enslaved workers. The nation entered a period of mourning, honoring the man who had guided them through revolution and the fragile early years of independence. His funeral at Mount Vernon was a private affair, attended by close family and friends, but the nation at large held its own memorials in his honor. Congress declared him first in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen, a phrase that would forever define his legacy. Even in death, Washington's presence loomed over the United States. His leadership style became the gold standard for future presidents. His warnings against political division were revisited during times of national strife, and his dedication to democracy continued to inspire generations. His final years, though quieter than the height of his power, were marked by an unwavering commitment to service and an enduring influence on the country he helped forge. As George Washington prepared to leave the presidency, he delivered one of the most significant speeches in American history. His farewell address, published on September 19, 1796. This address was not a spoken speech, but a carefully crafted letter to the American people. In it, Washington reflected on his time in office, offered guidance for the nation's future, and issued warnings that would remain relevant for centuries to come. One of Washington's most pressing concerns was the danger of political factionalism. He feared that political parties would divide the nation, turning government into a battleground of personal rivalries and regional interests, rather than a unified effort for the common good. He warned that parties would lead to corruption, manipulation by foreign influences, and the erosion of national unity. Despite his caution, political factions had already begun forming, with Federalists and Democratic Republicans vying for power, a trend that would only intensify in the years to come. Washington also emphasized the importance of national unity. He believed that sectionalism, loyalty to a particular region over the whole nation, would weaken the republic and open the door to internal strife. He urged Americans to see themselves first and foremost as citizens of a united country, rather than as members of competing states or factions. His words carried even greater weight as tensions between North and South began to grow, eventually culminating in the Civil War decades later. Another major theme of the farewell address was Washington's warning against permanent foreign alliances. He argued that while trade and temporary agreements with other nations were necessary, the United States should avoid long-term political or military entanglements. He believed that such alliances would drag the young nation into unnecessary conflicts and compromise its sovereignty. This principle of non-intervention shaped American foreign policy for over a century, influencing decisions from the early 19th century through the isolationist stance before World War I. Washington also stressed the necessity of morality and religion in maintaining a stable government. He saw virtue and ethical leadership as essential to the survival of a free republic. While he advocated for religious tolerance, he believed that moral principles rooted in faith provided the foundation for good governance. His views on civic responsibility and personal integrity became lasting pillars of American political philosophy. His final warning was about the dangers of an overgrown military establishment. While he understood the need for national defense, he feared that a powerful standing army could become a tool for tyranny if not kept in check by civilian oversight. This concern shaped early American defense policies, reinforcing the idea that military power should always remain subordinate to elected leadership. Washington's farewell address set a precedent for future leaders, offering a roadmap for the nation's development. Over the years, presidents and policymakers have revisited his words, finding wisdom in his warnings. His call for unity, caution in foreign affairs, and resistance to political division remain as relevant today as they were in 1796. His final message to the American people was not just a farewell, it was a lasting testament to the ideals upon which the nation was built. Throughout history, George Washington's legacy has been shaped by both truth and myth. Some stories about him are well-documented facts, while others have been exaggerated or entirely fabricated. As one of the most revered figures in American history, Washington became the subject of numerous legends that sought to reinforce his image as a moral and virtuous leader. Separating fact from fiction is essential to understanding the real man behind the myths. One of the most famous myths about Washington is the story of the cherry tree. According to this tale, a young Washington chopped down his father's cherry tree, and when confronted he confessed, saying, "I cannot tell a lie." This story was first published by Parson Weems, one of Washington's earliest biographers, in an effort to highlight Washington's honesty. However, there is no historical evidence to support this event. While Washington was known for his integrity, the cherry tree story is a fabrication meant to inspire moral character in young Americans. Another widespread myth is that Washington had wooden teeth. While it is true that he suffered from severe dental problems throughout his life, his dentures were not made of wood. Instead, they were constructed from a combination of materials, including human teeth, animal teeth, and ivory, often held together with metal springs. Washington's dental struggles were well documented, and he frequently complained about the pain and discomfort they caused him. His dentures also contributed to his reserved demeanor and the serious expression seen in many of his portraits. A popular misconception is that Washington was offered the title of king after the American Revolution. While some individuals did suggest a form of monarchy or lifetime leadership role, Washington firmly rejected any such idea. He was deeply committed to the principles of republican government and saw himself as a servant of the people, not a ruler. His voluntary decision to relinquish power after 2 terms as president set a crucial precedent for the peaceful transition of leadership in the United States. There is also a belief that Washington single-handedly led every battle to victory during the Revolutionary War. While he was a skilled strategist and an inspiring leader, the war was a collective effort that involved many generals, soldiers, and foreign allies. He suffered significant losses, such as the defeat in New York in 1776, but he learned from his mistakes and adapted his tactics. His leadership was instrumental in securing victory, but the war was not won by his efforts alone. One truth about Washington that is often understated is his complex relationship with slavery. While he relied on enslaved labor to maintain his Mount Vernon estate, he grew increasingly uneasy about the institution. In his later years, he took steps that few of his contemporaries did. He made provisions in his will to free his enslaved workers upon Martha Washington's death. This act, while limited in scope, reflected his evolving views on slavery and set him apart from many of his peers. Washington's legacy is built on real accomplishments, and while myths have embellished his story, they do not diminish his impact. He was a man of principle, resilience, and vision who shaped the United States through his leadership and character. By distinguishing historical fact from legend, we gain a clearer understanding of the true George Washington, one whose influence extends beyond myth into the foundations of the nation he helped build. George Washington's role as the father of the nation is often compared to the contributions of other founding fathers, each of whom played a crucial part in shaping the United States. While Washington provided steadfast leadership and a unifying presence, others contributed in different but equally significant ways. Examining his legacy alongside figures like Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Alexander Hamilton, and James Madison offers a deeper understanding of his unique place in history. Thomas Jefferson, the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, is often regarded as the intellectual force behind American democracy. His vision for the nation emphasized individual liberties and agrarian values, contrasting with Washington's focus on unity and pragmatic governance. Jefferson's ideals helped shape the philosophical foundation of the Republic, but his leadership style was far more partisan and divisive than Washington's unifying approach. John Adams, Washington's successor as president, was one of the most vocal advocates for independence. He played a key role in the Continental Congress and was instrumental in securing foreign aid during the Revolution. However, Adams lacked Washington's ability to rise above political factionalism. His presidency was marked by intense partisan conflict, particularly with Jefferson's Democratic Republicans. In contrast, Washington had set the precedent of remaining above party politics, warning against their dangers in his farewell address. Alexander Hamilton, Washington's close advisor and the first Secretary of the Treasury, was a visionary in financial and economic matters. He established the foundations of the American financial system, including a national bank and policies that strengthened the federal government. Washington relied heavily on Hamilton's expertise, but while Hamilton sought a strong centralized government, Washington maintained a careful balance, ensuring that federal authority did not overshadow the democratic principles of the new nation. James Madison, often called the father of the Constitution, played a pivotal role in drafting and promoting the U.S. Constitution and the Bill of Rights. His contributions to the structure of government were invaluable, yet he did not possess Washington's widespread popular appeal or military leadership. Madison's work was instrumental in creating the framework of American governance, but it was Washington who provided the stability and trust necessary to implement and sustain it. Compared to these figures, Washington's influence was unique in that he was not primarily a writer, philosopher, or legislator. He was a leader whose presence and decisions shaped the course of the nation. He was the unifying force that turned revolutionary ideals into a functioning government. While others debated and wrote policies, Washington set the example through action, demonstrating the virtues of duty, restraint, and selfless leadership. His willingness to step down after 2 terms in office remains one of the most significant decisions in American history. Many of his contemporaries, including Jefferson and Adams, would go on to engage in deeply partisan battles, but Washington remained above these divisions. His ability to unify a fragile nation, establish lasting traditions, and earn the trust of a new republic made his contributions distinct from those of his fellow founding fathers. While men like Jefferson, Adams, Hamilton, and Madison were brilliant in their own right. Washington was the indispensable figure who embodied the new nation's values. His leadership was not based on eloquence or policy alone, but on the strength of character, discipline, and an unwavering commitment to the greater good. His legacy, when compared to his peers, stands as a testament to the power of steadfast and principled leadership in the face of uncertainty. As we reach the final chapter of George Washington's story, it is clear that his legacy is one of unparalleled influence and significance. His leadership during the American Revolution, his role in shaping the presidency, and his commitment to national unity laid the foundation for the United States. But his impact did not end with his time in office. It continued to shape the nation long after his death. Washington's final years at Mount Vernon were marked by a desire for peace and retirement, yet he remained engaged with national affairs. His warnings against political factions, entangling alliances, and sectionalism in his farewell address proved to be prophetic as the young republic faced increasing internal and external challenges. Even in his last days, Washington continued to embody the virtues of service and duty. His passing on December 14, 1799, was met with deep mourning throughout the nation. Tributes poured in from political allies and former opponents alike, recognizing the loss of a man whose presence had been a stabilizing force for the fledgling country. His funeral was a solemn event, and the nation entered a period of collective grief, realizing that the man who had led them to independence and unity was gone. Yet Washington's legacy did not fade with his death. His image as the father of the nation only grew stronger over time. His leadership style became the model for future presidents. His name was immortalized in cities, monuments, and institutions, and his principles remained a guiding force for American democracy. His decision to voluntarily relinquish power set a precedent that defined the very nature of the presidency and democratic governance. Globally, Washington's example influenced other nations striving for self-governance. Leaders in emerging republics looked to his restraint, his commitment to democracy, and his emphasis on national unity as a blueprint for their own struggles. His legacy extended beyond the borders of the United States, inspiring generations of leaders who sought to balance power with principle. As we reflect on Washington's life, we see a man who was not perfect, but who was unwavering in his commitment to something greater than himself. He was a leader not because he sought power, but because he answered the call of duty. His story is not just one of military victories or political achievements. It is a story of resilience, character, and a vision that transcended his time. Washington's farewell was not just a departure from office, but a lasting message to future generations. His belief in the importance of unity, his warnings about division, and his hope for a strong and principled nation remain as relevant today as they were over 2 centuries ago. His story is not just history, it is a reminder of what leadership, sacrifice, and dedication to a cause greater than oneself can achieve. As we close this chapter, we honor the man who helped shape a nation, whose influence endures, and whose legacy continues to inspire the world. The story of the American frontier begins long before the Wild West as we know it. In the 1600s and 1700s, long before cowboys and gold rushes, European powers began exploring and settling the vast lands of North America. The earliest efforts came from Spain, France, and England, each seeking to expand their empires and extract wealth from the new continent. What they encountered instead was a land already inhabited by diverse and complex Native American societies who had lived, hunted, and traded across the continent for thousands of years. Spanish explorers were among the first Europeans to enter the interior of what would later become the American West. As early as the 1540s, conquistadors such as Francisco Vázquez de Coronado led expeditions through what is now the American Southwest, searching for the fabled 7 cities of gold. While they never found these mythical riches, they laid claim to vast territories and established missions and settlements in present-day New Mexico, Arizona, Texas, and California. The Spanish brought Catholic missionaries who sought to convert native peoples, often by force, and imposed European systems of governance, labor, and religion. In the north, the French pursued a different strategy, focused primarily on the fur trade. French trappers and traders ventured deep into the Great Lakes region and down the Mississippi River. They developed close alliances with tribes such as the Huron and the Algonquin, learning native languages and intermarrying with local communities. French settlements like Detroit and St. Louis began as trading posts, slowly expanding over time. Compared to the Spanish and English, the French presence was more dispersed and less confrontational, though not without its share of conflict. The English, meanwhile, began to establish permanent colonies along the Atlantic coast. Jamestown, founded in 1607 in Virginia, was the first successful English colony in North America. The English pushed westward slowly, encountering resistance from native tribes who had no intention of giving up their land. Conflict erupted frequently, including the Powhatan Wars in Virginia and King Philip's War in New England. These early clashes set the tone for centuries of frontier conflict. As European settlements grew, they encroached deeper into indigenous territories. Native tribes were forced to adapt or resist. Some chose to trade and form alliances, while others fought to defend their homelands. Disease brought by Europeans devastated native populations, wiping out entire villages and reducing the ability of tribes to resist colonization. Despite the hardships, Native American cultures remained resilient, preserving traditions and adapting to new realities. Life on the frontier was harsh and unforgiving. Early settlers faced threats not only from hostile encounters, but also from the environment itself. Winters were brutal, food was often scarce, and medical knowledge was limited. Communities had to rely on cooperation and shared labor to survive. Homes were made from whatever materials were available, wood, sod, or stone, and life revolved around subsistence farming, hunting, and trade. Throughout the 1700s, the frontier continued to move westward. The Appalachian Mountains were a major barrier, but settlers slowly began to cross them in search of new land. The Proclamation of 1763, issued by the British Crown, attempted to halt westward expansion beyond the Appalachians in an effort to stabilize relations with native tribes. This proclamation was largely ignored by settlers eager for land, leading to increased tensions and violence. The French and Indian War, which lasted from 1754 to 1763, was a pivotal conflict in the struggle for control of the North American frontier. The war was part of a global conflict between Britain and France, but on American soil, it involved both European powers and their Native American allies. Britain emerged victorious, gaining control of vast new territories, including Canada and the land between the Appalachian Mountains and the Mississippi River. However, the war left Britain deeply in debt and set the stage for colonial unrest. With the American Revolution in the late 1700s, the dynamics of the frontier shifted again. Colonists rebelled against British rule and sought to expand westward without interference. After the war, the newly formed United States began a more aggressive push into the interior. The Northwest Ordinance of 1787 provided a framework for settling and governing western lands, laying the foundation for future expansion. By the end of the 18th century, the seeds of the Wild West had been planted. The land was vast, untamed, and contested. The encounters between European settlers and Native Americans had already shaped a legacy of conflict, adaptation, and survival. The frontier was not yet the stage for gunfights and cattle drives, but it was already a crucible of ambition, endurance, and cultural collision. This was the beginning of a story that would continue to unfold across the next century, forging the myth and the reality of the American West. In 1803, the United States made a monumental move that would forever change the course of its history. President Thomas Jefferson negotiated the Louisiana Purchase, acquiring over 800,000 square miles of territory from France for $15 million. This single act nearly doubled the size of the young nation and opened up vast regions of land for exploration, settlement, and economic development. The Louisiana Purchase stretched from the Mississippi River to the Rocky Mountains and from the Gulf of Mexico to the Canadian border. While the land was largely uncharted by Americans, it was already home to numerous Native American tribes who had lived there for generations. Jefferson saw the acquisition not only as a strategic economic opportunity, but also as a safeguard for the agrarian ideals he believed were vital to the Republic. He envisioned a nation of independent farmers, each owning their own land and contributing to a stable democracy. To make this vision a reality, the United States had to push westward into the newly acquired territory. In 1804, Jefferson commissioned Meriwether Lewis and William Clark to lead the Corps of Discovery, an expedition to explore the new lands and find a water route to the Pacific Ocean. Their journey took them across rugged terrain, through the lands of powerful native tribes, and into what is now the American Northwest. Along the way, they mapped the region, documented wildlife and plant species, and established contact with Native American nations. Their expedition inspired further exploration and opened the door for settlers and traders who followed in their footsteps. The idea of expansion soon became more than a policy, it became a national belief. By the 1820s and 1830s, the concept of manifest destiny had begun to take shape. This was the belief that Americans were divinely destined to expand across the North American continent, from the Atlantic to the Pacific. Manifest destiny was not just about geography, it was also tied to a sense of cultural and racial superiority. Many Americans believed it was their duty to bring what they considered civilization, Christianity, and democracy to the western frontier, even if it meant displacing or conquering native peoples. As this ideology gained traction, more and more settlers began moving west. The government encouraged this migration by offering land grants and passing policies that made it easier for individuals and families to claim and settle land. Steamboats and later railroads helped make transportation more accessible, and trading routes such as the Santa Fe Trail became vital arteries of commerce and communication. The expansion also had a profound impact on Native American tribes. As settlers encroached on their lands, tribes were often forced to move or resist. The government began negotiating treaties, many of which were later broken, to relocate tribes to less desirable lands. These relocations were frequently carried out under threat of violence or through military force. The era of westward expansion set the stage for the series of conflicts that would later be known as the Indian Wars. At the same time, the frontier economy began to develop. Fur trading became a lucrative business, particularly in the Rocky Mountains and Pacific Northwest. Mountain men, independent trappers who braved the wilderness alone or in small groups, played a crucial role in exploring the frontier and establishing trade networks. Figures like Jedediah Smith and Jim Bridger became legends of the early American West, navigating uncharted lands and surviving in harsh conditions. By the 1830s, the push west had become a national movement. Towns and outposts appeared in previously uninhabited regions. The frontier began to take shape as a place of both opportunity and hardship. Pioneers faced isolation, disease, and the constant threat of attack. Yet they were driven by dreams of land ownership, economic success, and the promise of a better life. The Louisiana Purchase and the ideology of manifest destiny were foundational in shaping the trajectory of American expansion. They provided the land and the justification for moving westward, setting into motion a series of events that would culminate in the dramatic and often violent era of the Wild West. This chapter of American history was marked by ambition and idealism, but also by displacement, conflict, and the irreversible transformation of a continent. In the 1830s through the 1860s, a new chapter of American expansion took form as thousands of settlers packed their belongings, gathered their families, and set out west along the Oregon Trail. This was the Age of Pioneers, a period defined by migration, endurance, and the drive to forge a new life in the uncharted territories beyond the Mississippi River. The journey was long and perilous, but for many it represented the promise of land, opportunity, and freedom. The Oregon Trail stretched over 2,000 miles from Independence, Missouri, to the fertile Willamette Valley in Oregon. It crossed plains, deserts, rivers, and mountain ranges. The journey typically took 4 to 6 months, depending on weather, terrain, and the health of the travelers. Most migrants traveled in covered wagons, also known as prairie schooners, which were packed with supplies, tools, food, and personal belongings. These wagons were usually pulled by oxen or mules and moved at a slow, steady pace across the rough terrain. Families would begin preparations for the journey months in advance. They needed to gather enough food, clothing, tools, and livestock to survive not just the trip, but also the early months of settlement once they arrived. Emigrants faced many hardships on the trail, including extreme weather, accidents, disease, and the constant wear of travel. Cholera was especially deadly, sweeping through wagon trains with little warning and claiming countless lives. Rivers posed significant dangers, as wagons and animals could be lost during crossings. Despite these challenges, the promise of a better life drove people westward. The U.S. government encouraged settlement of the Oregon Territory through treaties and legislation, including the Donation Land Claim Act of 1850, which offered land to settlers willing to cultivate it. For many, this was the first chance to own property and build something lasting for future generations. The journey also relied heavily on cooperation. Wagon trains, often made up of dozens of families, banded together for protection and mutual aid. Leaders were elected to maintain order, and decisions were made democratically. This sense of community helped many endure the physical and emotional hardships of the trail. At night, wagons were often arranged in a circle to create a protective corral for livestock and to provide shelter from wind and wild animals. The Oregon Trail migration had a profound impact on the American frontier. It brought settlers into direct contact with Native American tribes, whose lands they crossed or settled on. While many encounters were peaceful and involved trade or assistance, others were marked by tension and violence. As more settlers arrived, tribal lands were gradually taken over, leading to growing resentment and conflict. The trail itself evolved over time. Initially marked by mountain men and fur trappers, the route became more established as thousands traveled it. Forts and trading posts sprang up along the way, offering supplies and a measure of safety. Missionaries, merchants, and farmers all made the journey, transforming the West from an unknown wilderness into a land of growing settlements. By the 1860s, the Oregon Trail was at its height. Homesteads began to dot the landscape of the Pacific Northwest. Towns were established, farms were built, and the frontier began to take on a more settled character. However, this migration also intensified the displacement of Native American tribes who were pushed farther from their ancestral lands. The federal government began to implement more aggressive policies to remove and relocate indigenous peoples, contributing to the long and tragic history of the Indian Wars. The Age of Pioneers helped define the American identity. The stories of families braving the wilderness in search of a better life became part of the national mythology. The covered wagon became a symbol of American perseverance and hope. The hardships endured on the trail and the determination required to complete the journey exemplified the values of self-reliance and resilience. The Oregon Trail was not just a route across the continent, it was a crucible that tested the spirit of those who traveled it. It forged new communities, reshaped the landscape, and forever altered the lives of those who made the journey. In doing so, it laid the groundwork for the westward expansion that would continue into the era of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen, and helped shape the character of the American frontier. In the decades following the Civil War, from the 1860s to the 1880s, the American West underwent a dramatic transformation as cattle ranching emerged as a dominant economic force. The wide open spaces of the Great Plains and Southwest became the foundation of a booming cattle industry, and at the heart of this transformation was the cowboy. These rugged, skilled laborers became iconic figures of the Wild West, though their real lives were often more grueling and complex than the romantic image portrayed in popular culture. The roots of cattle ranching in the American West trace back to Spanish colonists who introduced longhorn cattle and ranching techniques to what is now Texas and the Southwest. Over time, these herds grew and adapted to the harsh environment, developing into the resilient Texas Longhorn breed. After the Civil War, large numbers of cattle roamed freely across the open range, and their value increased significantly due to growing demand for beef in the industrial cities of the North and East. Railroads played a pivotal role in this emerging economy. As rail lines extended westward, particularly into Kansas, they created access points where cattle could be driven and then shipped to urban markets. The town of Abilene, Kansas, became one of the first major cattle shipping hubs, thanks to entrepreneur Joseph McCoy, who promoted the idea of trailing Texas Longhorns north to the railheads. These long cattle drives, often covering hundreds of miles, became a defining element of the era. Cowboys were responsible for managing the herds during these drives. Most were young men in their teens or 20s, often from diverse backgrounds. African Americans, Mexican vaqueros, and Native Americans made up a significant portion of the cowboy workforce. The work was difficult and dangerous. Cowboys endured long hours in the saddle, extreme weather, and the constant threat of stampedes, predators, and hostile encounters. Their days were filled with dust, heat, and physical labor, while their nights were spent sleeping under the stars. The tools of the cowboy trade included saddles, lassos, spurs, and wide-brimmed hats for sun protection. Their clothing was functional, designed to withstand the rigors of the trail. The cowboy developed a distinct culture, with songs, jargon, and customs that became ingrained in the mythology of the West. Yet behind the romance was a demanding and often underpaid lifestyle. Ranching operations expanded rapidly during this period. Wealthy investors established large cattle companies, and ranches spread across the plains of Texas, New Mexico, Colorado, Wyoming, and Montana. The open range system allowed cattle to graze freely on public lands, but this also led to conflicts over land use and ownership. Barbed wire, introduced in the 1870s, revolutionized ranching by enabling property owners to enclose their land, leading to the gradual end of the open range. The cattle industry fueled the economic growth of the West. Towns sprang up near railroads and stockyards, creating new markets and job opportunities. Meat packing centers in Chicago and other cities processed the beef, linking the rural West to the urban economy. Supply chains developed, connecting ranchers, railroads, buyers and consumers in a complex web of commerce. Despite its economic success, the cattle boom had environmental and social consequences. Overgrazing damaged the prairie ecosystem, and the influx of ranchers and settlers disrupted Native American communities. Conflicts arose over land and resources, contributing to the broader struggle between indigenous peoples and expanding American settlement. The great cattle drives began to decline in the late 1880s. Harsh winters, droughts, and market fluctuations led to financial losses for many ranchers. The expansion of railroads made long drives less necessary, and fenced-in ranches became the norm. Yet the legacy of the cowboy endured, becoming a lasting symbol of freedom, resilience, and the rugged spirit of the West. During the height of cattle ranching, the West was a land of opportunity and risk. The industry brought prosperity to many, but also reinforced the inequalities and challenges of frontier life. It helped shape the culture, economy, and identity of the American West, and left behind a powerful narrative of hard-working individuals who faced the frontier with grit and determination. This era was not just about cattle and cowboys, it was about the rise of a new economy, one that would define the Wild West and influence the development of the United States for generations to come. In 1848, the discovery of gold at Sutter's Mill in Coloma, California, set off one of the most transformative events in American history. This moment marked the beginning of the California Gold Rush, a phenomenon that would bring hundreds of thousands of people to the American West in search of fortune and permanently reshape the region's economy, society and landscape. Within months of the discovery, news of gold spread rapidly, first across California and then to the eastern United States and eventually around the world. By 1849, an estimated 80,000 people had arrived in California, and they would become known as the 49ers. This massive influx of people came by ship around Cape Horn, overland across the rugged terrain of the American frontier, and via the Panama Isthmus. The population of San Francisco exploded from around 1,000 residents in 1848 to over 25,000 by 1850. The rapid population growth transformed quiet outposts into chaotic boom towns almost overnight. The gold rush was not limited to California. Gold discoveries in other areas, such as Colorado in 1859 and Nevada's Comstock Lode in 1859, drew additional waves of miners and settlers. These rushes helped spread the frontier further westward and contributed to the development of new states and territories. Mining camps sprung up wherever gold was found, often in remote and difficult-to-reach locations. These camps were known for their lawlessness, rough living conditions, and a transient population mostly composed of young men. Most miners did not strike it rich. Surface gold was quickly exhausted, and mining became increasingly industrialized, requiring expensive equipment and access to deep ore deposits. As corporations took over mining operations, many individual prospectors were forced to take wage jobs or move on. The sudden boom brought not only miners, but also entrepreneurs who saw opportunity in providing goods and services. Merchants, hoteliers, blacksmiths, saloon owners, and others flooded into mining regions to serve the needs of the new population. Some of the greatest fortunes of the gold rush were not made from gold itself, but from the businesses that supported the mining industry. People like Levi Strauss, who sold durable pants to miners, became household names. The gold rush catalyzed economic growth across the United States. The wealth generated by mining helped fund infrastructure and development, including railroads and telegraph lines. Banks, investment firms, and shipping companies all profited from the increased economic activity. The gold rush also had significant social and political consequences. California's rapid population growth and economic importance led to its admission to the Union as a state in 1850. However, the rush for wealth also brought tension, discrimination, and violence. Native American populations were devastated as settlers encroached on their lands, introduced new diseases, and carried out violent campaigns of displacement and extermination. The influx of people from China, Mexico, South America, and Europe created a multicultural society, but also led to racial tensions and discriminatory laws. The foreign miners' tax of 1850 targeted non-white miners, particularly Chinese immigrants, and was one of many measures that marginalized minority groups. Vigilante justice was common in the mining camps. With little formal law enforcement, communities often took justice into their own hands, resulting in public hangings, lynch mobs, and widespread corruption. As towns grew, efforts were made to establish order, but the early days of the gold rush were marked by an atmosphere of lawlessness and unpredictability. The impact of the gold rush extended beyond economics and demographics. It changed the physical environment of the West. Hydraulic mining techniques, which used high-pressure water jets to wash away entire hillsides, caused massive environmental damage. Rivers were clogged with sediment, forests were stripped, and landscapes were permanently altered. The long-term consequences of these practices are still visible today. By the 1860s, the easy-to-reach gold had been largely depleted. The feverish rush gave way to more stable, organized mining operations. Some towns withered and disappeared, while others evolved into permanent settlements. The legacy of the gold rush was clear. It accelerated westward expansion, stimulated the national economy, and set the stage for further development of the American frontier. It also revealed both the promise and peril of unchecked ambition. For many, the gold rush was a dream pursued and lost. For others, it was a stepping stone to something greater. And for the American West, it was a crucible that forged new paths, new cities, and new conflicts. It was a defining episode that brought together people from around the world, united by the hope of striking it rich, and forever changed the story of the American frontier. From the 1860s through the dawn of the 20th century, the American frontier was marked by rapid expansion, booming towns, and frequent violence. In a landscape often defined by chaos and lawlessness, a special class of men emerged to bring order and justice to the West. These were the lawmen. Figures like Wyatt Earp, Bat Masterson, and Wild Bill Hickok became legends of the Wild West, celebrated and sometimes mythologized for their bravery, quick-draw skills, and determination to uphold the law in some of the most dangerous places in the country. Lawmen were often appointed marshals, sheriffs, or deputies in towns that sprung up quickly due to gold strikes, cattle routes, or rail lines. These towns frequently attracted a rough crowd, gamblers, gunslingers, outlaws, and drifters seeking opportunity or escape. With limited resources and no formal police infrastructure, lawmen had to rely on personal reputation, courage, and alliances to maintain peace. Their duties included arresting criminals, settling disputes, breaking up saloon brawls, and sometimes escorting prisoners across long and dangerous routes. One of the most iconic lawmen of the era was Wyatt Earp. Born in 1848 in Illinois, Earp served in various law enforcement roles across several frontier towns. He is most famous for his role in the gunfight at the OK Corral in Tombstone, Arizona, in 1881. Alongside his brothers Virgil and Morgan and ally Doc Holliday, Earp faced off against the outlaw cowboys in a shootout that lasted less than a minute, but cemented his place in Western history. While often portrayed as a fearless enforcer of justice, Earp's life was complex. He had brushes with the law himself, operated saloons, and was sometimes accused of being more of a vigilante than a peacekeeper. Bat Masterson, another legendary figure, was born in Canada in 1853 and made his name as a buffalo hunter, scout, and eventually a lawman in Dodge City, Kansas. Known for his calm demeanor and precise marksmanship, Masterson served as a sheriff and deputy U.S. Marshal. He was involved in numerous gunfights, but often preferred diplomacy and strategy over violence. Later in life, he moved to New York City, where he became a sports writer, proving that even the toughest lawmen could reinvent themselves. Wild Bill Hickok, born James Butler Hickok in 1837, was a scout, gambler, and lawman who gained national fame for his exploits in the West. Known for his sharp shooting and larger-than-life persona, Hickok served as a marshal in towns like Hays and Abilene, Kansas. His reputation as a deadly gunfighter was solidified by tales of multiple shootouts and daring arrests. He was also a showman, performing in early Wild West shows that helped shape the public image of frontier life. Hickok's life ended abruptly in 1876 when he was shot in the back while playing poker in Deadwood, South Dakota. The cards he held, a pair of aces and eights, became known as the dead man's hand. Lawmen often walked a fine line between justice and vigilantism. The lack of formal courts and legal protections meant they had to make quick decisions, sometimes based more on instinct than procedure. This blurred line led to both praise and criticism. Some saw them as heroes who protected the innocent. Others saw them as men who imposed order through force and fear. Many lawmen were also part of the very systems they tried to regulate, owning saloons, gambling halls, or brothels. Despite the contradictions, these men played a vital role in bringing stability to the frontier. Their presence deterred crime and provided a sense of order amid the chaos. Their stories were widely reported in newspapers and dime novels, turning them into national figures and embedding them into American folklore. As the frontier began to close and towns became more civilized, the need for such rugged lawmen diminished. The rise of more structured law enforcement agencies, statehood for many Western territories, and increased communication and transportation reduced the scope of lawlessness. But the legacy of the lawmen endured. They became enduring symbols of courage and justice in American culture. Films, books, and television shows portrayed them as fearless defenders of order in a wild and untamed land. While the real lives of Earp, Masterson, Hickok, and others were far more nuanced than the legends suggest, their impact on the development and stabilization of the American West cannot be overstated. They stood as both men of their time and as lasting icons of the values and contradictions of the frontier era. Between the 1860s and the early 1900s, the American frontier was not only shaped by pioneers and lawmen, but also by the outlaws who defied authority and operated outside the law. These bandits and rogues became legendary figures, feared and admired in equal measure. Their daring crimes, bold escapes, and violent ends contributed to the mythos of the Wild West, painting a picture of rebellion and danger that has fascinated generations. Among the most infamous outlaws of the Wild West were Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy. Each of these men carved their names into history through a combination of violence, charisma, and notoriety. Jesse James, born in Missouri in 1847, began his criminal career as a Confederate guerrilla during the Civil War. He and his brother Frank were part of a group known as Quantrill's Raiders, responsible for brutal attacks against Union forces and sympathizers. After the war, Jesse and Frank turned to a life of crime, forming the James Younger Gang. They carried out a series of daring bank and train robberies across the Midwest and South. Jesse styled himself as a modern-day Robin Hood, claiming to steal from the rich and give to the poor, though there is little evidence to support this image. The gang's exploits were widely reported in newspapers, and Jesse became a folk hero to some. But he was also ruthless. Innocent people died in their raids, and he remained on the run for years. In 1882, Jesse James was betrayed and killed by Robert Ford, a member of his own gang, who hoped to collect a bounty. James was shot in the back while dusting a picture on the wall in his own home. Billy the Kid, whose real name was Henry McCarty, was born in New York City in 1859 and orphaned at a young age. He drifted westward and by his teens had already become involved in petty crime. By the time he was 21, Billy had killed multiple men and was one of the most wanted criminals in New Mexico. His involvement in the Lincoln County War, a violent conflict between rival ranching factions, thrust him into the spotlight. Billy was charismatic and reportedly well liked by those who knew him, but he was also deadly. He escaped from jail multiple times and was known for his quick draw. In 1881, he was shot and killed by Sheriff Pat Garrett, a former acquaintance, in a darkened room at Fort Sumner. Billy's legend grew quickly, helped by newspaper stories and dime novels that portrayed him as a tragic anti-hero rather than a ruthless killer. Butch Cassidy, born Robert Leroy Parker in Utah in 1866, took a slightly different path. Along with his partner Harry Alonzo Longabore, better known as the Sundance Kid, Cassidy led the Wild Bunch Gang, which became famous for robbing banks and trains throughout the western United States. Unlike many outlaws, Cassidy often avoided unnecessary violence and preferred planning over gunplay. The Wild Bunch conducted some of the most successful and well-organized robberies of the era. After law enforcement intensified efforts to capture them, Cassidy and the Sundance Kid fled to South America. Their exact fate remains a mystery. Some accounts claim they were killed in a shootout in Bolivia in 1908, while others suggest they escaped and lived under assumed names. Regardless of the truth, their story captured the imagination of the public and inspired books and films for decades. Outlaws of the Wild West were not merely criminals, they became symbols of rebellion during a time of rapid change. As railroads, telegraphs and government structures expanded into the frontier, some people viewed these men as resisting encroaching authority and industrialization. Their stories reflected both fear and fascination with the untamed nature of the West. Newspapers played a crucial role in shaping the legends of outlaws. Sensational headlines and dramatic retellings of robberies and gunfights turned criminals into celebrities. Dime novels added layers of fiction, portraying them as gallant rebels or misunderstood loners. This romanticized image often obscured the violence and hardship they left in their wake. Many outlaws came from disadvantaged backgrounds. Some had served in the Civil War, others were orphans or laborers who saw few opportunities in a changing economy. The lawless conditions of the frontier provided both motive and opportunity for criminal behavior. Outlaws often formed gangs for protection and efficiency, relying on tight-knit groups to carry out their plans and evade capture. These gangs would often find temporary refuge in isolated hideouts, such as Hole in the Wall in Wyoming or Robber's Roost in Utah, where geography made it difficult for law enforcement to reach them. Despite their daring, most outlaws met violent ends. Few retired peacefully. The frontier was an unforgiving place, and loyalty was fragile. Betrayal was common, as in the case of Jesse James. Others, like Billy the Kid, were hunted relentlessly until they were gunned down. Their deaths only added to their legends, turning them into martyrs of the frontier mythos. By the early 1900s, the frontier had largely closed. Railroads connected distant regions, telegraphs enabled quick communication, and professional law enforcement agencies became more effective. The age of the outlaw faded, but their stories endured. They became part of American folklore, shaping the way future generations would view the Wild West. The outlaws of the frontier era remain some of the most intriguing characters in American history. Their lives were marked by danger, drama, and contradiction. They were both products and provocateurs of a tumultuous time. And though their actions often caused suffering, their stories continue to captivate, reminding us of the complex legacy of the American frontier. From the 1850s through the 1890s, the American frontier was the stage for a long and violent series of conflicts between Native American tribes and the expanding United States government. Known collectively as the Indian Wars, these clashes were rooted in land disputes, cultural misunderstandings, broken treaties, and a relentless drive for westward expansion. As settlers pushed into tribal territories, indigenous peoples resisted the invasion of their ancestral homelands, leading to tragic and often brutal confrontations that reshaped the West. The roots of these conflicts go back to earlier decades, particularly the policy of Indian removal adopted by the U.S. government. One of the most infamous episodes was the Trail of Tears, which took place during the 1830s. Under the Indian Removal Act signed by President Andrew Jackson, thousands of Native Americans, including the Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole, were forcibly removed from their lands in the southeastern United States. They were marched west to what was then called Indian Territory, in present-day Oklahoma. The journey was marked by disease, starvation, and exhaustion. Thousands died along the way, making the Trail of Tears a symbol of suffering and injustice. In the decades that followed, as settlers continued to pour into the Great Plains, the Rocky Mountains, and the Southwest, more tribes came into direct conflict with the U.S. military. The Plains tribes, such as the Sioux, Cheyenne, Comanche, and Apache, were among the most fiercely resistant. These were warrior cultures with deep spiritual connections to the land, and they did not accept the encroachment of railroads, homesteaders, or soldiers without a fight. One of the most iconic battles of the Indian Wars was the Battle of the Little Bighorn in 1876. It took place in Montana Territory and is often referred to as Custer's Last Stand. Lieutenant Colonel George Armstrong Custer led the 7th Cavalry into battle against a coalition of Lakota Sioux, Northern Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors led by Sitting Bull and Crazy Horse. Custer underestimated the strength of the native force and divided his troops, which led to the complete annihilation of his unit. Over 260 U.S. soldiers were killed. While the battle was a stunning victory for the native tribes, it galvanized public opinion in the United States and led to an aggressive military campaign that eventually forced many tribes onto reservations. Other significant conflicts during this era include the Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 in Colorado, where a peaceful village of Cheyenne and Arapaho was attacked by a Colorado militia, resulting in the deaths of over 150 people, many of them women and children. The Red River War of 1874-75 in Texas and the Southern Plains saw the U.S. Army clash with Comanche, Kiowa, and Southern Cheyenne tribes. The Nez Perce War of 1877 involved a remarkable retreat by Chief Joseph and his people, who traveled over 1,000 miles in an attempt to reach Canada before ultimately being forced to surrender. The Apache Wars in the Southwest lasted for decades and involved legendary figures like Geronimo, an Apache leader who resisted U.S. and Mexican forces through guerrilla warfare. Geronimo's campaign spanned from the 1850s to the 1880s and became symbolic of native resistance. His eventual capture in 1886 marked one of the final chapters in the Indian Wars. The last major conflict is often considered to be the Wounded Knee Massacre of 1890 in South Dakota. Tensions had risen due to the ghost dance movement, a spiritual revival among native tribes that preached the return of the buffalo and the retreat of white settlers. The U.S. government saw the movement as a threat. When the 7th Cavalry attempted to disarm a group of Lakota at Wounded Knee Creek, a shot was fired and chaos ensued. Soldiers opened fire, killing around 300 Native Americans, including many women and children. Wounded Knee symbolized the tragic end of the Indian resistance and the closing of the American frontier. Throughout the Indian Wars, native tribes suffered tremendous losses. Their populations declined from disease, warfare, and starvation. Many were confined to reservations, often far from their traditional lands and with limited resources. Treaties were frequently broken, promises were unfulfilled, and generations of Native Americans endured systemic displacement and cultural erosion. Despite these hardships, native cultures endured. Many tribes preserved their languages, traditions, and spiritual practices. In the face of adversity, they adapted and survived. The history of the Indian Wars remains a painful but essential chapter in the story of the American West. It highlights the cost of expansion and the resilience of the peoples who resisted it. The legacy of the Indian Wars continues to be felt today. Native communities still face challenges related to land rights, economic opportunity, and cultural preservation. But they also continue to celebrate their heritage and reclaim their histories. The tragic events of the Indian Wars remind us that the American frontier was not only a place of opportunity, but also a place of deep and enduring conflict. By the 1890s, the Wild West had begun to change, signaling the end of an era that had once been defined by lawlessness, rugged individualism, and the unregulated life of frontier towns. The closing of the frontier, officially declared in 1890 by the U.S. Census Bureau, marked a turning point in American history. As the frontier receded, the promise of uncharted land and endless opportunities began to fade, replaced by the realities of industrialization, organized law enforcement, and the expansion of the railroad. The Indian Wars, which had been waged for decades, effectively came to a close by the end of the 1880s. With the defeat of major Native American resistance movements, the remaining tribes were confined to reservations, and their traditional ways of life were all but destroyed. The vast expanse of the American frontier was now largely under the control of the U.S. government and its settlers. The idea of the frontier as a place of freedom and opportunity, where anything was possible, began to be replaced by the reality of a rapidly evolving nation. The completion of the Transcontinental Railroad in 1869 had already begun to transform the West, facilitating the movement of people, goods, and resources across the country. The railroad made it easier for settlers to travel to the frontier and for products like cattle, crops, and minerals to be transported to markets back east. Railroads also brought in lawmen, businesses, and social structures that began to bring order to the once untamed West. As trains crisscrossed the land, they connected the far-flung corners of the country and made the vast distances of the frontier seem smaller and more manageable. The expansion of the railroad also led to the rise of towns and cities, where the frontier's rough-and-tumble days of lawlessness gave way to the growth of more regulated urban societies. By the turn of the century, cities like Denver, Phoenix, and Albuquerque had become thriving centers of commerce and culture. As settlements grew, so did the need for organized law enforcement. The vigilante justice that had once been a hallmark of the frontier was gradually replaced by more formalized systems of policing. The rise of modern law enforcement during this period played a significant role in the decline of the Wild West. The U.S. government began to establish more permanent law enforcement agencies, and local sheriffs, marshals, and detectives replaced the independent, often lawless figure of the frontier lawman. These new institutions, along with improved communication methods like the telegraph, made it easier for authorities to track down criminals and enforce the law across larger areas. The widespread use of the railroad also made it more difficult for outlaws to escape to remote hideouts. The days of the notorious train robberies and bank heists began to diminish as law enforcement grew more sophisticated and far-reaching. At the same time, the rise of corporate interests and industrialization changed the nature of the Western economy. Cattle ranching, mining, and farming were increasingly dominated by large corporations, and small-time homesteaders and independent cowboys were gradually pushed out. The once wild cattle trails were replaced by barbed wire fences and more organized corporate ranches. As a result, the economic boom that had once fueled the Wild West began to slow. The promise of free land for homesteaders dwindled as the government sold off land to private interests or gave it to railroad companies, further closing off opportunities for independent settlers. By the 1900s, the romanticized image of the Wild West had become a thing of the past. The outlaws and lawmen who had once defined the frontier were now relegated to history books and popular myths. The social and economic changes that had taken place over the previous decades had brought an end to the untamed world that had once been synonymous with the American West. The final chapter of the frontier era was written not with the last gunfight or the last train robbery, but with the closing of the land that had once been open to all. Despite the decline of the Wild West, its legacy lived on. The stories of the outlaws, cowboys, and lawmen, as well as the great battles between settlers and Native Americans, continued to captivate the public imagination. The myths of the frontier were immortalized in dime novels, plays, and eventually in Hollywood films, which romanticized the characters and events of the Wild West for generations to come. The Wild West became a symbol of American toughness, resilience, and individualism, qualities that were associated with the pioneering spirit and the forging of the nation. The closing of the frontier signaled the end of a specific chapter in American history, but in many ways it marked the beginning of a new era. The lessons and legends of the Wild West continued to influence American culture, politics, and identity for years to come. The frontier may have closed, but the spirit of exploration, the desire for freedom, and the quest for new opportunities would continue to shape the country in the century that followed. The Wild West has long been a symbol of freedom, adventure, and rugged individualism, but much of what we think of as the Wild West today is shaped by myth and legend. From the moment the frontier began to close in the late 19th century, the stories of cowboys, outlaws, lawmen, and the untamed land itself began to evolve. What was once a real and chaotic part of American history gradually became a romanticized vision, exaggerated and idealized in the popular imagination. The myths of the Wild West were not just confined to books and folklore, they were amplified by the emerging movie industry in the early 20th century. Filmmakers eager to tell stories of adventure and heroism found a rich source of material in the legends of the American frontier. Westerns became a genre all their own, with iconic films such as Stagecoach 1939, The Searchers 1956, and High Noon 1952 solidifying the myth of the lone cowboy, battling the forces of chaos and lawlessness. These films often portrayed a stark contrast between the rugged individualism of the cowboy and the encroaching modernity of society. The cowboy, as depicted in these films, was often an anti-hero, a figure who operated outside the law but still maintained a sense of honor and justice. His world was one of adventure, danger, and the fight for freedom, embodying ideals of personal independence that resonated with American audiences, especially during periods of social and economic upheaval. But while the films painted a picture of the West as a place of high drama and moral complexity, they also often glossed over the realities of life on the frontier. The violent conflicts with Native American tribes, the struggles of settlers and homesteaders, and the challenges faced by women and minorities were frequently sidelined in favor of more heroic and romanticized narratives. In the years following World War II, Hollywood westerns reached their peak. Actors like John Wayne, Clint Eastwood, and Gary Cooper became synonymous with the image of the cowboy hero, and their portrayals became the standard by which all westerns were measured. Yet, despite their popularity, these films often failed to accurately depict the true history of the Wild West. They turned the historical complexities of the frontier into a one-dimensional narrative of good versus evil, with cowboys representing the forces of righteousness and outlaws symbolizing chaos. In reality, the Wild West was far more nuanced. The outlaw figures who became legends, like Jesse James, Billy the Kid, and Butch Cassidy, were often romanticized as rebels fighting against oppressive authority. Their robberies and violent actions were portrayed as acts of defiance rather than criminal behavior, turning them into folk heroes in the eyes of many. These stories, sometimes embellished and exaggerated, were passed down through dime novels, newspapers, and later, Hollywood films. But while the outlaws were glamorized, the Native Americans who resisted encroachment on their lands were often demonized as villains or savages. The history of Native American resistance, the forced removal from their ancestral lands, and the lasting impact of the Indian Wars were frequently overshadowed by the myth of the Wild West as a place of heroic struggles and battles between good and evil. Over the years, the romanticized vision of the Wild West continued to influence American popular culture. Television shows like Bonanza, 1959, 1973, and Gunsmoke, 1955, 1975, as well as more recent films like Dances with Wolves, 1990, and True Grit, 2010, kept the spirit of the West alive, even as the country entered the 20th and 21st centuries. The cowboy remained a symbol of rugged masculinity, independence, and a nostalgic yearning for a simpler, more adventurous time. Yet, even as the Wild West has been mythologized in film and television, it has also been subjected to reinterpretation. Modern westerns, like No Country for Old Men, 2007, and The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, 2018, often deconstruct the classic myth, offering more complex portrayals of frontier life. These films explore the harshness of the West, the morality of the characters, and the consequences of violence, presenting a more critical and nuanced view of the American frontier. The legacy of the Wild West remains strong, not just in entertainment, but in how the American frontier is perceived today. The symbols of cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen still evoke a sense of freedom and adventure, despite the fact that much of the mythic history of the Wild West has been distorted or simplified. The romanticized image of the frontier continues to shape American identity, representing a time when the nation was forging its path and expanding its boundaries. But the Wild West's mythology has also contributed to the marginalization of important aspects of history. The reality of the American frontier was often far more violent, divisive, and tragic than the stories we tell about it. Native Americans, whose lives and cultures were deeply affected by westward expansion, have often been relegated to the background in favor of stories that glorify the settlers and outlaws. The history of the West is much more than the legends of cowboys and gunfighters. It is also the history of displacement, injustice, and survival. Today, the Wild West remains an indelible part of American culture, but it is also a reminder of the complexities of the nation's history. The legends of the cowboys, outlaws, and lawmen are still cherished, but they are no longer the sole narrative of the West. As we move forward, there is an increasing effort to tell a more complete story of the American frontier, one that includes the voices and experiences of those who were often overlooked or silenced. The Wild West will always be a symbol of adventure and freedom in the American imagination, but it will also be a reminder that history is never as simple as the stories we tell about it.